This boy was training at home when suddenly a thunderous boom. An explosion had occurred. The people were oblivious. But this was the prelude to the world's utter demise. An immense spire materialized in the heart of the city. He reached the window and gazed upon the impossible scene. It was an unreal spectacle unfolding right before him. Something far more wondrous then came to pass. A brilliant radiance manifested. Next, a cerulean book appeared, descending into his hands. It was the legendary book of the sage, a power humanity had never witnessed before. Li Huang was just an ordinary youth, until ripped away to a whole new dimension. A status screen materialized before him, declaring this was a tutorial for him to master the game. He was granted the swordsman class as more screens flickered to life. The primary one displayed his name, stats, and his rank as a level 1 swordsman. He did not hesitate to accept this new reality. Instead, he grasped the blade, deciding to seize this opportunity. Another critical notification revealed he possessed the sage's secret ability, which let him foresee the optimal stats for his future. A non-threatening beast appeared, yet he vanquished it and accrued experience. He journeyed through the woods, slaying more beasts until he grew in power. But then the sage's drawback suddenly activated. Li Huang reverted from level 2 back to level 1. He discovered something unbelievable. Despite regressing a level, his rewards were not revoked. He still had 2 points to enhance his attributes. He mused that if God created this game, he had erred and left an exploit in the system. He then spent a while defeating countless monsters, amassing a total of 20 status points, which he poured into perception when the tutorial's raccoon boss emerged. He was overwhelmingly strong, ending it with a single strike. He believed it was finished, but in that moment, the world around him was bathed in crimson. When he opened his eyes, all was red, and others stood nearby. They were unfamiliar faces, yet this was no dream. But that grotesque creature that resembled a rabbit made the scene feel like a nightmare. Our hero demanded to know what was happening. Could this truly be the world's end, the great apocalypse? The rabbit, known as Kumkum, gestured at him, saying his guess was partly accurate. This realm will perish unless someone reaches the final goal. Every person was brought to the tower's first floor. After clearing the brutal tutorial, their task is to ascend the spire's deadly floors. Our hero asked about the fate of those who refuse the ascent. The rabbit revealed there were only 2 paths: resist and perish, or attempt the trial and perhaps also perish. It wasn't shocked when the people started to rebel. Then it taunted, "Does anyone wish to try and kill me now?" This question caught our protagonist off guard, as his unique ability, the sage's guide, instructed him to help the lower floor's manager get home. The rabbit taunted that if they slew him, they'd be doing a great favor, as it's how he'd return home. Li Huang suspected this could only be a deception, but his system insisted it was the required action. A challenger approached the rabbit. "Since you're pleading, I will send you to the next world." The man drew his blade and lunged forward, but it was a foolish move. The rabbit dealt a fatal strike to the man's face, and he detonated. His existence was completely erased, as what remained was just a crimson puddle. This grisly sight sent the blonde girl into shock. The rabbit claimed with sarcasm that it had struck back by reflex. Everyone was paralyzed with fear, having just seen a person's life end. Our hero also stood frozen in place. It was horrifying. How does a human become a pool of red liquid? What if he had volunteered himself? The most bizarre part was that his system was still glowing red, urging him to do exactly as the rabbit had asked. He thought for a second, his mind racing at top speed. He concluded there could be only a single explanation. The guide was unintentionally mistaken. He unleashed his hidden power, the legendary Eyes of the Sage skill. It lets him perceive the system information of other players, a feat typically impossible as you only see your own data. With this, he uncovered the rabbit's secret and smirked. Li Huang lifted his hand, volunteering to grant the rabbit's wish, to deliver him unto another world. The boss grew intrigued by the courageous young man. The blonde girl came near him, warning it was suicide. "You must have seen that the man before you did not make it. What makes you think you're different?" She pleaded, but our hero had already devised a plan. "Have faith. You're about to witness something amazing." The rabbit did not lower its defenses and struck with full force, but the blow phased right through him like he was an illusion. Everyone believed his head was obliterated, but not a thing occurred. Our hero cleaved the rabbit in half with just a single slash. He'd seen with his sage's eye that the rabbit claimed there were 24 people, but there were 25. This was clearly a projection. The rabbit reformed. Now, this is intriguing. It would seem among you, there's one with true valor. The rabbit materialized a pearl with 1 status point, and our protagonist claimed it. This is not a fake. It'll grant a bonus stat point to its user, he declared. The crowd asked how he figured out the trick. He explained that the blood which splashed on the blonde girl had not stained her attire. Also, The rabbit stated there were 24 people, but in truth, there were 25 of them present. A red-haired behemoth stepped forward. He resembled the legendary Yujiro Hanma, but was known by the name Kim Song. Level 4. He called Lee Ho-young a weakling and said using the orb would be a complete waste. He demanded that he surrender it. Our protagonist was incensed by his audacity. He chose to crush the orb right in front of the brute, simply to spite him. The man grew enraged. He argued that giving him the orb would be best for all, as he would get stronger and could protect everybody, despite the fearsome appearance. Our hero remained completely unfazed. He knew it was wiser to steer clear of such individuals. Before the argument could escalate, the ground trembled and a voice said they were to be praised. Every person was given a prize, but a single individual would receive 5 times the coins for achieving the top rank. The others were given a small sum. But Li Hoyong, the lowest level player there, received 7,400 coins. Naturally, he would not inform anyone of this, nor would he admit that he could view the system and the amount of wealth other people possessed. He viewed his status and decided to bolster his skill points. He now had 20 in every stat, with 4,600 gold remaining. He used 100 gold to change his appearance, and deciding he would not aid anyone. He started to leave, but the blonde girl from earlier, Chai Yiziel, level 3, approached him seeking guidance. She was awestruck by his insight and wished for his help. Our hero didn't let on that he could see her attributes. He inquired about her gold total and her biggest shortcoming. She confessed she lacked much endurance and was awful at sprinting. He verified his theory when he saw that her stamina attribute was indeed the weakest. He suggested to her that the wisest move was to balance it. She should focus her points on her endurance. The girl found his reasoning sound and chose to heed his advice. The voice from above returned. The first floor's trial was about to commence. All participants had to form teams of 3 within 30 minutes. Those remaining would be partnered up at random. Hoyong had foreseen team-based trials, but not so quickly. A man, Jun Song, proposed they all reveal their classes, to assemble well-rounded squads immediately. The strongest players, who were mostly level 4s, quickly grouped up, casting the weaker members aside. The healer, whose name was Izao, inquired if she could join forces with Huang. He instantly accepted. A healer was an invaluable ally. But to the others, a level 1 swordsman was worthless baggage. The 30 minutes elapsed. Ho Yong and Izao were paired with the one other person nobody wished to team with, Seong Kimu. They were all warped to the trial's location. Song was already fuming, cursing his horrible luck at being stuck with the 2 weakest players. Cooperation was going to be an immense problem, but staying alive was the single thing that mattered. Their objective, annihilate the entire Kobold tribe in under 12 hours. Song promptly seized command. I will deal with this alone, he snarled. You two just keep out of my path. Hoyong merely answered, this is a group mission. You ought to be thankful I'm here to carry you. Song retorted, to prevent a meaningless brawl. Hoyong conceded, stating he was curious to see how skillfully the brawler could carry them. As they pushed further into the dense forest, Izao softly asked Hoyong if kobolds were formidable. He clarified they were vastly more dangerous than the tutorial raccoons. Even on the very first floor, they could not let their guard down. This was the Tower of the Apocalypse. After all, just ahead, they laid eyes on their first enemy. It was a kobold, but not the frail creature they had pictured. This beast was sculpted from pure dark muscle, with the build of a professional bodybuilder. While they concealed themselves, Song mocked Hoyong's carefulness. This is the reason you're still level 1. He jeered before bursting from the foliage and delivering a mighty blow, squarely upon the kobold's visage. The impact was solid, and for a second, they thought it was done. But when the particles cleared, the kobold stood unharmed. Its head had not even flinched. Its eyes began to glow a furious crimson. With a savage smile, Song launched a rapid barrage of strikes, completely disregarding his party members. Seeing him sustain wounds, Izao started weaving a healing spell on him. Hoyong watched the brutal combat, perceiving something peculiar. Despite Song's impressive strength, his assaults were having virtually no impact. Did these monsters possess a certain vulnerability? An alert from a sage's guide suddenly appeared. It confirmed his growing suspicion. Kobolds were docile creatures who only retaliated when provoked. But crucially, it alluded to a hidden weakness. Just as he absorbed this information, Song, in a fit of rage, used a skill to shatter a nearby tree, sending it toppling down directly onto a much larger kobold. This new one was level 6. Now, fighting 2 adversaries, the tide of battle had turned. The new kobold pressured Song fiercely, crushing him with heavy strikes. Trapped down, the brawler bellowed, "Why are you two not helping?" He scanned his surroundings, but Hoyong had vanished, just as The level 6 kobold lifted its club for the killing blow on Song. Izeo dashed forward, dealing a feeble cut with her blade, before stumbling and landing face first on the ground. The monster diverted its focus to the defenseless healer, but as it raised its weapon, something diminutive and circular soared through the air, striking the kobold on its back. A second later, Ho Yong reappeared, his sword a silver flash, as he bisected a strange fruit in midair above the creature. The fruit's potent juices showered down on the kobold. It sizzled and frothed against its skin. A moment later, the beast imploded in a gruesome spray of gore. The level 6 kobold had been eliminated. Ho Yong helped a tear-stricken Izeo to her feet. He had spotted those peculiar fruits before. While insects infested every other plant in the forest, they avoided those specific ones entirely. He retrieved another one from his inventory. The system screen validated his hypothesis. Kobolds were lethally susceptible to poison. He had discovered the secret to conquering the first floor. He was relieved that Izeo was unharmed. But their reprieve was shattered by a furious scream. "Where the hell were you?" Song bellowed, marching up to Hoang. Before he could respond, the brawler shoved him. "You cowardly piece of filth. You hid away like a coward, and only appeared to steal the glory after I weakened it." He leveled a damning finger at Ho Yong. "I saw it from the very beginning. Ever since you claimed that stat point for yourself. You're just a pathetic parasite." With those words, Song spun around and vanished into the trees. His judgment, too obscured by fury and ego to realize what had actually occurred. A man named Song Kim had a certain renown. The might of his punches was known across the nation. To his mind, these kobolds should have been trivial. He chanted this belief to himself, even as he was getting relentlessly beaten down. Meanwhile, only a short distance away, Hoang and Izeo were effortlessly eliminating one beast after another. The unusual fruits, venom performing most of the effort for them. Song could only observe, his ego cracking with every hit he endured. How were they making this seem so simple? A massive club collided directly with his head, and tears of agony and shame began to course down his face. Soon, two kobolds had him pinned down, grinding him into the earth. He attempted to cover himself, a mute, frantic appeal for aid shining in his tear-filled eyes. Suddenly, the brutal assault ceased. He gazed up just in time to see both kobolds liquefy and detonate. The danger had passed. A hand was extended toward him. It was Ho Yong. "Try my fortune carrying you," our hero stated with a subtle grin. Song gazed at the offered hand, and something within him shattered. He started to sob, overwhelmed with thankfulness for being rescued. A brief time later, the trial was declared officially over. Back inside the tower's hub, Song was in a state of chaos. He had just submitted before another man, brazenly pleading to become his loyal subordinate. He was in disbelief he had just called a level 2 player boss, when he himself had already reached level 8. The sole other person he had ever addressed as boss was the head of his former syndicate, a man he held in the highest esteem. But as much as his pride was damaged, Song was a man who honored his vow. He would not retract his pledge. Their trio had been the very first to return to the hub. Ho Yong reasoned. It was due to them identifying the kobold's weakness so rapidly. Izeo was swift to amend his statement, saying it wasn't good fortune, but his own sharp perception that saved them. Ho Yong, however, merely minimized his own contribution, claiming that without her vital healing assistance, the mission's difficulty would have been far greater. He felt a stab of guilt, like a deceiver concealing his true trump card, the sage's guide. Soon, more gateways opened, and the other squads started to pour in. The parties led by Jun Song and Junho were the next to arrive, implying they had probably figured out the weakness as well. But as additional teams appeared, a chilling realization descended. One group came back with just 2 members. Then the announcer's voice echoed through the space, stating that all squads had now returned. Izeo cried out in objection, proclaiming that some individuals were still absent. But the voice persisted, emotionless and cold. Only 6 teams had successfully made it back. 8 challengers had not managed to clear the trial. That number hit Ho Yong like a physical impact. He had anticipated losses, but a third of their total wiped out on the very first floor. He couldn't stop himself from thinking, how many thousands or millions were perishing in the numberless other towers across the globe? How many casualties would he have to see before this ordeal was over? The voice declared the mission's prizes. The first squad to finish the trial, as well as any team with all its members alive, will be granted a bonus of 1,000 gold, because they fulfilled both requirements. Ho-young, Izeo, and Sung each obtained 2,000 gold. The other survivors began whispering among one another, speculating who had completed the trial first. Ho-young realized he could not conceal it for long. Jun-song's team had witnessed their arrival. Just as he was preparing to speak, he was cut off. Sung Kim strode forward, inflating his chest and adopting the stance of a terrifying tyrant. The others gawked in astonishment. Sung scowled back at them. "What?" he snarled. "You have an issue with us finishing in first place?" While Sung was bragging, Hoyong recalled the man being pummeled into oblivion by those very kobolds. But at least the brute's big mouth was redirecting all of the focus away from it. The issue was the others now viewed Hoyong as a moocher who had stumbled his way into 2,000 gold without doing a thing. The murmurs trailed behind him. "Parasite, coward, deadweight." Izeo attempted to protest, to inform them that Hoyong was the sole reason they triumphed. But he softly restrained her. "It makes no difference what you say," he told her softly. "They will not believe mere words. I will have to prove it to them." Jun Song, one of the higher-level players, urged for everyone to be calm, reminding them that all survivors had to stand united. But just as the group started to revel in their success, the torches illuminating the hall began to waver, their gentle blue light shifting to a menacing blood red. The voice from the announcer came back. It proclaimed that, due to the area's survival rate being well below the standard, a punishment mission would be assigned. The death mission. The instructions were basic and brutal. Every player would discreetly cast a vote for one person. The player who garnered the highest number of votes would be dispatched on the mission by themselves. Abstaining from the vote was equivalent to voting for yourself. They had only 5 minutes. Chaos broke out. They were forced to select someone to perish. Izeo proposed that if they all cast a vote for themselves, the votes would result in a draw and nobody would have to leave. But the others were far too terrified. What if that simply sent all of them to their doom? The timer was ticking down. Then, someone pointed at Hoyong. Juno, another high-level player, came toward him, his expression contorted with remorse. "I am truly sorry," he uttered, "but we are forced to vote for you." Ho-young had foreseen it, but the reality of being chosen as the lamb was still a difficult fate to accept. Izeo begged them once more, but Ho-young held her back. "It will not succeed," he stated. "The bond between us has already been severed. With each fleeting second, more votes were cast against his name. Even Juno cast his vote for him." Ho-young saw their reasoning. They witnessed a low-level player and judged him to be feeble, a convenient sacrifice when faced with oblivion. The principle of shielding the weak had disintegrated into nothing. The survivors had revealed their genuine nature. In the final moment, Song Kim met Ho-young's gaze with a sardonic grin. He cast his vote against him as well. It served as a final, cruel reminder. This was, after all, the apocalypse. The voting is concluded. The gateway to the death mission will now materialize. Izeo clamped her hand over her mouth in terror. Song, on the other hand, erupted in a wild cackle. "If the boss I just selected vanishes, then I'll be perfectly fine. I am a genius. The offering has now been selected." The voice declared, "The sacrificial altar is prepared." Ho-young strode through the gathered crowd, some with looks of remorse, others of relief, but not a single one could meet his stare. However, what lay in store for him was not oblivion. A recognizable window materialized in his sight. "Participation in the death mission is advised," the sage's guide stated. "Your probability of finishing it is high, and a very gratifying prize awaits you." Back in the main hall, the survivors grappled with their actions. Song, however, had reverted to his arrogant self. Whatever, he sneered. He was doomed to die regardless. All he ever did was hide and then steal the rewards, while I put in all the real effort. "What are you saying?" Izeo snapped back. "Hoyong is the only reason we were able to succeed in the trial at all. He rescued you from being beaten to a pulp." Her accusation gave Song a moment of thought. How had a level 2 player managed such a feat? For the very first time, a sliver of uncertainty entered his mind. Meanwhile, Ho-young found himself back in the now empty kobold camp. He wasn't furious about the mission itself. He had been ready to vote for himself to claim the prize. But Song's betrayal, that was a debt he would see repaid. The trial commenced. He had to vanquish the tribe's returning hunter squad and their furious level 12 chieftain. A quick consultation with the guide confirmed. They were all susceptible to the same exact poison. This should be simple. He crushed one of the fruits, applied the toxin to his blade, and lay in wait. The hunters attacked. He evaded the initial spear and activated a sword technique, his venomous blade slicing through all three foes in a single, elegant motion. Now, only their leader was left. It was far more intimidating than the others. Garbed in metal armor and brandishing two short swords, Hoyong attacked, and the chieftain crossed its weapons, parrying the strike. It was a skilled warrior, but then the beast did something unforeseen. It spun around and retreated. Hoyong pursued, effortlessly landing a slash across its back. The venom started to take effect. He felt a surge of disappointment. This was less a death trial and more like a bonus round. He swung his sword for the final blow, but this time it was met with a loud clang. His sword did not cut through. He gazed up and saw the moon had become a bloody crimson. The chieftain's eyes burned with an unnatural glow. In a flash of movement too swift to perceive, an intense pain flared up in his shoulder. He looked down to find a deep, bleeding wound. The real hunt had just begun. Back in the tower's hub, Song Kim was beaming. He loudly declared that he could single-handedly lead everyone through the tower. All they needed to do was obey his commands, but nobody was paying attention. The death mission was named so for good reason. There was no use in hoping for a man who was already dead. Izao screamed at him to be quiet. "Have you no shame?" she challenged. Song merely sneered. "Why would I look him in the eye? He's already gone." As they bickered, the gateway flared to life yet again. Every person turned, and from the radiant portal, a single figure walked out. Ho-Young had returned. Juno's face beamed with sincere happiness, while Jun-song's expression was impossible to decipher. Our hero stood before them all, a vicious, bleeding wound across his torso, and he offered a dark smile. "I have returned," he declared, "but to see just how he managed to survive. We must revisit the final seconds of his great duel." The guide's alert had arrived far too late. The chieftain's eyes blazed a hellish red, its strength surging to new heights. The blow had already found its mark, and Ho-Young was losing blood fast, his vitality plummeting below 50%. The monster's poison was taking effect, but not nearly fast enough. He required one more decisive strike. The kobold came at him, a whirlwind of absolute rage. It swung its twin blades, and Ho-Young dodged at the very last possible instant. The attack missed its target, annihilating the tree behind him. And in that split second of chaos, a realization flashed in his thoughts. You cannot slice through a wall with a sword, but you can break it with a single nail. He had been using his weapon solely as a slashing instrument. The chieftain sprang, cracking the very earth beneath it as it flew through the air, bringing both swords down in a fatal arc aimed at Hoyong's skull. But rather than evading, Hoyong stood his ground. He focused all his might into a single point, countering the monster's force not with a defensive block, but with an immensely powerful, piercing stab. The concentrated strike tore through the chieftain's shoulder, extinguishing its life in an instant. A brand new skill was gained, thrust. The death mission was now finished. Izao rushed toward him, tears of relief in her eyes. "I had faith you would succeed," she exclaimed. But before she could get to him, she was thrown aside by a human battering ram. Song Kim pulled Hoyong into a bone-crushing embrace, yelling with desperate happiness, "I never doubted you for a second, boss." A simple death mission could never stop the great Ho-Young Lee, Song proclaimed. Ho-Young resisted the impulse to strike him. As other survivors hesitantly came closer, they were all shocked. How was his level still so low after clearing such a trial alone? The whispers began once more. Perhaps the trial was just a trick. A deception, exactly like the rabbit. Ho-Young had confronted this his whole existence. A memory struck him, a grade card filled with perfect scores, and the envious murmurs of other kids. He must have cheated. An orphan like that could never take first place. It was a world that would not allow the weak to ascend the ranks. They were already inventing their own false stories. He must have hidden in a cave until the clock ran out. They were hell-bent on oppressing anyone they deemed as inferior, to preserve their own positions at the summit. But on this occasion, Ho-Young knew what must be done. Izao stepped up. "Why do you all persist in doubting him? Is not the reality that he conquered the death mission enough proof?" Song instantly leaped to her defense. "Precisely what she said," he bellowed, striking a muscle man posture. "You all should be celebrating the return of our incredibly strong boss. How dare you all ruin this great moment?" Ho-Young was appreciative of the backing. To ascend this tower, he required their assistance. He commanded their focus. "There is something I must show you all." He displayed the chieftain's formidable weapon, and a surge in his attack power. The onlookers gazed on with jealousy. Jun-song came forward as all undisguised. "You are every bit as remarkable as Izao always claimed." Ho-Young offered a humorless smile. "But you all seem to have forgotten something," he said, his voice turning to ice. "Every one of you voted for my execution. Juno winced, his face a mask of shame. "You are correct," he conceded. "We had no other option, but in truth, we were all just selfish, glad it was not us." He bowed his head deeply. "I voted to save my own skin. I am sorry, and I'm relieved you have returned alive." A dispute erupted, but Ho Young silenced it. "I did not say this to make any of you feel guilt," he declared. "I said it so this will not happen again. This tower wants us to turn on each other. It seeks to break us from within. My survival is the very proof we can overcome its design, if we simply make the correct choices." His strategy was clear and simple. Ascend Aspire as one, and ensure that everyone survived. Juno, deeply moved by his declaration, called him a true saint for forgiving his would-be executioners. But this moment of unity was shattered by a familiar, gleeful voice. "What a true pity," said Sniffles, materializing from absolutely nowhere, "that the very next trial is a survival game." Ho Young grasped the meaning instantly. The second floor challenge was a deadly battle royale. Now, it won't be that brutal," the rabbits sang, at least not at first, and then it revealed the cruel rules. The 16 survivors will be met by 16 flawless doppelgangers. To achieve victory, the players must only kill the doppelgangers. It was simple, except the copies would have the very same attributes, abilities, and even the exact memories as the real ones. And for the most critical rule, there would be no prize for eliminating a doppelganger, but should a player eliminate another player, they would claim a massive bounty of gold and skill points. The survivors were filled with rage. The tower was literally paying them to slaughter one another. Sniffles simply grinned and snapped his fingers. And one final detail: if a death fails to happen every 30 minutes, you will all be brought back here for a small disaster. As it finished day, a flash of lightning seared the center of the hall. A chaotic vortex tore open, and a gargantuan, monstrous hand clawed its way through, belonging to a creature of such an impossibly high tier that all of its stats were just strings of question marks. In a blur of speed, Ho Young threw Izeo and Juno aside, barely evading the devastating strike himself. But the beast was already preparing for another assault. The other players could only cower and let out screams, utterly immobilized by pure terror. The beast chose another target, but with godlike speed, Ho Young scooped the man up, yanking him from the brink of annihilation just in time. He searched for Sniffles, but the rabbit was hiding with the others. For a brief second, Ho Young thought, could this be another one of its tricks? A harmless illusion, just like the one in the lobby. The monster replied to that query by swatting 3 players at once, launching them into the air. This was very, very real. The most powerful among them retaliated. Jun Song launched his arrows, while Sung hurled giant pieces of rock with all his power. But the attacks simply ricocheted off the creature's skin, as if they were nothing more than dust. It seemed impossible. Izeo was almost out of mana from her constant healing. It was simply a matter of time before their formation collapsed. Another world-ending blow was imminent. Hoyong roared for everyone to fall back. He understood what must be done. Juno attempted to drag him to safety, but our hero would not be moved. If he could not defeat this thing, then no one could. He focused his entire being into his sword's tip, took aim, and unleashed his level 2 sword skill. The world vanished in a blinding flash of light. When the survivors could finally see again, the monster had vanished. They exploded into cheers, shouting Ho Yong's name, but he just stared at his blade, stunned. That attack, it had felt different. A system screen then appeared. He had somehow used a power far greater than his current limit. Because of this, he would now pass out from strain. For 3 minutes, his world faded into darkness. When he awoke a few moments later, he was met by a circle of concerned faces. Juno gazed down at him, his eyes shining with reverence. "You are so modest," he said, even after revealing such incredible power. Ho Young asked about the fate of the monster. A high-pitched voice replied, "Oh, I simply sent it away," Sniffles chirped, wearing its most adorable, harmless expression. That was just a tiny preview of what occurs when you ignore the rules. The rabbit's eyes twinkled menacingly. "But it appears you all are still very much eager to play." It leaned in very close, whispering one last venomous idea. "Do not forget, 1 death every 30 minutes, which means the person standing right beside you could very well be your next assassin." With a quick wink, it vanished. The terror was immediate. How could they possibly tell the fakes apart? A special sign? A secret code? All were useless, since the copies shared their exact memories. As they argued, Ho Young cut them off. "I have a strategy." His idea was both simple and incredibly bold. Everyone must convene at the highest location and do absolutely nothing. He, and only he, was to be the sole hunter. If any other person were to attack, the group must conclude they were a doppelganger and vanquish them as a single unit. A very powerfully built man, a former special operative, protested him. A woman who had once berated Juno added her voice. Why should they possibly trust such a dangerous plan from a low-level player? Hoyong explained the cold, undeniable truth. Sniffles already gave us the rules. No prize for killing a fake. A massive prize for killing a player. The tower doesn't want us to eliminate the doppelgangers. It wants us to eliminate each other. His plan was the sole method to defy the entire system. Jun Song declared his support, having correctly deduced the reality. You have a way to identify them, don't you? Ho-Young smiled. Yes, of course I do. The second floor's trial started. The system confirmed it. 16 players, 16 copies. The focus shifts to Song Kim, grumbling about the plan. As he makes his way toward the meeting point, he detects footsteps and awkwardly conceals himself behind a tree. Your shoulders are much wider than that tree. Song, Hoyong's voice called out calmly. The brawler's entire attitude shifted in an instant. Boss, he exclaimed, relieved. It's really you. For a moment, I thought you were... His sentence was cut short as Hoyong's blade passed cleanly through him. The plan was absolute. Only Hoyong would perform the kills, because only he could perceive the difference between the real and the fake. Before the trial had even started, he had gazed at his sage's window, knowing he would need an advantage. He took a huge risk, pouring more than half his gold into one stat, perception. As his perception stat reached 50, a system screen appeared. He was the first to ever reach this threshold, gaining him a special achievement skill. Sixth sense. A blue light shone from his hand. All 5 of his senses were massively amplified. He could now sense the essential differences between beings within a certain radius. It was an otherworldly filter that let him perceive the truth. The price had been immense, but the power it provided was invaluable. He could see the real, and he could see the fakes. Hoyong was still in awe. His newfound power, he could magnify his own vision, seeing and hearing Song complaining from 500 meters away, as if the man were standing right there beside him. But as he observed, something seemed off. A barely perceptible but foul stench reached his nose, the odor of something completely and totally unnatural. And through his unique sixth sense, he could perceive a disturbing, malevolent energy clinging to the large brawler. It was not the real Song. With a single doppelganger eliminated, 15 were left, but the 30-minute death clock had been reset. Standing above the disappearing doppelganger, Ho-Young felt a sense of mastery. With his power to differentiate humans from their copies, all the others needed to do was adhere to his plan. But his assurance was broken by a sudden system alert. A player has been eliminated. The game had just started. Was it a doppelganger? Or had a player already succumbed to the temptation? He could not be certain. He sprinted through the forest, seeking his next prey, just as he vanquished another of the fakes. A second alert suddenly appeared. Another player had fallen. The murderer was acting quickly. Ho-Young climbed a tree, surveying the landscape below. He spotted 2 individuals, one standing, holding a sword, the other lying completely still on the forest floor. He burst into action, moving with supernatural speed. Before the copy could even flinch, Hoyong's blade had already sliced through its chest. 13 doppelgangers were still at large. He knelt to inspect the body, a level 4 player, and it was then he saw something was wrong. The doppelganger he had just slain was wielding a long sword, but the wound on the fallen player was not from a blade. It was a piercing wound made from an arrow. From the trees nearby, an archer drew back another arrow. Ho-Young dove for safety just as it flew past his face. The killer was not a doppelganger. It was a player. Who's over there? A well-known voice called out from the trees. It was Jun's Song. Ho-Young could tell with his sixth sense that this was the real one. He also noticed that the archer had been injured, an arrow protruding from his own back. His doppelganger had clearly gotten a jump on him. Ho-Young emerged from behind the tree. Jun's Song raised his bow in an instant, his voice shaking with raw panic. Stay where you are. I can't determine who's real and who is not. The one I just eliminated was a doppelganger. Ho-Young clarified. Is that not all the proof you need? The understanding finally dawned on Jun Song's face, and he lowered his weapon. Ho-Young, you must be cautious. My doppelganger dashed. His words were silenced as another arrow struck him in the back. He fell to the ground, unconscious. Ho-Young rushed to his aid. He lifted the injured archer, who feebly apologized for being a liability. It's a terrible sensation, Jun Song murmured, to know that a copy of yourself is out there killing people. This is not your fault, Ho-Young reassured him. We are all the victims here. Suddenly, Izeo and Juno appeared, happy to find them. Izeo ran over to start healing Jun Song, but Ho-Young instantly blocked her path. Stay away, he commanded, his gaze fixed on them. You are both doppelgangers. Instantly, their amicable looks disappeared, replaced with a cold, predatory stare. They attacked. As Ho Young deflected the strike of the Juno copy, his mind raced. Why would they charge at him so carelessly? Izeo's copy, in particular, should have had her memories. She of all people should know how deadly he was. Just at that moment, the Izeo doppelganger attacked him from behind. He evaded, only for the Juno fake to bring its blade down in a crushing blow that shattered the ground where he had just been standing. As he landed, an arrow flew from the shadows, barely grazing his cheek. So very close. A new voice taunted. A third person appeared. Junsong's doppelganger. It was a 3-on-1 trap, but Ho Young was not looking at the doppelgangers. He was staring at the man he was still holding, the one who was supposed to be unconscious. You can stop pretending now, Junsong. The injured archer shoved himself off of Ho Young's back, yanking the arrow out his own shoulder. With a painful smile, he rose to his feet, his expression warped into a look of pure delight. I got a little too into character in my act. I will admit, he said, his voice filled with a false disappointment. Tell me, Ho Young, what are you feeling right now? Betrayal? Fury? Ho Young's face was a mask of cold rage. I was just waiting for you to show your true self. But you were even more pathetic than I thought. He had already seen it with his sixth sense. Junsong's attributes were already much higher than they should have been. He was the one who had been slaughtering the other players. What? Ho Young asked. Was the allure of the prizes that powerful? Junsong laughed, a horrifying, deranged sound. Why must a man have a reason in this magnificent new world? Killing is the prize. How could I possibly say no? He drew back an arrow. The kind, trustworthy persona he had displayed was gone, replaced by the face of a serial killer finally let off his leash. He had not only been killing players, he had somehow managed to control the doppelgangers of the most powerful members of their party, the swordsman and the healer. A perfect squad with him as the leader. It is a shame, really, Junsong said, licking the tip of his arrow. You are a very resilient one, but the more you fight, the more satisfying it will be when I finally destroy you. He drew his bow, 2 more phantom arrows forming beside the first. Then he commanded his puppets, attack. The 3 assassins lunged at him simultaneously. Ho Young unleashed his sixth sense. The world around him was bathed in a blue light, every single movement becoming perfectly clear. His enemies were a perfectly constructed team, levels 7 and 8. But his own base attributes were on a completely different plane. In a single, graceful motion, his blade flashed. The 3 incoming arrows were bisected in midair. In that same moment, he closed the gap to the Juno fake, dealing a crushing blow directly to its chest. The Izeo copy lifted her hand to mend her fallen ally. But before the magic could even manifest, Hoang was already upon her. His blade swung again, and her hand dropped to the forest floor. As the doppelganger looked on in disbelief, his sword was already at her abdomen, delivering the final, deadly thrust. His might was absolute. 2 more doppelgangers were gone. 11 remained. Ho Young turned his ice-cold gaze on the last man standing. Junsong's face was completely white with fear. A shaky, broken laugh came from his mouth as the reality of his situation hit him. He collapsed to his knees, his face a horrifying mask of terror. Mercy, he pleaded, tears pouring down his face. He babbled on about being seduced by the prizes, about how Ho Young's incredible power had driven him to a desperate need for more strength, and how he had gone down a path he never should have taken. The act was almost believable. As Ho Young came nearer, Junsong saw his chance. He sprang up, a hidden arrow in his hand, screaming die. He never got to finish the word. Before he could even comprehend the motion, his head was sliding off of his shoulders, a final, crazed smile spreading across his face as he perished, finally grasping that Ho Young was not just a big fish, he was the entire ocean. A player has been eliminated. 13 players and 11 doppelgangers were still alive. The 30-minute clock was reset. As the blood dripped from his blade, Ho Young felt a great wave of revulsion. He had been forced to take a life. A system screen appeared. He had eliminated a player who had embraced the killer's role. He now had the chance to assume that player's position. A mysterious, otherworldly energy began to swirl around him, forming into a ghostly figure, half blood red and half sky blue. It offered a transparent hand, and the system asked a question. Will you embrace the path of the killer? Ho Young finally saw the truth. This was how Junsong had been commanding the doppelgangers. The system showed him the rewards. Legendary equipment and incredible skills, massive attribute boosts, and unique killer abilities. The prizes were ludicrously powerful. The ghostly woman waited, her hand extended. Killing the fakes had been simple. They were not truly human. But this path meant hunting down the other players, just as Junsong had. He was certain that if he said no, someone else, tempted by the sheer power, would eventually take up the role. He lifted his own hand, pausing for a very long moment. Finally, he let it drop. He would not become a monster. He at last reached the designated meeting place. The real Song Kim welcomed him with a ridiculously cheerful smile. "Boss, what kept you for so long?" For a brief instant, Hoyong felt a sinister urge, a thought that maybe the killer's path would not have been so terrible. After all, he suppressed the dark feeling. "I'm glad to see you are all unharmed," he said, surveying the gathered people. "Thank you all for following my orders." The survivors, a tense combination of real people and their exact copies, were assembled. The tension between them was palpable enough to be cut with a sword. They were all terrified, unable to trust the person standing right next to them. They all looked toward Hoyong, their expressions filled with a single, urgent question. "Can you truly tell which one of us is the doppelganger?" "Yes," Hoyong said, his voice filled with absolute conviction. "And I will begin right now." Just at that moment, a second person walked into the open space, identical to him in every single way. It spoke, with his voice saying the exact same words. "I'm glad to see you are all unharmed." The survivors pulled back in utter shock. Two Hoyongs. They had no idea which one to believe. This was a problem Hoyong had already foreseen. There was one major difference between them. While the doppelganger was completely clean, our hero was covered in the grime and blood of his recent battles. But in their terror, the others did not seem to see it. A battle of minds was about to commence. One of the survivors demanded evidence. "If you have truly dealt with the doppelgangers, then tell us which ones are gone." It was a clever test, with 5 fakes and 3 players gone. Correctly naming the fallen doppelgangers would verify the identities of the surviving players. Ho Young began to list the names, but as he spoke, for each one, his copy repeated him flawlessly, without a single hesitation. The crowd looked on, shocked by the flawless imitation. This would not be so simple. The doppelganger then launched its attack. It reminded them that Hoyong had been on a team with Izeo and Song. Wasn't it just a little too perfect that their doppelgangers were some of the first ones to be eliminated? Then it twisted the blade. It alleged that Hoyong had accused the real Jun Song of being a fake, which means he was now confessing to assassinating their party's highest level player. It manipulated their feelings, depicting Jun Song as a noble hero who had inspired everyone. "Can you truly place your faith in a man who would kill someone like that?" the copy asked, its voice full of false conviction. "Even if he is the true Ho Young Lee, do you wish to follow a murderer?" The convincing lie had worked. The whispers of uncertainty became a storm of condemnation. Hands tightened on their weapons. The copy had successfully won them over. He revealed his identity as a killer. In order to earn your trust, it declared, he must be the doppelganger. The mob moved forward, prepared to destroy the threat. Izeo and Song objected, tried to convince them, but the terror of the 30-minute clock was too great. They required a death, and they had chosen their sacrifice. Ho Young observed them, impressed by his copy's tactics. In a strange way, he was just admiring himself. He took a single step forward, his voice calm and resolute. "The other Ho Young is correct," he stated. "I did kill Jun Song." The copy smirked, certain that it had triumphed. "So you finally confess, doppelganger? I'm disappointed in you. But there is one detail you do not know." Ho Young answered. He walked calmly by his double, his hand resting on the hilt of his blade. The crowd grew tense, assuming he would attack his copy. Instead, his blade flashed out, cutting down another player standing in the frightened crowd. As the man fell, his form dissolving into particles of light, Ho Young revealed the truth. The real Jun Song, he proclaimed to the shocked survivors, was a traitor. He was the one killing the other players. The crowd was stunned into disbelief. The Ho Young copy drew its sword and screamed, "What in the world are you doing?" His mind racing to assemble all the pieces of the puzzle. If his conclusion was accurate, the Hoyong who had just struck must be the real one. In this particular game, the players held the advantage. A doppelganger could not afford to kill a player so recklessly, because if they were to make a mistake, their own identity would be immediately exposed. Only the real Ho Young Lee could have made such a confident, dangerous gamble. If he only had to eliminate one more fake to verify his identity. And he just admitted that the real Jun Song was a traitor. Then, Juno's voice sliced through the silence. Did Jun Song truly assassinate those players? Hoang nodded grimly. He was concealing his true nature as a serial killer, beneath the guise of a good person, just waiting for the perfect chance to be set free. A woman by the name of Eunjin, whom Jun Song had rescued during the first trial, refused to accept it. "How dare you speak ill of him?" she bellowed, drawing her blade and charging at Hoang. "I will never forgive you." Her rage was cut short as an arrow sprouted from her back. She looked down in disbelief, whispered why, and fell to the ground. The arrow had been fired by the Jun Song doppelganger. With 12 players and 11 doppelgangers remaining, Ho Young prepared his sword. The copy let out a wild, deranged laugh. "This is the very hopelessness I wanted to see," it cackled. But as it reveled in the pandemonium, a massive form slammed into it from the side. Secheng, the former soldier, had made his move, finally vanquishing the fake archer. He turned to Hoyong. "I'm sorry I did not believe you," he said, his voice resolute. "Tell us what we must do." With the truth at last brought to light, the other survivors drew their own weapons, their eyes now focused on Hoyong, awaiting his command. Just as he was about to give the order, his own doppelganger charged at him, sword held high. "Let us settle this," it screamed. Hoyong parried the attack and shouted a single, brilliant command to the others. "Spend your gold. Upgrade your attributes right now." The doppelgangers were flawless imitations, but only of the players as they were at the start of the trial. By instantly boosting their stats in the middle of battle, the real players established a huge power disparity. The remaining fakes, suddenly and completely outclassed, were quickly eliminated without any more casualties. In the aftermath, the atmosphere was grim. "We could have all made it if not for that Monster June song," Secheng said somberly. Ho-Yong felt a wave of despair. He had wanted to clear the floor with 0 casualties. He could only guess at the bloodshed occurring in other towers, where no one had a secret strategy guide, and more individuals like June Song were undoubtedly on the loose. His own strength still felt so small, but as long as others were willing to trust in him, he would do everything in his power to keep them alive. Secheng came up to him again, officially thanking him for their survival. He commented that despite Ho-Yong's very low level, his power was undeniable. The perceptive soldier realized there was something unique about it. Apologies and gratitude came from the other survivors, until Song's booming laughter broke through the quiet moment. "You all should have believed in the boss from the very beginning, just like I did," he proclaimed. Izao immediately retorted that she was the one who first saw Ho-Yong's true greatness, while Juno gave another tear-filled apology. Secheng quieted them. "It may seem abrupt," he said, speaking to the group, "but I think our greatest chance of survival is to formally recognize Hoyong as our official leader." Hoyong was taken aback, but a small smile graced his lips. He accepted. Later, with only 5 minutes remaining on the clock, the final doppelganger was still unaccounted for. Ho-Yong walked over to a large bush and, without any pause, thrust his sword inside, eliminating the last cowardly fake. The prizes were then given out. Most of the players got 500 to 700 gold. Song, however, was awarded 2,000, striking a pose and naming himself the 2,000 gold man. But no prize could even compare to Ho-Yong's. He was given an incredible 12,500 gold, which also granted him access to a higher tier in his shop, giving him the ability to buy rare and powerful items. He instantly used 5,000 to enhance his ultimate sword skill. The danger of passing out was a small price to pay for its immense power. Then he did something completely unexpected. He sent 1,200 gold to Izao. He informed her their success would have been impossible without her healing, that her wish to protect people was the foundation of their group. Moved, she vowed to become even more powerful. He even gave 200 gold to Song, telling him to stop acting so incredibly foolish. With their new preparations finished, their next trial, a brutal siege, as the invading force. Their objective was to conquer a fortress and seize its hallowed altar with a mere 24 hours on the clock. The system's chilling message was clear. Failure would bring about utter annihilation. A curious, temporary artifact was bestowed upon each challenger, a return stone, while the others grew anxious. But for Hoyong, a vital clue from his sage's guide materialized. In that instant, a brilliant strategy ignited in his mind. He summoned Song. "You swore to obey any command, correct?" He questioned, his blade drawn, his expression cold as steel. A few moments passed. Song was now complaining as he charged up the mountain path alone. His task was to scout the opposing castle. Reaching the colossal main gate, he unleashed a defiant roar and began to punch. The system declared the gate's integrity had fallen to 81%. A second blow reduced it to 62, a third to 40. On the fifth impact, the immense gate was completely shattered. The system declared that the gate had been destroyed, but that it would restore itself in 2 seconds. It was barely enough time for Song to slip through the breach. He took a rapid enemy count. 2 on the ramparts, 10 more by the altar before falling back. His instructions from Hoyong had been absolute. Reconnoiter, destroy the gate to gauge their strength, but do not, for any reason, eliminate anyone. The enemy must not learn the truth of the return stones, that upon death, they would simply be reborn. Back at their starting position, Song's ego surged as he watched the defenders cower before him, but his instructions were non-negotiable. No, eliminations. As he prepared to attack them, a projectile smashed into his head, sending him stumbling back disoriented. He saw the metallic gleam of a gun and then the crack of a second shot. Back at the start point, Ho-Young was floored. A firearm? It was a weapon completely unavailable in their shop, not even for Secheng, the former soldier. The sole explanation was that the opposing team possessed a player who had embraced the path of the killer. This battle had just become exponentially more dangerous. Izao, her face resolute, clutched his arm. "Do not worry," she declared. "I will be right there to support you." The remainder of the group declared their own resolve. This was a united front. Ho-Young drew his sword. "All right," he said. "Here is the plan." Meanwhile, inside the fortress, a figure lounged casually on a throne, yawning as another knelt before them, trembling in fear. The attack began. Ho-Young unleashed his sixth sense, his gaze penetrating the stone castle walls. Two archers, level 8, stood their watch. Song strode forward yet again, serving as the lure, drawing all of their fire. Izao was concerned this would reveal the secret of the return stones, but Ho-Young knew. The opposition would probably just think it was Song's unique power. As the arrows descended, Ho-Young moved. He was a phantom, intercepting the projectiles in mid-flight before they ever got near the massive brawler. He used Song's shoulder as a launching pad, vaulting himself effortlessly up the steep castle wall and eliminating both archers in a single, perfect motion. They had only a single opportunity to win this. If they were to fail this initial assault, the enemy would discover their secret. With the walls secured, the main force attacked. Song released his level 2 power technique, and the main gate was utterly demolished with one strike. But the recoil, or perhaps another bullet, knocked him unconscious. Izao instantly rushed to his position to heal him. Inside, the enemy commander stood in wait, a woman wielding a high-caliber sniper rifle. Her status screen was absolutely horrifying. Level 13. With a level 3 sniper skill and a passive named Eye of the Assassin, she was the killer. Without a moment's pause, she raised her weapon and fired. The projectile slammed into Ho-Young's shoulder. He dove for safety, quickly consuming a healing potion. Luckily, he had already taken countermeasures. Underneath his shirt, a suit of magical leather armor had absorbed the majority of the impact. He rapidly assessed the current situation. Each magic round was costing her 10 mana. With a reserve of 150 and likely no way to restore it. She had a finite number of shots. He just had to make her waste them. He conveyed the plan. Charge in zigzags to make it harder to aim. He had equipped everyone with the same leather armor. They could withstand a single hit. They charged forward. Juno was the first one to take a bullet, but the armor held. He was healed by Izao and was back on his feet. The sniper, seeing their charge, commanded her own troops to attack them. The courtyard became a scene of chaotic battle. Ho-Young weaved through the combat, using non-fatal attacks to incapacitate his foes. A bullet flew straight toward his head. Juno threw himself into its path, his sword absorbing the hit and being thrown from his hands. "Go," he shouted, but the sniper was already taking another shot. A second bullet struck Juno in the temple, and his body was thrown backward completely lifeless. Ho-Young witnessed it with a burning rage. He knew Juno would be revived, but the heartless indifference of the sniper, the way she killed without a single trace of emotion, filled him with a cold, unending fury. She just smiled. "Your party is quite fascinating," he said. That was a last straw. He gripped his sword, a brilliant blue energy bursting around him, as he unleashed his ultimate skill, the level 3 sword technique. He was aware of the price of this power. The last time he had used it, he had collapsed. But in this moment, he did not care. He became a vortex of pure destruction, cutting down 3 more defenders in a single instant. He reached the altar and sprang, flying toward the sniper. She took her aim, her face completely calm. His blade met her magic bullet in a massive explosion of pure energy, the shockwave ripping across the entire altar. With the battle continuing below, Ho-Young and the sniper confronted each other on the altar. "Who are you?" she asked. "How can a level 2 possess this kind of skill? I could ask the same about a level 13. He retorted. She did not reply. Ho-Young took one step forward, and the ground under him started to glow. He was now capturing the altar. But the rules required 3 individuals for a successful capture. He needed to get her out of this area. She squeezed the trigger. Ho-Young dodged, the sound of the gunshot overwhelming. He closed the distance, his sword a silver streak, aimed directly at her face. She blocked with her rifle, and he launched a brutal flurry of attacks, too swift for the naked eye to see. She attempted to shoot back, but he deflected every single bullet with ease. He prepared a powerful strike, but she vaulted, flipping upside down in the air and firing once more. None of her bullets could find their mark. She realized with a jolt of horror he was reading her movements. This was a skill he had learned from observing Juno. The former table tennis genius was a master of foresight, able to read a rival's posture and line of sight to predict where the ball would land. Ho-young had applied that very same logic to battle. He faked a move, forcing her to evade, then unleashed a massive, sweeping slash that cut the stone column behind her in two. She barely escaped, a small cut bleeding on her cheek. The reality was now unavoidable. His base stats were superior to hers. Below, her team had been completely defeated. Finish them off before they are reborn. Song bellowed. The sniper wiped the blood from her face. So, the return stones can bring you back from the brink of death. She considered. Know that it will not save you now, Ho-young said. He braced for her final, desperate move. But instead of attacking, she spent 8,000 gold to instantly boost her sniper skill to level 4. Before Ho-young could even blink, she lifted her rifle and shot him twice. The bullets struck him with the power of a meteor. He could hear the horrified screams of his party members as his world faded into darkness. The trial was over. Ho-young opened his eyes. Why the sad face? He asked the dejected Song. We won. The brawler complained that he had done the majority of the work for almost no prize. Ho-young smiled. He hadn't seen the 2 consecutive shots coming, but in his last moments, he had dealt a fatal blow of his own. As the sniper perished, she had sworn she would remember his name. With both of their leaders gone, his surviving party members had easily taken the altar. Suddenly, a gateway appeared, revealing to them the hub of the defeated team. As the losers, they were now forced to face the catastrophe monster. The survivors looked on in horror as a man beat against the invisible wall, pleading for them to help him. Izeo tried to reach through the portal, but was thrown back by a jolt of energy. They could do nothing but watch as the giant monster's hand fell, crushing the man and the rest of his party. When the massacre was finished, the system declared that since only one player had survived, from Tower C, 1427, the parties would now be merged. A figure materialized before them, covered in blood. It was the sniper. How revolting, she said, wiping the gore from her face. A new party had now been created. Ho-young felt a great sense of dread. The 4th floor was a city in ruins. A disaster was approaching, and their task was to slay the monsters that emerged and flee through one of 20 randomly appearing single-use portals within a 6-hour time limit. The party, now a well-oiled machine, quickly devised a strategy. Hunt only when absolutely needed and escape the instant a portal appeared. But there was one major issue. The sniper, whose name they had now discovered was Seoyeon, had no desire to work with them. Do not give me your orders, she sneered, walking away, or I will send you to your next life. When Song attempted to stop her, she knocked the massive brawler down with a single, brutal punch. Ho-young stepped in between them. We meet once again, he said. As he said this, a chill went down his spine. A notification appeared. The killer had chosen him as her victim. A new, foreboding strategy materialized in his guide. It spoke of a day of blood time, when killers would achieve their ultimate power. Dying to a killer on this day would give them a massive prize. To ready himself, Ho-young had a single goal: level up and do it quickly. The hunt started. He found an orc, but instead of engaging it, he kicked Song into a nearby portal, getting the impulsive brawler to safety. Now he could truly focus. He soon found out that the orcs that created portals had a uniquely disgusting stench. He located one, a fat, blue beast, and cut it in two. A portal materialized. His escape route was guaranteed, but he did not take it. Instead, he walked until he located Seoyeon. He instantly dropped to his knees, his face a mask of pathetic fear. Please, let me live, he begged. Seoyeon stared at him, completely confused. Ho-young began to weave a story of his awful luck, how he could not seem to find a portal and had to keep on hunting. It was a brilliant performance. Seoyeon, wanting to kill him on the day of blood for the greatest prize, had no option but to let him proceed. She watched him, seething with powerless rage, as he luckily slew monster after monster, all while pretending to be frustrated. He was discreetly grinding experience, clearing a path for his teammates to discover portals, and driving his would-be killer insane. Oh no, only 5 portals are left. He would yell, clutching his head in fake desperation. Curse this awful luck. Shut up and continue hunting. She would snarl back, chewing on her nails, completely oblivious that she was being manipulated. She was truly concerned that if Ho-young died on this trial, her chance at the ultimate prize would die along with him. He looked back, his blade resting on his shoulder. Why so tense? He asked with an innocent look. I'm the only one who has not found a portal yet. He then pushed his advantage. You should inform me of how many portals you have discovered so far. She confessed to discovering 5. It was a large number, but Ho-young's calculations told him that, even after everyone else had fled, there would still be 3 portal-spawning orcs left on the map. The system verified his numbers. It meant that they were the last 2 people in the trial area. It was time to make his escape. With only 10 minutes left on the clock, he faked his panic. "I have to find a portal," he yelled, turning to flee. "You find yours and get out of here." "Wait," she shouted. He froze, a nervous sweat forming on his brow. Had she figured out his entire plan? He spun around, trying to seem annoyed. "What is it?" "I have less than 10 minutes. She said something that was unintelligible. As he was getting ready to leave, she lunged at him. He reflexively raised his blade to protect himself. But instead of attacking, she grabbed the sleeve of his shirt. With a very embarrassed expression, she confessed, "I have forgotten where my portals are." Ho-Young looked at her, and then behind her at the huge, empty landscape. Her sense of direction was so horrible, it was practically a superpower. Back inside the tower, a voice roared. "He has returned." A pair of heavy steps thundered across the hall. As Song sprinted over for a celebratory hug. "I knew you would make it, Bo Dash." His words were silenced by Ho-Young's fist crashing into his face, launching the brawler through the air. "Sorry," Ho-Young said, lowering his fist. "You just startled me. I thought the trial wasn't finished yet." So-Yun deadpanned. "He really does look just like an orc. You probably should not have said that out loud." Ho-Young suggested. "Izel ainda Junho Kimyov." Relieved to see them both back in one piece. Juno extended his hand to So-Yun. "I am aware we began as foes," he said, "but I truly hope we can get along now." She simply crossed her arms, turned her back completely on him, and said, "You are annoying." Song, tending to his bruised face, complained that she should have been abandoned. "Be quiet, you pig," she retorted. As they fought, Ho-Young considered that he now had an advantage over the killer. He knew she would not try anything serious before the Day of Blood, so for the time being, he was safe. "It seems you are all getting along so wonderfully," a familiar voice sang. It was Sniffles. In the next second, a gunshot exploded, and the rabbit's head detonated. So-Yun stood with her rifle still smoking. "Why did you come back to this place?" she demanded. The rabbit's headless form remained standing. "That was quite the greeting," it said, as its head reformed in a grotesque display of flesh. A moment later, Sniffles appeared before So-Yun and launched her through the air. With a single, devastating kick, she slammed into a wall, coughing up blood. Ho-Young realized that given the rabbit's immense power, it had actually held back against her. Perhaps the killer's role was too vital to the tower's game to be eliminated so easily. "Calm yourselves, everyone," Sniffles said with a chuckle. "It is not yet time for me to go home, but it is time for your next trial." With a snap of its fingers, the hub transformed into a colossal library. It explained that they would each select one book. It could be a mighty weapon for survival or a worthless curse. Their destiny was in their own hands. Most of the players at once moved towards the books related to their own classes. But Ho-Young's guide was insistent, directing him toward a mundane-looking fantasy novel. In the fiction aisle, its name was the SSS Rank Returner's Connection Monopoly. Trusting his system, he selected his book, a feeling of unease growing in his gut. The title by itself sounded like complete and utter garbage. His worries were quickly confirmed. While the others started to see immediate improvements, Juno practicing brand new sword techniques, Song mastering martial arts forms, Izeo glowing with a potent healing light. Ho-Young was stuck reading a poorly written, generic fantasy book. He watched on with envy, sure he had made a terrible error. Elsewhere, Secheng was using a book to build a camping tent, while So-Yun was angrily stabbing a voodoo doll of Sniffles with a large nail. When their time was over, they were warped to the 5th floor. They materialized inside a high school classroom, surrounded by students who were frozen solid in time, and they were all young again. Secheng was a scrawny geek. Izeo and Juno looked almost the same, just wearing school uniforms. And So-Yun was a nerdy girl wearing thick glasses, which she instantly shattered in a fit of pure shame. The classroom's intercom system came to life. It was Sniffles. "Enjoying the journey back to your childhood?" it asked. "The 5th trial is a role-playing game. In this reality, you are all students at a Monster Hunter Academy. Over the following 4 days, you will be subjected to a series of exams. Failure in any one exam will result in an immediate death mission." Ho-Young's heart stopped. He had survived one death mission, but he knew the others would not be so fortunate. He cursed the worthless fantasy book in his hands. And now Sniffles. Voice echoed. "You will be given the memories required to play your roles." Beams of light shot down from the ceiling, striking each player in the head and knocking them all unconscious. Pieces of memories flooded into Ho-Young's mind. When he woke up, gasping for breath, he realized with a surge of excitement that he now held 2 separate timelines inside his head, and the memories that had just been forced upon him, they were from the very same trashy fantasy book the guide had forced him to select. Sniffle's voice declared that their very first test would start. At the conclusion of class, time returned to its normal speed. As the teacher lectured on the subject of amplifying mana, Ho-Young looked around the room and located the main character of the story, who he now knew by heart. His name was Yunamo, a regressor who had traveled back to the past, equipped with knowledge of what was to come. Yunam was fated to control all the major events and become the most powerful of them all. The professor asked a question so difficult that no average student could ever know the answer. Yunam smiled, ready to display his future knowledge. But before he could even lift his hand, Hoang spoke the correct answer out loud. Action. Then he explained the university research group that was studying it, shocking the entire classroom. Yunam could only look on in astonishment. Ho-Young had discovered his new mission. He did not need books about swordsmanship or fighting styles. He possessed the ultimate cheat sheet. He would steal every single event, every single power-up that was intended for the story's original protagonist. After class, the first challenge was revealed. Clear a dungeon that had emerged near Building B37 within 60 minutes. Failure would mean a death mission. Ho-Young knew that. The boss of this dungeon drops an incredibly powerful item. In the original story, Yunam was the one to get it. Not this time. Ho-Young gathered the others, and they ran to the dungeon, getting there just as Yunam was about to go in by himself. The regressor was baffled. Why were all these side characters here? But Ho-Young gave him no time to process. He blasted past him to cut the first orc guard in two. This dungeon is open to everybody, he declared. The competition was on. Yunam, seeing his monopoly was at risk, unleashed his own power. His spear became a blur, killing 4 orcs in a single graceful motion before flying back into his hand, as if controlled by his mind alone. He was unbelievably strong. But while Yunam had immense power, Ho-Young had his sixth sense, letting him find the location of every single hidden orc. Seo-Yun entered the battle, her movements sharp and lethal, killing monsters with clean, efficient strikes. The three of them ripped through the dungeon at an incredible speed, leaving their friends to look on in amazement. Inspired by Ho-Young's incredible strength, Juno rallied the others, bellowing for them to fight harder for their new hero. When the chaos had ended, the system showed the final count. Yunam had slain the highest number of orcs, giving him the right to face the boss. Ho-Young watched, frustrated. Had he missed his opportunity? No. He walked up to the regressor, just as he was about to enter the boss chamber door. Give me the right to fight the boss, Ho-Young commanded. Yunam sneered. And why exactly would I do that? Ho-Young leaned in and said quietly, because you want to know how to stop your endless cycle of regression, don't you? Yunam stopped, his face a mask of pure fury. He grabbed Ho-Young, his spear at his throat, demanding to know how he knew his secret. Ho-Young calmly reminded him of his greatest wish, to experience the winter of his 32nd year, a future he could never have. Doomed as he was to repeat his life between the ages of 17 and 32. For thousands upon thousands of years, this was Yunam's single desire. Grinding his teeth, the regressor had no other choice. He gave up his right to fight the boss. Alone in the boss chamber, Ho-Young faced the orc chieftain. He had no guide in here, but he did have the novel script. He knew the orc's opening attack was a warrior's roar, a morale-destroying scream. Using his sixth sense, he simply turned off his hearing. As the orc bellowed, Ho-Young charged, completely unfazed. He then exploited its other great weakness. For all of its upper body might, the chieftain had very weak legs, with a number of precise cuts. He sliced through the orc's tendons, crippling it. As the beast collapsed to its knees, Ho-Young dealt a final blow. The boss dropped a single artifact, a simple-looking band called the Ring of Nika. It was one of only 2 legendary artifacts in this entire world, and its power was simple but world-breaking. It gave its wearer overwhelming good luck. Back at the academy, Ho-Young tested his newfound ability, defeating Song in 11 consecutive games of rock, paper, scissors, and claiming his gold. Intrigued, Ho-Young challenged him to a single match for 3,000 gold. Feeling very lucky, Ho-Young looked at her and upped the ante, 5,000. Jun states that he would expect nothing less from Huang. He was skilled, even in games such as this. Our hero is sipping something and has a ring on his finger. He thinks to himself that there are only 2 legendary artifacts in this world. The first is Yunam's weapon, which is called Gungnir, a mighty item that always strikes its mark when thrown, no matter what. And the second artifact is Nika's ring, which has the power of greatly increasing its owner's luck. The ring's power is very simple, but is nearly as powerful as Gungnir. This item will be exceptionally useful for all the choices he must make in the upcoming days. Yunam will have to make his own way without this item now, but our hero plans to assist him in exchange. In the story, there is only one thing he truly desires in life, and we are aware of what that is. A hand holding a glass slams down on our hero's table. Someone sits down, and it's Seo Yun asking to play a game of rock, paper, scissors against our hero. This is not simply a game of chance. It is also about being very fast. And our hero's dexterity stat is nearly at 50. Our hero inquires what the wager is, and she tells him that it is 3,000 gold. Song is astounded by the large amount, but our hero looks at her like a JoJo character and UPS the wager to 5,000 gold. The next day, everyone is assembled in the school's courtyard. Our hero understands. He is in the scene that occurs in every single generic fantasy story of this kind, testing strength with a magical device. Will everyone now finally see how powerful our hero truly is? Of course, Seo Yun lost the wager and became 5,000 gold poorer. Our hero stands before a very large blue crystal, sword in hand. The teacher starts explaining how this will work. They will all strike the crystal, which will gauge their magical might, and sort them into parties for the following dungeon, which is set to happen in 2 days. Juno feels this is great. He has been curious about the power of the other students in their class. The first student in line lifts his sword and strikes the crystal. It shows 43 power, and some people are impressed by such a great number. Right away, Juno states that from the people's reactions, it is definitely a high number. And our hero says that from his new memories, the guy was in fact strong. The teacher summons the next one, and it is now Juno's turn. He strikes the crystal with his sword, and it shows 69. More people are impressed by the number, and Juno becomes full of himself, saying he is actually pretty strong. Song comes forward without a shirt and tells Juno to move. A master in this specific domain. He bellowed, focusing his entire might into one fist. The crystal pulsed, displaying an impressive score of 75. The surrounding students were stunned. It was an amazing score for a completely unarmed blow. In that instant, a magic bullet flew past Song's head, striking the stone. The reading instantly soared to a staggering 98. Seo Yun was there, her rifle still smoldering. She did not even care to observe the outcome. The cadets were left completely awestruck. No one realized it was possible to imbue bullets with magic. Hoyong looked on, a proud smile crossing his face. His party was on a whole other plane. A colossal blast of power then came from the crystal. The display blazed, freezing at a mind-blowing 115. Yunam was already turning to leave, not requiring a look at the score. Hoyong knew the tale's first hero would be exceptional, but as he observed him departing, he remembered a dark fate that was set to befall him very soon. At lunch, some complained that Hoyong should have revealed more, but our hero had his own motives. He had purposefully restrained his power, hitting the crystal with just enough force for a mere 64. He had to sidestep a leading role. His aim was to join the same party as Yunam for the dungeon that was next. His thoughts were broken by a system-wide announcement. Another surprise trial was starting at this moment. Their new objective, save Cadet Yunamo. He was located at Waterside Park. They had 1 hour. The party was baffled. How could one as strong as Yunam be in danger? But Hoyong knew just what was occurring in the tale. After Yunam had traveled to the past, he took care of some bullies. One of them was, by chance, the son of the Red Moon Guild's master, one of the 10 strongest guilds in the world. As payback, the master dispatched elite assassins to teach Yunam a lesson and leave him at the very brink of death. In the book, Yunam was only rescued by a mysterious figure, a 1 in a million piece of good luck. Hoyong now understood the reality. That luck was not a mere coincidence. It was the passive power of the ring of Nika, the very ring he now wore. Without it, Yunam was fated to die. This mission is perilous. Hoyong cautioned the others as they ran through the night. Our adversaries are not students. Be ready. They got to the park and found Yunam on his knees, a heavy hand weighing on his shoulder. How dare you lay hands on a master's son? You vermin, one of the agents sneered. But before he could finish his thought, a bullet ripped through his chest. Seo Yun had started shooting. You shouldn't have just shot, Hoyong shouted, but Sung was already yelling his approval. I like her methods, he roared, charging straight into the middle of the fight. With a peaceful solution impossible, Hoyong drew his sword. Everyone forward. The 3 guild members easily blocked the initial frantic attack. They were on a completely different plane than the students. But the surprise strike had given Yunam the chance he needed. He called forth his spear and fought back, trying to keep the 3 men busy. As the fight continued, Hoyong's party entered the battle, with Song leading the attack. In the pandemonium, Hoyong and Yunam were standing back to back, completely surrounded. I do not know how you located me again, Yunam said, panting. But this is not the time to ask. You can give me thanks later, Ho Young answered. His gaze locked onto the enemy. Right now, we must deal with these guys first. The blue-haired man rose to his feet with a great roar. Song charged, his fist glowing with the might of a level 2 stone fist. But the assassin merely lifted a hand, and a shimmering shield of energy sent Song flying. The man sneered, his face a mask of pure disgust. Insolent little children, he spat. He and his 2 allies advanced. The battle was now underway. Secheng fought one, Junyu batlid anode, and Ho Young met the blue-haired commander head-on. Sioyun, Ho Young screamed. We will hold the front line. Give us your covering fire. She scoffed at him, giving her instructions, but her rifle was already cracking, providing her precise support. A green light washed over the battlefield as Izeo started to heal their wounds. Yunam watched, amazed, as his own injuries faded in an instant. They are strong, Hoing shouted to the others. But the tower would not give us a trial we could not complete. Now is the moment. Use the powers you got from your books. A new strength flowed through them. Juno unleashed a mighty sword technique, while Song's veins bulged as he crashed into an enemy. With the first strike of the Fist King, in the background, Secheng began to hastily set up a large tent. The 3 assassins, unimpressed, decided to finish it. They unleashed a powerful combined attack, and the battlefield was consumed in a massive explosion. When the particles had settled, Ho Yang's party was still upright. Beaten but not defeated, he knew they were powerful, but the skill and flawless coordination of their foes were on a completely different plane. Their unified defense was like an unbreakable steel wall. The blue-haired commander was losing his composure. You are a real pain in the neck, he screamed, his eyes red with fury. He broke from his formation, making a deadly mistake. He went after the healer. He flew through the air, his mace lifted to crush Izao. Izao! Huang screamed, but Yunam was quicker. Not so quickly, the regressor said calmly, his Gungnir spear flashing out to block the blow, striking the assassin directly in the stomach. The man fell to the ground, shocked that the spear had managed to hit him, when he was certain he had evaded it. The perfect defense was now broken. The steel wall now had a breach. As his allies ran to his position, the commander's mace began to grow wicked metal thorns. That is it, he seethed. Now you will all perish. But Huang had seen what he needed to. They were impatient, rushed, and he understood why. You'd better finish this up quickly, he called out, a smirk on his face. Your master must be getting quite angry by now. The 3 assassins stopped. The blue-haired man demanded to know what he was talking about. You are too impatient, Ho Yong went on, just like the master of the Red Moon Guild. Park Yangsik. Their faces turned pale. How do you know that name? One of them stuttered. The wall was no longer just breached. It was demolished. Ho Yong pressed his advantage, his words like sharp daggers. How many trials have you failed? Because your commander lost his temper? Their professional demeanor broke down, replaced with pure, panicked fury. Their defenses were completely gone. That was the cue. In a flash, the 3 most powerful students moved. As one, Yunam's spear struck the leader's stomach once more. Soyun's bullet tore through his side, and Hoyong's blade cut across his chest in a deep diagonal slash. They had concentrated all of their might on a single enemy. The blue-haired man fell. His 2 surviving allies looked on in horror. Then, the black-haired one started to laugh. We will end here, he said, sheathing his blade. They went over to their fallen commander and lifted him onto their shoulders. The boss is likely going to kill us for this, he said to his ally. Then, he looked at Ho Yang's party, but seeing the future hunters of Korea, I have no regrets. With a smile, they disappeared. The system declared their triumph. The trial was finished, with only 2 minutes remaining. They had been victorious. As the party celebrated, Yunam approached Hoyong. You knew, he said. Shouldn't you be thanking me first? Hoyong joked. The regressor blushed, embarrassed, and muttered a soft thank you. I'm sorry, Hoyong smirked. I did not quite catch that. Thank you, Yunam said, louder, a look of true appreciation on his face. Nothing like this has occurred in my previous regressions. Be more cautious from here on, Ho Yong said, his tone becoming serious as he turned to depart. This regression will be your most challenging. Yunam called out, I have one final question. Are you also a regressor? Ho Yong stopped, then looked over his shoulder with a knowing smile. No, he said, I'm something much greater than that. A hand came to rest on our hero's shoulder, asking where he was going. He had forgotten to tell him one crucial detail, the way to break the curse of regression. A brand new day starts. The teacher announces that he will be creating the groups for the following day's dungeon practice. Our hero is not paying attention. His thoughts are, in fact, focused on Yunam. That man truly knows how to get things done. He looks at his inventory and notices an item named Thea's Armor. It gives a 25% increase to defensive power, a rare artifact. The MC knows that this was a gift of thanks, given in exchange for the answer he had provided on how to break the regression curse. It is becoming much simpler for our hero to accept realities. They're difficult to believe. This type of thing generally only happens in books. The teacher calls out. Group 4 will be led by Yunam, with members Wu Jiho, Shin Sungbyum, Go Yang-woo, and Lee Hoyeon. Our hero is happy to hear he is in Yunam's party, just as he had intended. It was all because of the ring of Nika. To get the best prizes, he had to find a way into Yunam's group, but it was not yet time to be happy. Later, in the school's outdoor space, Yunam comes up to him. Are you aware? He asks. The dungeon we are practicing in tomorrow is going to be a frenzied one. Our hero says nothing, so Yunam goes on. A frenzied phenomenon in a dungeon occurs sometimes, but it makes no sense for them to happen at the same time. In all his previous regressions, he had always had trouble in these dungeons, but he never discovered why. Yunam looks straight at the MC and says, I require you to share any details you may have. If your existence is something greater than regression itself, then you must know something. Based on the book our hero read, 3 of the 4 parties created will experience the Frenzied Dungeon. In that event, the only party to escape destruction is Group 4, Yunam's party. However, the specifics of the frenzied phenomenon are never explained. In the book, our hero replies that even he does not know everything. Yunam does not take this answer. He grabs our hero by his clothes, yelling, what is fated to happen will happen. But should we not at least try to do something? Our hero shouts back that he truly has no idea. The author never provided any clues in the novel, ending that section vaguely, so there was nothing he could do. Nearby, Seoyeon hears our hero's voice and knows. As she comes closer and turns the corner, she asks, what are you two doing? From her point of view, it seems like our hero and Yunam are ripping at each other's clothes. A scene that seems far too much like something from a yaoi story. Seoyeon stops, unable to speak. The 2 boys do not know how to respond, either. She turns her back to them and says that she must be lost. They both shout at her, claiming it is not what it seems. But she quickly walks off. We are now inside the dungeon. The professor tells Group 4 to go in. They walk through the portal, and the system declares their arrival, sending a new trial to our hero. He has to clear the dungeon he has been given. He is still embarrassed by the mistake with Seoyeon, but he has the much bigger problem of the frenzied phenomenon to solve. Yunam tells them to split up and check the dungeon first. If something happens, they should tell them on the radio. Everyone agrees. Our hero, however, is still deep in thought, walking aimlessly through the dungeon. As he walks, he ends up in a very long hallway and starts to think to himself. The parties involved in the frenzied dungeon incident are groups 4, 9, and 12. Group 4 is his own. Group 9 has Izeo and Seoyeon, and Group 12 has Song. Group 9 will most likely be fine. Izeo has healing powers, and an assassin with the tower's blessing would not die so simply. On the 5th floor, it is truly remarkable how our hero can worry about the very same person who tried to send him to his death. Group 12 is led by Song. Our hero thinks about it and wishes the best for his fake Yujiro friend. Suddenly, a wolf's paw appears in front of him. He instantly senses the presence, and when he looks up, at least 4 wolves are in front of him, salivating and prepared to eat him down to the bone. Our hero draws his sword, thinking he has to focus on his own situation first. The problem was the person with him, who was cowering behind his back. His name was Go Yan-woo. An explorer class, he was the youngest player, and he was sobbing. He apologizes to our hero, who is totally confused by the situation, not knowing why he is in tears. The wolves have already been slain. Our hero goes up to the other boy, and a memory comes back. He recalls being seen as the weakest in the group. This boy had been one of the ones who voted for him to go on the death mission. At the very start, he asks, you still have not forgotten what happened before, have you? The boy says that he should have spoken to him sooner, but could not find the courage. He apologizes once more, tears falling like a river down his face. He tries to dry them, and the MC just stands there quietly, waiting for him to finish, thinking that the kid is too soft-hearted. He grips the boy's shoulders. You do not have to apologize. He says, if something like this happens again, you must do the same thing. The situations they're in are as real as it gets in this tower, where their lives could be taken at any time. He will not survive with such a sensitive heart. Learning to think of himself first is the only way he will make it out alive. He smiles at the boy, then messes up his hair. You do not have to feel guilty. The boy manages to smile, getting weepy again. I think you are incredible, he says. The MC pulls back. I have no idea what you're talking about, but it is too late. The kid is already in awe of it. Yanwu now more upbeat. says, "You must have been someone truly amazing before the end began." But our hero is quiet for a second, as memories of his own past start to come back. Just because he came from an orphanage, he had to fight against prejudice and live a desperate life. Before he realized it, he was in his 20s, a regular employee, making a salary that was just enough to feed himself. The only thing that made him even a little special in the tower was because of that single coincidence with the monster he had rescued. If it was not for that one moment, he might not have made it this long. Who was he to instruct anyone on anything? Yangwu calls our hero's name, asking what he was thinking about so deeply, but Hoyong just ignores it, saying that it was nothing. The younger boy then thanks him. He clarifies that, even though Hoyong told him to put his own survival first, our hero himself is constantly putting himself in harm's way to save others. Yangwu looks at the MC one more time, a smile of total admiration on his face, and says he wants to be just like him, someone who can help other people. The words leave Hoyong speechless, but also happy. What mattered was what occurred. From this point on, the path ahead is the only one you can take. He thinks this to himself while gently patting Yongwu's head. The boy puts his hands on a stone wall. The MC asks if this is the location he felt this strange energy coming from. Yongwu agrees, saying something must be leaking out from there. Our hero understands that his amazing senses cannot pick up everything. If this is something only an adventurer can feel, then there's only one thing to do. He tells Yongwu to step back. The MC draws his sword and prepares a strike. From his level 3 sword technique, the attack explodes against the wall, starting a strange reaction and creating a second, larger explosion. At that very instant, the system announces that they have entered the labyrinth. They are pulled into a cave filled with brilliant, glowing gems of all different colors. Our hero looks around and realizes something very important. This labyrinth was never once mentioned in the novel. Even in Yunam's Endless Regressions, there was never any mention of this location. This leads to only one conclusion in our hero's mind. This area was not made by the book's creator. As Ho Young and Yangwu go deeper, our hero suspects this place might have clues as to why the frenzy. Dungeon incident happened. While they were exploring, Yangwu pulls on our hero's sleeve. They look forward and see a number of humans in the labyrinth. Or rather, as our hero looks more closely, he sees they are not human at all. The system window calls them the fairy race, with one at level 134. His name is Jamba Jamba, and his stats are incredibly high. The dwarf-like being complains that this is a huge hassle, standing with 6 others, who also have very impressive levels and stats. Do they have a Snow White back home too? Our hero looks at them and asks, "What are these creatures?" One of the dwarves, named Kum, tells the others to hold on. Those two, they are not characters, he says, pointing right at the MC. Especially the very tall one. The dwarf then yells, accusing him of altering the story completely by giving Yunam a definite spoiler. Jamba Jamba glares at our hero with hate in his eyes and says, "We need to have a talk." 7 beings gather around our hero with their arms crossed. He might have been worried if they were not all half as high. Jamba Jamba demands to know who he is. Our hero wonders where he is even looking, and instinctively covers his private area with his hands. He then replies that he was a reader who had read about this world. Another dwarf asks if he just woke up in the novel one day, and our hero agrees it was something similar to that. 2 of them start to whisper among themselves, debating whether or not to believe him. Our hero then asks who they are. They say that they are the repair fairies. Shouldn't they be repair dwarves? They clarify that they fix plot holes in poorly made novels. Like this one, Jamba Jamba even tries to strike a cool pose, but his hammer has disappeared. Our hero realizes these must be characters from the novel. He smirks and says, "You must have a very hard time with all the plot holes that need fixing. The fairies or dwarfs, I cannot decide." Start to get emotional at the MC's understanding. The book must be truly awful in our hero's view too. He agrees, stating, "It was incredibly difficult for me to finish reading that piece of trash." The fairies begin to laugh, saying they were just about to bury him right here, but now they will just erase his memories and let him go. This horrifies our hero. It is amazing how they can say something so terrifying with such serious expressions. He cannot allow them to do that. If he were to lose his memories, finding this labyrinth after all this work will have been for nothing. Our hero shouts, "The 3rd floor's frenzy dungeon is the error you have not been able to fix yet. You still have not discovered the solution for it." Jamba Jamba's hand, which was getting closer, freezes completely when he hears about the error. The fairies demand to know how he is aware of that. Even if the book was complete garbage, he had still learned a few things from it. Smiling, our hero says that he believes he can provide them the solution to their problem. A portal appears in the middle of nowhere. Our hero and Yangwu are pulled out of the labyrinth. Yangwu looks at our hero, but he is just standing motionless, staring into nothing. He asks what's wrong, but gets no reply. Had the dwarves heard him? Yangwu yells our hero's name, but he does not seem to hear it, his voice seeming far away and weak. We go back in time. Our hero is telling the fairies. He thinks he knows how to fix the frenzy dungeon problem for them. The lead fairy thinks to himself that if they leave it as it is, it will become the largest plot hole in history, and their reputation as repairers will be destroyed. He chooses to hear what our hero has to say, but keeps his hands prepared to wipe his memory at any moment. Our hero explains that they must merge the 3 dungeons that are scheduled to enter frenzy, joining them into one by using a portal. Another fairy adds that if they merge them, it would appear more normal for one huge dungeon to go frenzy, instead of 3 smaller ones at the same time. Jamba Jamba agrees that it sounds plausible, but if the dungeon's size grows, so will the prizes. The other fairy says that he is right. It would cause a result that not even they could control. Ho Young sees their worry about ruining the story. If Yunam gets a prize larger than he was supposed to, he clenches his hands and plays his last card. Then would it not work better? He asks, if I get the entire prize instead of Yunam? The dwarves start to discuss the idea among themselves. Our hero thinks that the dice have been rolled. He was leaving the issue of luck to the ring of Nika. Jamba Jamba announces their decision. It will be better for all of us if our hero's memories were erased. The statement completely shocks him. If an extra character were to get such a massive prize, it would also create a complicated situation for them. The MC tries to object, but it is too late. Jamba Jamba's hand is already on his head somehow, and he is yelling and flipping off all the fairies. We go back to the present, where Yangwu is hitting the MC so hard. He is spitting what looks like ketchup. He cannot wake our hero from his stupor, so he takes one of the fairies' hammers from his bag, wondering what they had done to him. Our hero is standing, completely bruised, murmuring Yongwoo's name and saying he is fine. The boy sees he is back and is relieved. But our hero is shaking, thinking he was about to get hit with the hammer. They continue their walk through the dungeon, and Yangwu apologizes for the slaps, saying he thought his memories had been erased. I almost thought he would use the hammer to repair our hero, but it was not needed. Our hero thinks to himself that he was fortunate. The trial has a time limit. He had used that as a reason to avoid the memory wipe. After all, there was no reason to erase the memories of someone who would be leaving this place soon. Anyway, as they walk together, our hero notices the hammer in the boy's bag and asks if it belongs to Jamba Jamba. Yangwu becomes excited and says that when the fairies left with our hero, one of them dropped the hammer, so he decided to keep it. The system window shows the item. It was a fairy's mechanic hammer with the power of fixing broken items, a chance to make them stronger, and a 24-hour cooldown. Our hero is impressed. It is a one-of-a-kind item. He looks at the boy and thinks that he is not just some weak and helpless kid. A secret mission appears for our hero. He needed to be the first to finish the dungeon secretly, and the prize was also a secret. This was probably part of the secret deal he made with the fairies, so that he would not become another mistake in the story. The trial had a rule that he had to do everything without being noticed. If he could do it, a special prize was waiting. Suddenly, the ground starts to shake beneath their feet. He knows it is beginning. The system announces that due to an unknown force, the dungeon is now becoming frenzied. More powerful monsters have started to appear. The 3 dungeons have been joined into one. Yangwu yells our hero's name, asking what is going on. 3 dungeons, now 1. Our hero keeps walking and tells the boy to stay alert. He should go northeast to locate Yunam. With his scouting power, he can avoid the most deadly monsters and get to him safely. The kid is tougher than he seems. If he is with Yunam, the MC will not have to worry about it. Yangwu asks what our hero is planning to do. He just gives a small smile. And with that, we move to another area of the dungeon, suddenly spewing poison in all directions. A side character cries out, "Why has this happened?" Another replies the frenzy has roused the beasts. He thanks Izeo, saying her power kept them from death. She roars at the student to stay focused. As he turns, the scorpion's barb is mere inches from his throat. Abruptly, the deadly stinger stops dead. The cadet opens his eyes. The scorpion's head is now gone, and in that moment, she arrives. Seoyun scoffs, "Is this a field trip? Wake up now, unless you wish to become a pile of bones." Meanwhile, our hero is on the move, cutting down every beast in his way. When the sound of Soyun's rifle echoes, he realizes he has entered the same dungeon as her party. While her firearm gives her an edge against these monsters, they remain a lethal threat to the other students. Our hero must proceed with utmost caution. He cannot offer them his direct aid. He surges forward, understanding. His only option is to conquer this dungeon with all possible speed. A colossal purple scorpion emerges atop a mound of skulls. Its crimson eyes burn with a fierce light, and its grotesque maw opens, unleashing a terrifying screech as it readies for its next victim. Our hero finds himself at the mouth of a cavern within the dungeon. He begins his descent, lured by the foulest, most toxic stench in this entire place. The scorpion is immense, already looming right before him. This must be the legendary Scorpion King. Will he now become the Rock? The scorpion's poisonous strike is swift, but our hero is far swifter, evading to the side. However, our hero is on high alert. The beast has endless venom and will not cease its barrage, making a close-range approach impossible. Unum can manage with Group 4 in one way or another, but the other 2 dungeons require his aid. He may be doing this to claim the top rank, but he cannot allow such a tragedy to unfold on his watch. Our hero surges forward, evading the beast's venomous spray, and lands a diagonal cut, aimed directly for its weak neck. The blow was not enough to fell the beast, so he vaults into the air. A moment later, a powerful blow strikes from his side, slamming our hero and launching him directly into a wall. The impact was a direct hit, pinning our hero against the wall with its immense power. The monster starts to shriek, almost as though it is laughing at his very predicament. The hero knows he must close the distance, no matter the cost. He lands on the ground and once more confronts the creature. He possesses a final trump card and wonders if he has any choice but to play it. He says he did not wish to use it this early, but he launches himself toward the massive beast. There's no more time to hold back. Before this dungeon, our hero had gotten a side mission, a unique challenge from his instructor, to spill a single drop of water from a full pail. Our hero agreed because the prize was a flawless, single-use shield. Back in the present, the monster is spewing all of its poison against him, but he activates the flawless shield. This item was an absolute cheat, enabling him to completely nullify any one attack. The beast is baffled that its poison had no effect, so it brings its pincer down for a physical strike. Our hero prepares his counter, his eyes burning with the might he is about to release. The attack descends in a vertical arc, cleaving the scorpion from head to tail, with his level 3 sword technique. The system declares that the boss has been vanquished. A gateway opens, and our hero walks through. He arrives in a new zone, the dungeon where Song was. The hero wonders if he is alright. He is now genuinely concerned about the fake Yujiro, and he is truly surprised by this very concern. He had the worst possible first impression of him. The man had called him worthless, but now he has somehow found a way into his heart. Our hero is appalled by this very possibility, and tries to tell himself that he is wrong. It was merely a sense of worry for an adversary, nothing more. He looks forward and finds himself in a totally empty zone. There was nothing. Then, something catches our hero's eye. A form bursts from the earth to attack him, but he parries with his blade. A tiny paw lands on the sword, and the creature flips acrobatically over his head. The beast ceases its spin and strikes. He sees it as a horn mole, and its level is too high for him to perceive. With a swift diagonal cut, our hero slices through the grotesque beast. It seems to have been vanquished, but then our hero looks back and sees multiple mounds rising from the dirt. Dozens of other moles start to emerge, rushing him. They're impossibly fast, assaulting him from all sides as red liquid splatters everywhere. Hoyong observes that despite their small size, they are incredibly swift and sharp. If he loses focus, this could become extremely perilous. Our hero endures the onslaught from the monsters, praying that Song is somehow still alive. Meanwhile, Song is once again shirtless, looking like Gray from Fairy Tale, while his comrades are strewn on the ground, badly wounded. Song is also injured, but he manages to bear the pain and remain standing. He curses the moles and rushes toward them, his fist held high. One of the monsters leaps from the earth as Song roars that he is the mole exterminator. He repeatedly slams his fists on the ground, yelling that he used to go around his neighborhood, destroying all the whack-a-mole machines. Song grows weary, and we now get the perspective of one of the moles. It sees Song's back and charges toward him at top speed. Song screams, but as he turns, he sees our hero with a mole skewered on his blade. He had just saved Song's life. The fake Yujiro asks what he is doing here, and our hero dryly notes that he managed to survive. Song becomes emotional and starts to well up, rushing to embrace our hero. But he's told to stay back while he is still asking politely. For now, our hero is glad to see Song alive, but the others are not so fortunate. Song apologizes. The moles ambush them. All at once, Our hero realizes he may not be able to save everyone. Even if they were just background characters from a novel, they were still living human beings. It felt as though they were his own comrades, too. Hoyoung's face grows grim, and he clenches his fists. Song asks what their next move should be. Can they escape from this place? The ground suddenly starts to quake. Song is startled, asking what has happened. But our hero says there's only one path forward. A giant mole bursts from the earth and assaults them both. Our hero defends against the strike with his blade. They must slay this dungeon's final boss. The mole is far larger than the others they had fought, but our hero is not afraid. Quite the opposite. The trial had at last concluded, and a hard rain was falling. An old man who looks like Dumbledore speaks at a microphone, offering his most sincere apologies for the incident. He explains that they know no amount of reparations can soothe the grief of those who lost loved ones, but the Academy will do everything in its power to help. Our hero and Yunam are walking side by side under the rain. He apologizes for being unable to save everyone, but Yunam disagrees. No, he says, I have returned countless times, but not once did I stop the dungeon from going berserk. Somehow, our hero had prevented the deaths of many students, when all of them should have been annihilated. The sun starts to rise. Yunam stops walking and declares that he now acknowledges our hero's existence as something far beyond a simple regressor. The two share a smile. Yunam hands a handkerchief to our hero and says he will look for his advice from this day forward. He then turns and leaves, leaving our hero holding the handkerchief in his hands. It almost seemed as if he was asking the MC out. How strange is that, right? Our hero wipes his face with the handkerchief, but apologizes in his thoughts, because the Hoyoung Lee that Yunam will see tomorrow is not it. They will be leaving this mission very soon, just as Yunam longs to see the winter of his 32nd year, and also reach the conclusion of this novel. Our hero also must advance to the floor that is next, and reach the very end of this tower. Yunam's conclusion has already been determined, but our hero would be the one to determine the conclusion of this tower. Someone yells our hero's name, telling him to wait. His party is coming closer, and our hero thinks that, in truth, they're all the ones who will shape the end of it all, and they're all wishing for a happy one. The system declares that the 5th floor trial has been finished. One of the side characters says they all did well and made it through the trial, while another says he feels much older. Everyone there is celebrating, but our hero is especially happier than anyone else. He obtained a new skill, intermediate sword technique. Just the thought that he couldn't buy this in the system shop was good enough. One level in a sword skill already made a massive difference. Imagine obtaining an entire intermediate level. And that was not all. As a prize from the hidden mission the fairies gave him, there was one other thing, a new class slot. He thinks to himself that he never thought he'd have to work 2 jobs at the world's end too. But compared to all the other jobs he once had, he has never been as thrilled as he is now. He crushes the items in his hand to absorb them. The system notifies him that he has obtained a new class. Our hero was wishing for something like a Shadow Monarch, a Rune Regent, or maybe a King of Coins. The system starts to unveil his new class, and he grows more and more thrilled, waiting to see what it is. The Ring of Nika, which stayed with him even after the trial ended, starts to glow, and our hero's new class is Tamer. His face tells the whole story. He yells at the system, demanding where the incredible class he was anticipating went. Seoyeon just looks at him, confused. A moment later, our hero stops and thinks for a second. Tamer. He starts to recall the past, a time when a small cat began to follow him. He told it to stop, as he could not care for it. The cat looked at him, confused, and let out a soft meow. Our hero blushed and said that, even if it looked at him with such a cute face. The cat made a sad face, and our hero shut his eyes, blushing even harder, and he ran away, apologizing to the kitten for being unable to adopt. He did not have much money in those days, so he had to leave the cat. But the situation was different now. If he could officially become a cat's butler, then the Tamer class might not be such a bad idea, right? The system notifies our hero that he's been given a new guide. He gets excited. It has been a while since he has seen one of these. The guide declares, there's a beast on the 7th floor he can make into a pet. Besides being fast and powerful in battle, it can also be utilized for transportation. Our hero thinks about the abilities the guide details and wonders if it is some type of wolf. Huang becomes thrilled. Soon, he will be able to get to the 7th floor and claim his pet. He strikes a happy pose, thinking it is the very first time. He has truly looked forward to the next floor's trial. The issue was thinking they would get to the 7th floor quickly was a total miscalculation. The 6th floor's trial was named Endless Battle. Izeo was at the back, healing everyone as they battled against a vast number of orcs, werewolves, and other vile beasts. Yangwu even uses his backpack as a weapon to slam a goblin against a solid wall. The beasts just keep coming at our hero's group. He rushes forward with the other players, slaying each foe with great ease. Many monsters are already down, and our hero looks exhausted. This trial was truly without end. Song, however, is having a fantastic time slaying as many beasts as possible. Our hero wonders why he is so thrilled. Hwoyong asks if he is not tired of killing monsters, but he answers that a chance to get this much experience is rare. So no, our hero understands Song's reasoning. The fifth floor's trial did not permit leveling up because it lacked that idea in its story. Song looks at our hero and sees that he has hit level 5. Our hero slays another beast without even glancing at it. The problem is, for him, hitting level 5 made no difference, as his attributes had already reached their limit for his level. The system tells him that his stats have hit the maximum allowed. If he does not break the limit through his own training, he will not be able to raise them any further. It had been wonderful for our hero to monopolize so many items for himself from the last trial, but he needed to train too. Suddenly, he hears many gunshots and looks back. Seo-yun was eliminating countless monsters, and her attributes were already greater than our hero's. He gets mad and wonders if there is no limit to an assassin's stats. Seo-yun catches his stare. She glares back at him with loathing and asks what he's looking at. Do you wish to be sent to the next world right now? Our hero gives her a thumbs up and says, I just wanted to encourage you to stay strong during the trial. Her attitude is very disagreeable in his view, but because of her, the trial situation is almost totally resolved. The time was at last approaching. He thinks about the pet he can claim on level 7 and asks it to wait for him. The 7th floor trial will at last begin soon, and it is in a strengthening area. When someone kills a monster on the 7th floor, there's a chance to obtain a strengthening crystal. The players wonder if it is some type of enhancement item that shows up in games. The tower's sound system continues, explaining that players can use gold and crystals to empower their items. However, they cannot empower items that are not weapons or armor. The system screen shows the rules for the 7th floor trial. They can travel between the hub and the 7th floor zone to hunt and empower their items. And the completion time is 72 hours. So they had 3 entire days to hunt, gain experience, and enhance their gear. Juno says that if there are no completion rules, it means the floor will be finished as soon as the 72 hours are done. A female player notes that even the tower has a bonus floor for them. And another says they have been battling hard until now. A girl points out the shop has an item they can purchase called Strengthening Crystal Chance Increase. It raises the chance of a crystal dropping after monsters are slain, and it costs 1,000 gold. Some people buy it. They are going to enhance their items to the maximum and get ready for the floor that is next. Now it was time to begin the trial. Everyone begins running toward the trial's gateway. Our hero sees that everyone is excited about this floor. They will only go back to normal after they have used all the gold from the last trial. For our hero, who is using the Ring of Nika, this area is essentially giving him a free bonus. But the main prize is something else entirely. The pet he plans to find on the 7th floor. Our hero walks toward the portal and says that now it is time to get a pet and become stronger. Everyone is slaying as many beasts as possible. That the crystals are not dropping as easily as he thought. Secheng looks at him and says it is because he is not desperate enough. He must search with the desperation of a soldier seeking a lost bullet casing. Juno wonders what in the world that is supposed to mean. Someone is punching a wolf like Luffy using his Gatling gun. Someone called PETA for the love of God. It was our hero who was beating up the wolf. He was trying not to slay it, but even with his bare fists, he was still too powerful for the beasts. Song yells that a strengthening crystal finally appeared for him, and everyone looks. He says he is lucky, and that he has always been called the god of strengthening since he was a child. Our hero remembers the other nicknames he has claimed, and wonders just how many he has had in his life. Our hero calls out to the fake Yujiro. Song immediately says he could not possibly give this item away, not even to him. Our hero says, that is not it. Hwoyong asks what he plans to strengthen, since he only battles with his bare hands. Song realizes this and falls into a deep depression, having nothing to use the crystal on. Our hero throws the poor wolf to the ground, thinking it was not qualified to be his pet. It was too small and weak. He still had plenty of time, so he would search for his pet in the surrounding areas. The system shows that only 2 hours were left. Have they been there for 70 hours now? That is what I call a time skip. Our hero is walking around the area, already biting his nails with nervousness and anxiety, because he has not found his pet. And time is almost up. He had found a few candidates, like a king bear. It was very cute, but it was too slow to be used for transportation. He also found a black wolf. which was fast but had low stamina and got tired very quickly. A two-headed cat that was just too bizarre, even though cats are usually cute. His finger was already bleeding from biting it so much. He remembers the information the guide gave him. It could have at least said where to find the pet. He had managed to get 3 crystals so far, so it was not a complete waste of time. But if he does not get the pet, it will be. He hears a noise in a bush and sees a silhouette. That catches his attention. Something leaps out, does 3 somersaults, and lands on its feet right in front of our hero. He looks at the monster and wonders if it has finally appeared. 2 boxing gloves appear in front of him. The system announces that it is a level 20 kangateo. It looks very powerful, and our hero also sees that it is very ugly. There was no way such an ugly kangaroo could be his pet, but he had to at least check if it was the one. So he raises his guard to fight the monster. The creature starts speaking in its own tongue. That does not know why, but is not like. Our hero, the MC, beckons it to fight. The kangateo readies itself as well, raising its guard. The 2 of them leap forward at the same time. Their fists collide, and a very strong shockwave is created from the impact. They had both managed to break through each other's guard, and their fists were close to the opponent's face. The kangateo uses its other arm to deliver an overhead punch, but our hero dodges by leaning his head back. At that moment, he pulls back his right arm and throws another overhead punch. But our hero jumps back and also dodges the blow. Its punch was very heavy. He really is powerful. And more importantly, he has incredible speed. His legs are so strong, they almost look like springs. He would be Bellamy if Bellamy were a furry in One Piece. The kangateo's jump was so strong that the ground beneath it shatters. And in the next instant, it is already in front of our hero. Hoyong takes a sequence of very fast punches and realizes that all this speed comes from its muscular legs. The furry Bellamy gets excited and asks our hero what he thought of his blows. Hoyong is already on top of him. What the kangateo had hit was just an afterimage. The MC thinks that the monster was not cool or even cute, but it was the pet he was looking for. He grabs the kangateo by the ears and mounts its shoulders, leaving the monster bewildered by Hoyong's audacity. System announces that our hero had become the master of the kangateo. It is on its knees, bowing before him. He needed to give the kangateo a name. You might as well call him Bellamy. That would be fun. Our hero was thinking of a catchy name for the kangateo, which was still bowing before him. Suddenly, the boy has an idea. The kangateo's name would be Kong-Soo, in honor of a Korean children's cartoon. Kong-Soo seems to have really liked his new name, as he gives our hero a radiant smile, which in truth startles him. Maybe he should look for a cuter pet. At that moment, Kong-Soo begins to shine brightly. Our hero's vision is momentarily blinded. The glow is so intense that it illuminates the entire area where he stood. When the MC can finally look towards the light again, he is amazed. Kong-Soo had transformed into a miniature, incredibly cute version of himself, resembling a small rabbit. Our hero is moved by so much cuteness. Time ran out, and the 7th floor trial had finally ended. Back in the tower's hub, everyone is staring at the ground. Izeo is in awe, while the others are just confused. They were all looking at the miniature Kong-Soo, who was practicing boxing moves. They ask if it is a kangaroo. Our hero tells them to say hello to Kong-Soo, and the pet offers a small salute. Juno asks what is going on. Our hero explains that somehow he had managed to get an additional class, and was now a tamer. Juno finds it strange that Hoyong said he got the class somehow. Our hero tenses up, because that excuse was too weak for anyone to believe. But then, Juno says he believes it, adding that having just one class was truly too little for someone like Hoyong. Everyone there begins to congratulate our hero, saying it is what is expected of the almighty Hoyong. Someone like him really should have at least 2 classes. They all start calling him Almighty Hoyong, and someone tells Kong-Soo it is a pleasure to meet him. Kong-Soo starts to wonder if he is in some kind of cult, where everyone worships his master. And he gets completely confused with the pet in his hands. The MC asks everyone if they manage to strengthen their equipment, but most of them do not even answer the question. Looking depressed, it seems things did not go as expected. He had a feeling this would happen when they started falling behind. Our hero hears a laugh beside him and looks over. Yangwu is wearing a new backpack, and the system identifies it as a high-level leather backpack. He remembers the situation with the fairies, when Yangwu kept one of their hammers, and wonders if the hammer helped him find crystals more easily. Based on the information the guide provided, he had succeeded in enhancing the backpack 3 times. Our hero pats Yongwoo's head, thinking that he is much smarter than he looks. Even Kong-Soo praises him. Izeo approaches our hero and asks if he had not enhanced any of his items. Hoyong then shows off his sword and then his armor, both of which were now unique class. He strikes a pose to show the items to everyone, and they begin to praise him even more. Our hero is loving all the attention, while Seo-Yun was trembling with rage, because she had not managed to get a single crystal. At that moment, our hero still had no idea what was going to happen to them in the future. Everyone was still praising him and calling him almighty, when suddenly, the flames of the lobby's torches go out. Everything goes dark. The players, noticing the darkness, start to get nervous. A voice emerges, saying they looked much better after some time apart. Ho-Young and Seo-Yun looked to the side, recognizing the voice approaching them with slow steps. It was none other than Sniffles, who remarked that they must have had a very comfortable time. Since he left, everyone is staring at Sniffles, nervous about the next trial he would give them. Sniffles says he has prepared a small event for them, since they seem so bored. Fake Yujiro immediately asks what kind of nonsense he was going to pull on them now. And our hero finds the whole thing very sinister. Sniffles' hands begin to glow with red flames, and he says they must have had moments when they wished for someone else's ability. The players realize he is about to do something. With a wave of his hands, Sniffles sends several red fireballs towards the tower's torches, illuminating the place once again. In order to satisfy those needs they had, he had specially prepared this event. Sniffles' arms are open wide, and there are other people behind him. A group, including a man with a mustache and short hair, stood before our hero and his team. He roars, beckoning all to savor this glorious festival. A system window declares the event's true purpose. Their grim task: eliminate players from rival zones. The prize? A sliver of the vanquished's power. Our hero stares, stunned by the mission's cruel terms. He knew this calm was merely the storm's eye. His gaze falls upon the opposing faction, and he muses that he cannot know their true natures. But surely, sane minds would seek to avert this situation, this path of needless slaughter and bloodshed. As he prepares to broker a truce with the rivals, Seo-Yun lifts her firearm, shattering the fragile piece. His eyes lock onto the gleaming weapon. Instantly, the enemy legion brandishes their own arms. He cries out her name, a desperate plea. But her focus is now far beyond his words. Her gaze is a predator's, fixed on the prey. Frustration boils within our protagonist. He had hoped some shred of humanity remained within her soul. He forgot her true calling. She is an assassin. Every warrior stands armed, save for our conflicted hero. Sniffles, the arbiter, stands between the tense factions. The enemy leader, Choi Gang-do, bellows out a challenge. He questions if their drawn weapons are an open invitation, a declaration of total, unbridled warfare. Our hero grimly wonders if this is the end. Will they dance to the tower's bloody, orchestrated tune? Sniffles covers his mouth, a gesture of feigned shock. Then he urges them to unleash their full might. The stage for this grand battle was now set. Sniffles declared he would transport them to the arena. He wished them all a very entertaining game. Our protagonist's eyes snap open. He discovers he is now in a solitary bed. The system broadcasts a chilling decree to all: fail to change rooms in 10 seconds and face certain death. Some hesitate, while others brace for the coming chaos. Our protagonist leaps from his bed. He sprints as the 10-second timer of death begins its count. He seizes a doorknob, cautiously turning the cold metal latch. He slips quickly into the next chamber. Room 34, wrenching the door open at the absolute final moment. He steps inside, and a calm voice greets his entrance. We have a guest. A man with a mustache sits at a table. A simple glass of water rests before him. He invites our hero to take a seat with him. He knows his name. This man is Sang-do, a commander class, a staggering level 25, far surpassing even the deadly assassin, Seo-Yun. This individual radiates an immense danger. The ominous notification warned that failing to switch rooms within 10 seconds meant death. This was a devious trap set by the tower, designed to sow chaos between the competing player factions, forcing them to meet foes in a state of high tension, making it far more likely they would clash with one another. Yet, something about this felt different. Sang-do apologizes, offering only humble water to his guest. Our hero is puzzled by his unnerving composure. The fact that he had identified him as the group's true leader, despite his low level, set Ho-Young completely on edge. This man was no ordinary player. Sang-do claims he has no desire to initiate an attack. If battle is brought to his group, they will respond, but would vastly prefer to avoid carnage. The hero replies that his side also wishes for peace, but he may have neglected to tell that to Seo-Yun. Sang-do laments that far too much blood has been spilled. He speaks with a tremble in his voice. He refuses to be a pawn in the tower's wicked games and lose more comrades. Our hero recalls his own vow. He had sworn he would no longer be fooled by the tower, and his allies had promised to stand beside him. Could it be that Sang-do is another victim of this tower? Someone desperately fighting to protect his own allies? Sang-do presses, asking if our hero feels the same way, and if he is willing to form an alliance. Ho-young confirms that he is. But even if the two leaders can agree, the remainder of their squads are scattered. So how can they communicate this new plan? Our hero glances at Sang-do's status window, and then it hits him. He possesses an ability that could resolve this entire situation. Sang-do says there is a solution, revealing his skill, telepathy. If he can promise no one from his team will strike first, Sang-do's group, he will order his own comrades not to attack. Using telepathy, our hero is struck by his candor. To unveil such a skill before a potential adversary, this man has to be genuine. He can believe that no one in his own party desires a fight. The wild card, however, is Seo-yun. Regardless, there is no other option. If he wishes for this trial to conclude without casualties, he must secure this alliance by any means necessary. Sang-do declares that his group is peaceful. If the enemy does not provoke them, they will never be the first to draw blood. Our hero explains that one member joined his party partway through their journey. Sang-do instantly discerns he is referring to Seo-yun. Our hero confirms it, admitting he cannot restrain her. Should she cause any trouble, he will handle her personally. Sang-do claims to understand. He will place his trust in our protagonist and relay the message to his party via telepathy. Our protagonist moves to another room. This time, he finds it completely empty. He believes that this is a good start. The truce with the opposing faction's leader has been peacefully established. Now, he just has to locate Seo-yun. He murmurs this as he raises a hand, revealing a glowing map of their positions. After clearing the grueling 7th floor trial, our hero had amassed over 50,000 gold and purchased a random skill box from his unique shop. The shop had already reached level 5, giving him access to items others could not obtain. And an incredibly useful new skill had manifested. The skill's name was Minimap. He could now perceive every player on a map of his current surroundings. This power is so overwhelming. It's practically a cheat code. The stage, a small 5-story hotel. The good news, for the moment, everyone was alive. He searches for Seo-yun, spotting her in room 505 on the 5th and final floor. Suddenly, a sudden noise jolts the protagonist from his thoughts. He glances back, then stares again at his map. The red dot in the same room as Seo-yun had vanished. The system's cruel notification appears once more. They were commanded to change rooms instantly. The timer, a mere 10 seconds. Our hero bolts at full speed toward the 4th floor, where Seo-yun was. Before the timer hits 0, he discovers room 41 and bursts through the door. One of Sang-do's own comrades lies on the floor. The life had already drained from his body. A burning rage consumes our protagonist. He lunges at Seo-yun, grabbing her shirt, calling her a monster. Ho-young demands to know what she has done. After he went to such great lengths to forge a truce with Sang-do, Seo-yun stares back, completely baffled, and asks what in the world he is talking about. She insists the other man was the one who struck first, screaming for her to die. Our hero doesn't believe her. His hand remains tightly clenched on her collar. The system reveals an assassin can perceive the number of people that another person has slain. The protagonist suddenly realizes this was the description for one of an assassin's abilities. He questions why this knowledge was revealed to him now. In that instant, he recalls Seo-yun's hostile stance when she first saw the enemy party in the tower lobby. Had she seen the kill count of a member in Sang-do's group? Seo-yun cries out that she is telling the truth and demands to know if he truly doubts her word. Our hero releases his grip on Seo-yun's shirt. The truth dawns on him. Seo-yun saw Sang-do's kill count before the trial began. Now, the fragments of the puzzle began to click into place. Sang-do holds a glass of wine and says, "What an interesting coincidence that we have met once more." He beckons the protagonist to enter and sit down. Our hero asks if he truly believes this was a coincidence. Ho-young draws his blade, declaring he knows the whole truth. He tells Sang-do to drop the act of feigned ignorance. He labels Sang-do a cold-blooded murderer. And this finally gets Sang-do's attention. A wicked smile forms beneath his mustache, and then he begins to let out a soft chuckle. This reaction completely unnerves our protagonist. Sang-do sticks out his tongue, a truly psychopathic expression, a visage nearly as twisted as Jun-sung's. He says, "Our hero's unique ability is quite fascinating." Sang-do is truly concealing his monstrous face. Our hero's hand trembles with fury as he grips his sword tightly. Our hero demands why he sent his allies to kill others. If he was so truly greedy, he could kill everyone himself, and he would have claimed far more power. Sang-do hurls the wine glass at our hero and replies that the reason is simple. When his personal army grows stronger, It is the same as he himself getting stronger. Our hero slices the glass clean in two and senses Sang-doo's minions attacking from behind him. The commander rushes forward, axe raised high to strike. He yells at our hero, stands alone, and asks if he believes he can handle him and his forces. The axe descends with the man's full power. A thunderous clash erupts, a shockwave in the small room. Our protagonist declares this was all a disgrace. The dust clears, and Sang-doo is utterly bewildered. Kong-soo glares at him, smoke billowing from his jaws, halting the axe with just a single hand. Our hero effortlessly parries the other three assailants. He and Kong-soo stand poised for a counterattack, and the protagonist declares that he is not alone. The commander stares, demanding to know what that thing is. He dares to call Kong-soo ugly, a truly deep offense. The veins on his powerful neck bulge with raw fury. Our hero admits he cannot deny the charge, and Kong-soo glances back at him, betrayed. Sang-doo says the more he learns of our protagonist, the more intriguing this all becomes. But there are only two of them here. They will not be able to overcome everyone present. Our hero states this fight is going to be simple. He and Kong-soo charge as one, a unified assault. With a single strike, he slams one man in the gut. He plans to eliminate the weaker links first. A spearman lunges forward to attack the hero, but he predicts the attack, and a tail ensnares his body. Before the man can process what is happening, our hero delivers a kick that sends him into the wall, instantly knocking him out of the fight. He gives Kong-soo a nod of thanks, and his pet grins. The Wolverine-like foe attacks Kong-soo, but he sees it coming and delivers a punch so powerful. The man's face is rendered flatter than a sheet of paper. The man is sent flying and is knocked unconscious. Kong-soo notes the wannabe's movements were far too obvious. Our protagonist turns to the commander and asks, "What are you going to do now? Since the army you praised so much has already collapsed." The man is trembling, calling the sight absurd. How were his powerful allies beaten so easily? But he cannot grasp why our hero did not send them to their doom. The men rise, preparing for another assault. Sang-doo puts on his psychotic face again and says, "Our protagonist possesses a very soft heart." The three attack in perfect synchronization. This time, the blows connect with our hero and his pet. The commander asks if he thinks he can survive the tower. With that kind of pathetic attitude, Sang-doo had made his move, and it struck our protagonist hard. The clash of steel was so ferocious. The walls and furniture were being shredded by the battle's intensity. Our hero asks if Kong-soo is alright, and he confirms that he is still standing. Ho-young begins to question how they regained their strength so suddenly. He hadn't seen any healing spells being used, but then he inspects closer and sees the horrifying truth. The monster had burned his own comrade's life force to forcibly awaken them. Ho-young was weakened and bleeding. He held a deep gash on his chest, blood pouring from his hand. The man confirms that our hero's guess was correct, and all of their attributes were now doubled in this state. He asks the protagonist for his thoughts. The men now seemed far more intimidating. Our hero says they'll perish if he continues to drain them, to the bitter end. Someone like Sang-doo, who treats his companions like they're disposable pawns, dared to claim he wanted to protect them. Sang-doo tells our hero not to look at him with such eyes. In this world, his own life was the most important thing. The man charges to attack, accusing our hero, saying he couldn't have survived this long without blood on his hands. Ho-young blocks and shoves Sang-doo away. He confirms that the commander speaks the truth. He was neither a saint nor a hero, but if a path existed to save one more soul, he would choose to walk down that righteous path, because that was the choice a true human being would make. That's why he didn't want to kill any of these men. But if he fails, his own precious comrades will be in danger. The protagonist says he must now harden his heart and begins to channel a massive azure aura. The commander is stunned and realizes something has shifted within our protagonist. He activates his impeccable senses skill. And once more, the floor glows blue with his power. The three attacks are about to land on him simultaneously. But Ho-young remains perfectly calm. With an incredibly swift movement, he evades every single blow and is now behind the three men. Then he makes a horizontal slash and shouts, lunging straight towards Sang-doo, who screams in terror at the protagonist's strike. The blow cuts Sang-doo diagonally, sending a shower of crimson from his chest. The commander's axe lies on the floor, broken in two. Someone lets out a derisive laugh. Sang-doo is on his knees, saying he is truly unfortunate. He thought he was fortunate to still be breathing. He thought our hero would send him directly to hell. He never imagined meeting someone as monstrous as our protagonist, especially not outside of a main tower mission. For the commander, his comrades were just disposable pawns. He could use and abandon them at any moment. As he collapses, he thinks maybe he was mistaken about that. Kong-Su lets out a triumphant roar of victory, and our protagonist merely glances over his shoulder. The system announces that Ho-Yeon was randomly absorbing a piece of his opponent's abilities. Most people from Sector C, 1520 have been evacuated, thus concluding the mission. Back in the lobby, Juno asks if everyone made it back safely. Secheng says he is incredibly relieved. He was extremely worried during that entire mission. Juno says it was a very close call for him. The man he was battling suddenly vanished. Our protagonist hears this and thinks that once more, everyone was able to make it out alive. He glances off to the side, and he sees CEO Yun sitting on the stairs by herself. He walks over to her and apologizes for misjudging her. She tells him not to misunderstand the situation. She didn't do it for them, regardless. He asks her to be a little more honest. She gets flustered and tells him to go away, and he complies. I'm beginning to believe they'll form a couple, but I still prefer Essel. How about you all? Hoyoung walks from her and wonders why she's an assassin. She does not appear to be inherently evil, but she must have her own hidden reasons. The tower speaker system activates to announce the event. Mission has concluded. The 8th floor trial will commence soon. Juno quickly asks if they must proceed to the next trial. So soon after the last, our hero thinks that their greatest trial yet is awaiting them on the next floor. The attributes he had toiled so hard to build had received a minor increase after the last battle. The protagonist received 5 points in agility and 3 in strength. A battle that hinges on superior attributes can have its tide turned in an instant. He recalls his grand speech about saving lives and thinks that if he were weaker, his words would have been utterly meaningless. He doesn't deserve to say such things right now. What he must perfect at this very moment are his skills, and skills alone. The 8th floor trial was the renewal of eligibility. Everyone is now assembled in the new area, awaiting the information needed to clear the mission. Sword in hand, prepared for the next battle. They are all standing before a statue of a knight in armor, holding a massive sword. And there are many people beside our hero's party in the area. Juno asks if that is what he suspects it is, and our hero confirms his fear, stating that everyone here are gladiators. Not to mention, there were some individuals our protagonist noticed were truly powerful. A window materializes in front of the crowd, and they all immediately summon their weapons. A silhouette appears. Someone asks if it's Sniffles, who is now being called Cum Cum. But our protagonist knows that it's not him. The shadow reveals its true form. It's wrapped in bandages covering its whole body. He uses one finger to lift a bandage up, exposing his single, glowing eye. That was the administrator of the tower's middle floors, and his name was Kim Kim. Everyone is impressed, and our protagonist wonders. Who in the world gives these rabbits their names? Kim Kim speaks, saying he despises people who ignore his words, so it would be wise for everyone to listen carefully now. His declaration makes the players incredibly nervous, but Kim Kim continues his speech. This was the requalification arena where gladiators of Region B4, 5, and 6 had all been assembled. Only those who achieve their gladiator qualifications will be allowed to advance to the next floor. Juno mutters they'll likely die if they fail the qualification, and our hero confirms that yes, they will. Kim Kim then declares the level 1 mission will begin now. The notification displays the mission's brutal details. They must form a party of 4 and kill a purple mammoth. They have 2 hours to eliminate 8 mammoths. This creature must be incredibly strong to require 4 people just to slay a single one. Our hero sees that his area contains 36 people. If the parties were formed with 4 people, then there would be 9 groups in total. The issue was there were only 8 mammoths. A blonde-haired man speaks out, saying the number of mammoths in groups doesn't align, and asks Kim Kim if they plan to eliminate one of the groups. The rabbit replies, questioning why they bother to ask such obvious things. Does he believe they are here for a nice picnic? Or maybe he's ignoring the words he just spoke. Kim Kim says this with a truly sinister expression. A moment of dreadful silence passes, and then the rabbit sits down in a more casual manner, and says that since they're doing the level 1 mission, he would add just one more condition to complete it. He once again takes on a frightening posture, and the system announces an additional condition. If you eliminate another player, you will be credited as having killed a purple mammoth. This new rule makes everyone in the arena grow tense, except for one man. This guy resembles Archer from Fate/UBW. Our hero thinks this new rabbit is just like Sniffles. They even create the same vile rules to satisfy their bloodlust. A portal opens up in the arena center. Everyone there begins rushing towards it for the mission, but there are still players who haven't even formed a group yet. Someone steps between the players and the swirling portal and asks everyone there to wait. It was the man who looks like Shiro Amiya. He gazes at the crowd, and asks if there is anyone present who is an assassin. Our protagonist is on high alert and questions what in the world that man was doing. His status window shows his name is Han Kong-hyuk, and he was an assassin. Why was one assassin seeking another? He is still standing before the portal, awaiting a response. Some people ask what it is to be an assassin. They had not heard of assassins within the tower before. An extra shoves past him and into the portal, saying he doesn't know what he means and doesn't care. The others also begin to run after the man into the portal. Everyone has now already gone inside, and Han says he thought there would be at least one other in the arena. He looks back and spots the protagonist party. Han asks to join their group, and a girl who was behind them also asks to join. He looks at the group, but one of his eyes remains shut. The protagonist group is running through the area for a mammoth. The girl thinks she got really lucky. All the men in her group are incredibly handsome. The protagonist ended up accepting both into his party, as they were the only ones who remained. Ultimately, it was for the best. This way, he could keep an eye on Han and learn what he truly wants. The guide sends a new message to our hero, stating that a hidden piece has appeared to the northeast, and a purple mammoth was caught in a barrier. The protagonist opens the mini-map while running, and sees the red dots are the purple mammoths, and the golden that must be the hidden piece. This was perfect. If they could kill that one, there would be no reason to kill anyone else. The protagonist leads the way for his party, and they sprint through the dark night. Han says he wasn't certain he should trust the words of a person with a level as low as our protagonists, but he really did manage to find one. They're standing before a purple mammoth chief, trapped inside a shimmering golden barrier. The system confirms they were facing a purple mammoth chief, and Han asks if this was a hidden part of the mission. Juno asks if Han is truly surprised, and says that Hyung cannot be judged by his level alone. He begins praising the protagonist so much that it starts to make him feel embarrassed, and the girl completely loses her interest in him. Han approaches Hoyoung, clearly very interested in him, but says he doesn't look like much. The nervous protagonist wonders, what on earth is the deal with this guy? He was extremely peculiar. Is he using his assassin's eyes on him? He had always been the one to observe others. So, was this what it felt like to be observed? The girl becomes incredibly excited by their proximity, and Juno thinks that she is quite strange. She says they must break the barrier if they want to kill the mammoth. Juno strikes it, but the attack has no effect. Our hero says it will open on its own eventually, and a system window then appears, informing them that the barrier will open after 5 mammoths have been defeated. The guide would never give our hero something he can't get, for mammoths have been slain so far. So soon, they will be able to fight the mammoth chief. A strange sound makes our protagonist jump. Immediately, he and Juno look over their shoulders, and Han was walking towards them, his sword drawn, and the girl's head was already flying in the air. Even her own sword had been cut in the strike. The girl's decapitated head flew through the air, a shocked expression frozen on her face. At the same time, Han's face was full of sadistic satisfaction. A moment later, the head hit the ground. Hoyoung gritted his teeth, feeling a great surge of rage, enraged by what he had just witnessed. Juno yelled at Han, demanding what he was doing, twirling the bloodied sword in his hands. The killer grinned and said it was just insurance, in case the powerful barrier did not open. Juno was incensed by these disgusting words, shouting at him if he was in his right mind. Would he really murder a person for just insurance? And a member of his very own team? Hoyoung was shaking with pure anger when he heard how casually Han answered the boy, his face contorted with shock and fury, and thoughts spun in his head that it was his own mistake, since he knew that the killer could act unpredictably, but did nothing standing before Han with the sword drawn. The boy realized that he was too happy about the hidden piece, and in that moment had lowered his guard. At some point, Han grew tired of listening to Juno's cries. Smoothing his hair back and licking his lips, the man said that since this occurred, he could just kill them all and claim the prize himself. Enraged by these words, Juno lunged at the murderer. Han filled his sword with energy, preparing to counter. In that instant, Hoyoung rushed towards them, placing himself between the two fighters. The boy took Han's blow on his sword while in midair. Juno was stunned to see his friend appear before him. Looking back at him, Hoyoung demanded he quickly fall back. The next moment, the energy on Han's sword broke from the blade and flew past. His gaze reflected terror as he followed the blast. Shards of Juno's sword flew through the air. When the boy took the sword's aura on his blade, it could not withstand the force and shattered. The remnants of the power Han used struck the red-haired man. Looking back at his fallen friend, Hoyoung cried out his name. In his blade, he could see the reflection of the boy who fell. Hoyoung involuntarily squeezed the hilt of his sword. Moments when he had been granted rare opportunities while fighting battles and winning. surfaced in his memory. Ho-young was shaking with helplessness, furious at himself for being unable to protect his comrades. He remembered again an event from his childhood. Noting how the boy remained completely still, Han wondered if he was paralyzed by fear. In the next instant, Ho-young spat a vile curse, but Han paid his words no heed, his gaze fixed on the event behind the boy. The seal containing the mammoth chieftain began to crumble. The beast swung its massive trunk toward them. Han noted with shock that the barrier had truly vanished. In an instant, a blast echoed across the jungle. A swathe of solid earth was pulverized to dust as the mammoth swung its great trunk once more. Ho-young snatched Juno and leaped to the side, hauling his fallen friend on his shoulder. The boy attempted his desperate escape. Han, in contrast, chose to remain and face the monster. After placing Juno beneath a large tree, Ho-young began to check his wounds. The boy breathed a sigh of relief, seeing his friend had avoided any mortal injuries. Afterward, he turned his gaze to Han's fight with the beast. He gracefully evaded every one of the mammoth's attacks, holding his sword aloft and imbuing it with power. The man was relishing this battle. Watching their duel, Ho-young realized the truth. As energy from the blade struck the mammoth, the boy knew that Han was far stronger than him. He was especially awed by the assassin's signature skill, Blade Aura. Because the aura can move apart from a sword, it is impossible to predict the attack's true origin. Standing and gripping his own sword tighter, Ho-young wished he could settle things with the killer now, but he knew that it was a guaranteed defeat. A system notice showed there were approximately 15 minutes remaining in the trial. Ho-young charged forth. He had to defeat the mammoth chieftain. First, he needed to study the creature's patterns, while striking the monster alongside Han. A system notification appeared. It declared that they slew the mammoth chieftain. The next message confirmed a reward was obtained for clearing out the hidden piece. Standing before the monster's fading corpse, Han stretched, muttering the beast had been quite stubborn, but it had been an amusing fight. A moment existed when Ho-young had struck the beast's eye, and that memory made the man lick his lips, feeling he had just found something very interesting. Twirling his sword in his hands, Han nonchalantly stated that since the reward was received, then so be it. He would allow Ho-young to live. With a deep frown on his face, the boy posed a question. He looked at him point blank. Ho-young asked why he was searching for assassins. Hearing this, Han immediately grew cautious. The next instant, the man's face showed an indescribable emotion, and he asked if the boy knew of the assassins. Sometime later, cries of joy echoed in the main hall. Before the night sculpture, they celebrated their survival. Juno, who had regained consciousness, thanked Ho-young for once again saving his life. Then the boy shot an angry glare to the side. Contentedly sprawled out on the floor, Han was humming a tune under his breath, which only infuriated Juno. Looking at his hands, Ho-young recalled the conversation that took place. Walking to him, Han asked if he knew the assassin, to which the boy confirmed that he knew one. For instance, him. Then, throwing his head back, the man laughed, looking at the boy with amusement. He declared he was far more interesting than he first thought, and asked what he desired. Ho-young said with a serious face that he would share all he knew of the assassins, but he must first answer his questions. Han simply agreed, on the condition the boy's intel would be of interest in. Ho-young paused for a brief moment, gathering his thoughts. Then he said that in his region, there was an assassin so unique that she was given an exclusive weapon, a powerful pistol. The image of Seo Yun flashed in his mind, and Ho-young named her the King of Assassins. Stroking his chin, Han thoughtfully noted that such a title exists. Watching the man, Ho-young mused he didn't know if that title was even real, but he knew it was the perfect bait. The next second, Han pressed his blade to the boy's throat, demanding to know who this assassin was. With a smile, Ho-young knew that the man before him had taken the lure. Despite the man holding a cold blade to him, Ho-young replied that he would not reveal everything so easily and demanded he answer his questions, grabbing the sword's blade with his hand. He asked why Han was seeking another assassin and what his true objective was. The man chuckled as he squinted, looking at his hand, which still ached, though the wound had healed after leaving the portal. Ho-young thought about Han being a total psychopath, but was happy he had learned some critical facts. The first fact was that on the Day of Blood, all the attributes of assassins would fully bloom, and a great slaughter would commence. The second critical piece was that Han possessed information about this coming Day of Blood. The third point, it necessitated cooperation with other assassins. Ho-young remembered how Seo Yun had once named him as her target. According to his strategy guide, if an assassin slays their target on the Day of Blood, they would gain an exceptionally high reward. In other words, all assassins were given a sanctioned time for carnage. Ho-young frowned. It became much harder to just wait for this day, and the boy wanted to know if the girl felt that same way. Recalling what the girl had previously done, he wanted to know what an assassin's true nature was. This thought made him glance over towards Han. Seeing the man sprawled out on the floor, Ho-young thought that now, knowing his goal, he could not let him continue on this path. Clenching his fist with raw fury, the boy knew he had to eliminate the killer on this floor, no matter what it took, even if it meant using any means. An evil cackle suddenly rang out. The sound made everyone present there flinch. A rabbit appeared on screen and asked who it was, exuding pure rage. He demanded to know the name of whoever found the hidden mammoth. Feeling the raw bloodlust, Ho-young became extremely wary. At this moment, Seo-young was renewing her assassin certification, and for some reason, her ears were itching. Gritting his teeth, the manager said nothing could be done. So from this point, they would accept volunteers to kill players. People looked at him with terror, hearing it was first come, first served, putting a hand to his head. Sniffle said that far too many players survived, because someone had slain the hidden mammoth. Looking straight ahead, he added at least 4 should be dead. Looking to the side, a man asked if that was it. That more survivors were present than expected, right? Looking up, the man asked, "Wait a minute, how does this relate to killing players?" Putting his hand to his face, the man said that there was a minimum death count for each mission, to which he was asked, "That is, if at least 4 do not die, the second mission will not begin." The manager smiled and said, yes, he could execute 4 people randomly, but that would be boring, right? Looking at the screen, people heard that, by the way, they would get a special prize for killing players, so they should choose an easy target instead. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought he was truly trying to call the number of players. So what was the purpose of a hidden mammoth? Looking away, he heard that, but that is illogical. Putting his hands in his pockets, the boy asked, who demanded a hidden creature with a sword at its throat? He wanted to watch them slice and stab each other, right? The manager's eyes widened with pure surprise. Looking away, the boy asked that, was it allowed to talk to the manager like that? To which the other replied, he's behind the screen. What can he even do to him? Ho-young frowned, hearing he had only threatened but never actually touched them, to which he replied that he should just stop. A notice appeared, warning him to never provoke Sniffles. It was said that, if you make him angry, closing his eyes, the boy asked, this guy in bandages is the same, yes? His job is simply to explain missions. Suddenly, he opened his eyes with great shock. His hand flew off to the side. The boy looked down and then exclaimed. He raised his head up and shouted out loud, stretching his arm out forward. The manager said, I told you so. I hate being ignored. Looking at the people, he added, you thought that being behind the screen, I would not get to you? Naive. Sniffles poked his face out of the screen and said, this is still the end of the world. Tower, let him throw his logic in the trash. The people stared at him, utterly stunned, extending his hand out forward. The manager said that he will ask once more. He smirked, adding, will you kill each other, or do you want to die by my hand? Gritting his teeth, the boy asked what they should do, to which our hero thought, what if someone else should do it? The man smirked and said that he wanted to. Frowning, the hero said the same, then thought, maybe this is my chance. A cut scene of their tense fight appeared. The boys were standing before each other, frowning. The protagonist thought that, well, it was all for the best, since he had already resolved. Han closed his eyes. A thought crossed his mind that no matter what occurred, he would finish him right here. Standing in front of our hero, the boy asked, what is so unexpected? He said he had not intended to kill him at all, and did not think he would choose him as an opponent. Closing his eyes, he added he was certain he could win with his skills. He could not be defeated. Ho-young looked at him, silently frowned. He said that one should not judge the power of an opponent, only by their total number of kills. The boy frowned and thought, so he knows about the assassin's eyes. Looking straight ahead, the hero said, there are many different paths to becoming stronger. In the tower, he flew aside and added, it is not only murder. Angrily glaring at the boy, the protagonist thought that after all, Han swung his deadly sword. The thought appeared that he was truly stronger than him. They fought. The thought appeared that now, as they crossed swords, he felt it even more acutely. The boy swung his sword. It was said that even with a unique, indomitable sword, he could barely parry his deadly blows. Red smoke appeared before our hero. The thought surfaced that this was the power of the assassin's eye. The hero looked away, standing before him. The boy asked what's wrong. He said that his skills did not match his bold words. Smiling, he added, don't do that. I expected a lot from you. I want you to entertain me longer. Lowering his head, the protagonist replied, it seems that this is not enough. He grinned and added, it's good that I am not alone. The boy closed his eyes. Suddenly, a blow flew at him. Han leaped to the side. The sword scraped across the floor. The boy stopped abruptly. He crouched before the beast. Gritting his teeth, Han wondered what kind of kangaroo that was. He frowned when he heard what? Swinging his sword. The protagonist asked, "What's so funny now?" Han flew to the side. He skidded along the ground. The boy glanced over to the side. Taking a single step forward, he asked if it was fair to summon a familiar. Grinning, Young asked, "What's the matter? You can't handle two anymore?" To which Han replied that numbers do not matter. Holding the weapon in his hands, he said that he would simply cut them all down. A crushing blow flew across the hard ground. The boy's eyes lit up. Frowning, the hero shouted that he should jump to the side. Suddenly, Han struck the very ground. The thought came that during the hunt for the mammoth chieftain, they had discovered Han's one and only weakness. The boy was swinging his sword. It was said that his blade aura was strong, but it consumed a large amount of mana. Rushing forward, he asked, "Are you just going to run away?" The thought came that in a rage after the strike, he would use his skills at their full power. Grinning, Han said, "I told you this would be fun." The thought came that because of this, his mana was quickly draining away. A sharp blow appeared, with his eyes wide open. The hero thought, "The problem is that it's hard to predict his attacks." A blow flew sharply across the ground. The protagonist slid along the ground. He frowned and thought that, "But with my senses activated, I can dodge them." The state of health appeared. The thought came, "If I hold out until Han's mana runs out, and at the final moment, I use the skill I've saved." Hoyoung struck. It was said that they would win. The hero thought, wide-eyed, that it was supposed to be like that. He looked forward in terror. The kangaroo spat out blood and exclaimed. Wounds appeared on his hands. The boy smiled widely. A thought appeared that, but why? A blow flew across the ground. The boy rushed forward. It was said that while he was furiously swinging blades with aura, he had no opportunity to strike a powerful blow. Gritting his teeth, Young thought, but thanks to the kangaroo, there were more targets and we were still holding on. The state of the mana appeared. It was said that the moment would soon arrive. The mana was steadily decreasing. Particles flew around the sword. A thought appeared when his blades, gritting his teeth. The boy asked, "What?" The aura, frowning. The hero thought that they would become dull. The kangaroo looked on angrily. They rushed forward. It was heard that now. They looked angrily. The boy angrily clenched his teeth. The kangaroo swung his fist. The protagonist used the skill of an average swordsman. Their hands clashed. They looked at each other with surprise. Han swung his sword and shouted out loud. Hoyoung's eyes widened with utter amazement. A bright beam slammed into the ground. The hero's eyes widened. He silently stared forward. Kong Su spit out blood. The protagonist sat behind him. The boy smiled widely. The glove fell to the floor. Hoyoung froze, thinking that Kong Su, he was dead. Walking forward, Han asked, "Have you run out of tricks?" Grinning, he added that, "Weren't you the one who said there were many ways to become stronger without killing?" He said that, "Well, I'll give him credit. He did well." Looking straight ahead, the boy said, "But it seems that I was right." Standing in front of the hero, he added that he relied only on his pet, and now he was kneeling before him. Looking straight ahead, the hero replied that no, it wasn't. The boy smirked and exclaimed questioningly, holding the glove in his hands. The protagonist said that it wasn't that simple. Frowning, he continued, "He wasn't just a pet." Han smiled and exclaimed, raising his eyebrows, "Are you really going to say some phrase now? Like calling him a friend, comrade, or something like that?" Lowering his head, the boy said, "People, you see, the more they are attached to something, the weaker they become." Raising himself, Huang replied that maybe it was a cliche. The people looked at the boy. It was heard that they were not having fun together. The player rushed forward. It was said that they were fighting hand in hand, holding a weapon in his hands. The hero said, "A peaceful life is what makes us human." Standing in front of the guy, he added that his bloody path. Han frowned at the thought he would only end up alone. Raising his sword above his head, he replied that it was bullshit. Swinging his weapon, the boy added he had enough of this talk. Han rushed forward and said that in the face of death. It was funny how desperately he clung to his paltry humanity. The hero parried his blows, stepping on his foot. The player said he was simply dependent on the animal. Swinging his weapon, he added that he had crushed. The protagonist abruptly moved to the side. Blood dripped onto the floor. Frowning, Hoyoung asked, "What? Dependent on?" Said no. "If it weren't for Kong Su, I would have been dead long ago." The boy rushed forward. The thought occurred to him that thanks to Kong Su, he was able to deplete his mana supply. Running towards him, the hero thought that he should attack. Suddenly, Han jumped up. Raising his weapon up, he shouted that he should die already. Lightning appeared around the sword. It was said that now it was his turn. The protagonist swung and shouted out furiously. The boy's eyes glowed a bright red. They extended the weapon before them. A glow appeared near them. Looking in surprise, the boy asked, "What kind of power is this?" He froze in amazement. Han made a face in pain and wheezed. A thought arose, but these are just words. Footprints appeared on the floor. Sighs were heard. Cracks remained on the floor. Kneeling, the protagonist was breathing heavily. Bright beams appeared. It was said that now he could use release. The thought arose that his fencing level increased at the last moment. Yes, he was lucky. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought that, but if one such attack takes almost all the mana, its effectiveness is too low. He stretched his hand up. The thought arose that its destructive power is impressive. Grinning, Huang thought that, yes. He knocked him down. Clenching his fist, he added that the killer, the beast, was kneeling. The hero raised his head. Looking at the kangaroo, he thought that, let him forgive and thank him. His back was the most majestic of all. A notification appeared, stating that the summoned creature that had died could be summoned again in 24 hours. The protagonist stared at the message in silence, thinking that it was reviving. Putting his hand to his face, the manager said that it was unexpected. Smiling, he added that he liked obedient people, congratulating him on his victory. Looking at him, the hero heard that, but let him not flatter himself too much. Now that the killer is dead, the missions will become even more difficult. Frowning, the protagonist asked what he meant. Sniffles closed his eyes and replied he meant what he said. Images of players appeared. It was heard that the killer was not only one of the strongest elites in the tower, but also part of its difficulty scale. Raising his hands up, the manager said that now that one killer is dead, the missions in the tower will become even tougher. Gritting his teeth, Ho Young wondered what it meant. The more killers they stop, the harder it will be for them to climb. Kneeling, he added that, but if we do not stop the killers, the hero looked on angrily and thought that a bloody catastrophe will happen. What should I do? Sniffles, widening his eyes, said that, well, anyway, since you did it. Suddenly, a bright glow appeared. It was heard that he would send him on a second mission, along with his special reward. The protagonist suddenly found himself on the platform. Looking straight ahead, he asked, what is this place? For the second mission. Something familiar, like from a comic book. Turning around, Hyong thought that, by the way, and a special reward, really? Looking at the man, he added that this old man. The tower appeared. A message about the mission appeared. Looking at the notifications, the hero thought about the fact they suddenly told him to train. The details of the mission are too vague, really. Looking down, he added that, well, at least here you don't have to compete with others. Looking away, the protagonist thought that more than that. Looking straight ahead, the manager said that he wanted to throw a random skill box, but since he would get the achievement of killing a demon, he would give him a special reward. Looking at the man, Ho Young asked who he was, and the thought appeared that this old man was the special reward. The man stretched and yawned, to which the hero thought that, wouldn't a random skill box be more useful? The protagonist looked in surprise, hearing that he had just asked who he was. The old man sat up. He stretched his hand out to the side, looking straight ahead. The man said that he was a heavenly demon who would become his master. Ho Young's eyes widened, thinking that he was a heavenly demon. An image of a guy appeared, and he added that, the one for martial arts webtoons? Gritting his teeth, the hero thought that he didn't look like canon. Suddenly, a blow flew at him, holding the stick in his hands. The man said that he had impure thoughts, to which the protagonist thought, what for? He reads minds or something. With wide eyes, he added that, by the way, that blow. It was obvious, but I couldn't react. Holding the stick in his hands, the heavenly demon said that this is the level of garbage. He will repeat it, so let him watch carefully and try to block the blow. Looking straight, Ho Young answered that, okay, holding the sword in both hands. He added that that attack was unexpected. He won't screw up a second time. The hero's eyes lit up. He pulled the weapon out in front of him and thought about absolute sense. Suddenly, another blow flew at him. The man stood in front of him, silently, raising his eyebrows. The old man said that, yes, you can increase perception. Scratching his back with the stick, he added that, but there's no point in it because your body does not have time. Frowning, the protagonist thought that the body was not keeping up, but his agility indicator had reached its limit. The man sighed, said that it was not only a matter of speed or slowness. Stretching his hand forward, he said that he should attack. His eyes lit up pink. Hoyong looked at him in surprise, frowned. Vincent said that with the best sword, let him show what he could do. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought, okay, let him forget about being an old man. The image of the man and his statistics appeared, and he added that. Even the Sage status window did not have information about this. Heavenly Demon, an unreadable monster, holding the weapon in his hands. The protagonist thought, the best sword. Of course, for now, I can only use this skill once. A glow appeared on his sword. The thought arose, but if necessary, I will show. Ho-Young looked forward angrily. His eyes lit up brightly. It was said about the release skill. Suddenly, the hero struck the master. Vincent extended the stick in front of him. The beam cut his hand. The attack flew in different directions. The hero opened his mouth wide. He froze in amazement and asked again. Raising his eyebrows, the man said that a large piece of garbage. The thought arose that it could not be. The protagonist looked surprised. Hearing that, no matter how you swung the sword with your magic technique, this is kindergarten. To which he thought that the magic technique he was talking about, the skills of an average swordsman, standing in front of him. Vincent said that in order to pass on his martial art, they will first remove this magic technique from his body. To which Ho-Young said that he should wait a minute, stretching his hand out in front of him. The hero asked what he was saying, that he was going to take away his skill. But they're the basis of the tower system. To which the old man replied that he did not care. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought, no, without skills. He swung his sword. He raised his hand up. The hero fired a beam. The beam flew in front of him, and the thought occurred to him that he would not have lived to see this moment. Looking to the side, the protagonist thought that this time, too, if he did not achieve a certain level of success, he would die. A clock appeared, and the thought occurred to him that time was continuing to decrease, and he wanted him to start from scratch. Gritting his teeth, the hero thought that he was an average swordsman. Putting his hands behind his back, the man said that the smaller the vessel, the more fixated he was on its contents, thinking that this was all he had. Looking straight ahead, he added he was not going to force him, so let him decide for himself. Stretching his stick forward, the heavenly demon said he could live like a frog in a well forever, or accept his teachings and ascend. Turning his head, he added that many were ready to give their lives for a grain of his knowledge, but he was ready to miss the opportunity to be filled. Memories from battles arose. Gritting his teeth, the hero thought about what was right. He already felt then that fighting based only on skills and stats had its limits. He frowned. The protagonist raised his sword up. He abruptly thrust it into the ground and thought, okay. The old man looked at him in amazement. Kneeling, Ho-Young said that he should teach him. Looking straight ahead, he added that from now on, he would be his student. Smoke appeared. Sighs were heard. Standing still, the hero thought about how, after removing the skills, he miraculously restored all his previous levels. Looking to the side, he added that no, the body was lying on the floor. It was said that the double died. He became even stronger, holding the weapon in his hands. The protagonist thought that in just 3 days. No, he did not know exactly how many had passed. He stood in front of the clock and added that. But even before half the time had passed, Ho-Young smirked, thinking that he would surpass all his past achievements. Lying on the clock, Vincent smirked. He went down to the ground, putting his hands behind his back. The man he was just moments ago, and our hero confirmed that it was true, all thanks to his master's guidance. The old man shut his eyes and declared he was still utterly worthless, then frowned. He mused that this boy had more potential than he first imagined. Our protagonist averted his gaze, thinking he might possess talent that eclipsed any of the sect's disciples. If this man sitting before him, Vincent declared that from this moment, they would formally begin their master-disciple bond, so he must show him the proper respect and kneel. Clenching his jaw, Ho-Young questioned why they weren't master and student before. Watching him, the man asked if he would call just anyone master, simply because they taught him how to stand, right? To this, our protagonist asked what he was implying, and he confirmed that it was the truth. Frowning, the old man said he would now teach him his own swordsmanship, a style he had personally perfected, built upon the unique arts of the heavenly demon, the most supreme sword art in all of existence. Staring forward, he revealed its name, the Shadowless Phantom Sword. Our protagonist stared at him with pure astonishment. Visions of mountains appeared. It was said that he was heralded as the greatest prodigy in all of martial arts history. The man was seated upon a grand throne. The thought arose that by the mere age of 29, he had unified the 7 sects of the demonic cult, and then he claimed the throne of the heavenly demon. The boy frowned. It was said that the people declared the greatest demon of all time had arrived. Standing perfectly still, the man said he devoted his life to mastering the sword. He achieved absolute unity with his blade and ascended only to find himself inside this tower. Only upon his arrival in this strange tower did he grasp that his journey was far from over. Frowning, our hero asked if that meant he was also trapped here, to which the master replied that it was utter nonsense. Stroking his long beard, the teacher explained he had formed a contract with the tower, so he served a specific purpose and is not bound to it. At any moment, he could go back to his own world. Looking down, Our protagonist thought that if his words were true, everyone here was essentially a non-player character. Frowning, the man said because of his pact with the tower, he was forbidden from revealing any more details. But let him understand this. He would learn a sword art of unimaginable power. An immense aura appeared around him. Looking straight ahead, Hoyoung heard the words, "A sword that chases the soul without a shadow," standing before his new master. Our hero replied, "Understood, I will give it my all." Raising his eyebrows, the teacher asked about his dull reaction. "Did you not hear me?" He repeated, "A sword that chases the soul without a shadow." They stood there, facing each other. And Vincent said if he were a disciple from another cult, he would be leaping with joy, yet not a hint of emotion was on his face. To this, our protagonist thought, "Well, I've never heard of this technique before." Ho-Young lowered his head and said that regardless, he had no time for emotions. Every second was precious. The sand continued to fall. Grinning, our hero added, "To learn such a legendary technique." Looking at him, the man gave a nod of approval. His eyes flashed as he said that from this point on, he would have to endure arduous training and be prepared for anything. The skills showed. The thought arose that, although he removed the sword skill from his status, restoring his previous level wasn't so difficult. The hero, walking forward, thought that he was simply retracing the same path. He breathed heavily and added that, "But this technique," holding the weapon in his hands, the protagonist thought that it was calm but effective, soft but powerful. It was unbelievably difficult. He spun around, hearing, "This is the sword technique that I, the greatest genius of all time, have honed my entire life." Standing on the stick, the master asked how it could possibly be simple, to which Ho-Young thought that he would have this branch. Sweat poured down our hero's determined face. Lowering his head, he said that he wasn't sure he was doing it correctly. After he started to study this new technique, it felt as though his swordsmanship had regressed. Looking ahead, the man thought as he stepped on the ground. Walking forward, the master declared that, "Well, in that case," his eyes flared and he asked, "Do you not wish to fight me?" The hero froze, looking at him with a frown. He thought that he barely defeated his own double. And now, a battle against his teacher? Especially now, when he is weaker than before. Raising his eyebrows, the man asked why he was still hesitating. "Should I attack?" Holding the weapon in his hands, the protagonist thought that it was indeed true. The sand in the hourglass was mercilessly draining away. Rushing forward, he added that there was no time to hesitate. Ho-Young swung his sword with incredible speed. His eyes lit up brightly. The master effortlessly dodged his strikes. The hero clenched his teeth in frustration. The man leaped up sharply. Frowning, the protagonist wondered what kind of spectral movements these were. He couldn't even touch him. The man swung his stick, and he added, "A blow to the head." Ho-Young parried a strike and thought, "Excellent." A block and then counterattack. The man smacked the sword with his stick. Grabbing his head, the hero thought, again, "I absolutely foresaw that attack. But why did I miss the blow?" Looking ahead, the master asked what he had thought. His pathetic sense was able to predict the path of his sword. Projections of a stick appeared. It was heard that maybe it worked before, but with faint attacks. The master swung his stick. It was said that, or by changing the impact point at the last second. Swinging his hand, Vincent said he could easily deceive his pathetic senses, to which our hero replied that he should wait. Clutching his head, the protagonist thought, "What in the hell? Was the teacher even thinking?" The clock appeared, and he added that very little time remained, and his mind was becoming more and more muddled about whether he should continue to study this complex art. Ho-Young frowned, looking straight ahead. The teacher said that he must cast aside all impatience. Placing his hands behind his back, he added that he must abandon what he had been relying upon until now, and feel the texture. Ho-Young looked forward in surprise, standing before the man. He thought, what for? The master stood still, saying that everything, be it tangible or intangible, has its own unique texture. Lowering his head, Vincent said that if he can feel it. Suddenly he struck. Bright lightning appeared. A glow appeared around them. The hero looked in surprise, hearing that it can cut anything. He froze in amazement. Red particles appeared. It was said about a sword pursuing a soul without a shadow. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought that the sword, capable of severing even the immaterial texture. Clutching his head, Ho-Young thought that it was calm but powerful. He clearly foresaw it, but he could not deflect it. The hero pulled the sword forward. A thought appeared that it was soft but powerful. A bright yellow beam appeared. The protagonist opened his eyes wide. Rushing forward, the master said, "Come on, let him attack." Ho-Young swung his sword at him sharply. They ran through each other. The stick flew up. The man froze in bewilderment. He turned around and thought that this guy. The hero grinned and exclaimed. Looking at the weapon, he said that So this is it, the sword that pursues the soul without a shadow. A thought appeared that it seems he finally learned something. Standing in front of the hero, the man asked what he had finally begun to understand, to which the protagonist replied that at that moment, he comprehended the true depth of his master's teachings. Ho-young closed his eyes and thought that, although he had tried to clearly define the path of the sword, not everyone was given the ability to see its true essence. The cloak flew up, and the man said that he should remember, putting his hands behind his back. He added that the secret of the sword that chases the soul without a shadow is not in filling, but in emptying. Vincent raised his head up, frowning. He said he would only learn true mastery of the sword when he reached his limit, discarding everything unnecessary. The hero looked at him in surprise. A memory arose, and he thought that indeed, having succumbed to the lure of momentary benefit in search of better techniques, he would never have comprehended the depth of the art of the sword. Images of people appeared. A thought appeared that, like no hairstyle, grinning, the protagonist added that he would not outshine the gleam of the bald head. The man's eyes lit up, and he said that he was asking for punishment until the very end. Ho-young grabbed his head and exclaimed. The clock appeared. The hero stood silently. The man looked at him in surprise. Kneeling, the protagonist said that he thanked him for the instructions. His words would forever remain in his heart, and he would definitely reach the pinnacle of the tower. Ho-young bowed his head down. The old man looked at him silently. Clothes fell to the floor. Looking at the suit, the hero exclaimed. Turning around, Vincent asked that it was not proper for a disciple of the heavenly demon to walk around like a beggar. Closing his eyes, he thought that they would surely meet again on the path to the peak of the tower. The old man froze silently. The protagonist sat behind him. A notification appeared that the mission was completed. Ho-young was abruptly teleported to another place. Wasn't he supposed to return to the gladiators' waiting room? Suddenly, the hero's eyes widened. He sat down abruptly and thought about the manager. Frowning, the protagonist thought he had been moved to Sniffle's room, the one he had seen on the screen, and then asked why he was there. The manager chuckled and said he had a proposition for him, and then asked if he recalled the vacant assassin's position. After Han, he held a glass in his hands. Stretching his hand forward, the manager said that he should take it. Standing before him, the hero asked, "What about this proposition?" The manager looked surprised, hearing that he could refuse. Closing his eyes, he answered that formally, he had no right to force him to do this, but the liquid in the glass bubbled. Sniffle smiled and said that, "Who knows what will happen if I get angry?" He really doesn't like it when his words are disregarded. Grinding his teeth, the protagonist thought that he himself said that he had no right to force him, but to threaten him, therefore, is allowed. Opening his eyes wide, he added that if he agrees, everything he has built so far will turn to ash. He will have to break through by sheer force. Beams appeared on the manager. The thought arose that with his current power, he can't even perceive the true essence of Sniffles. Standing before the manager, Ho-young thought, damn it, what to do? He looked in surprise, seeing he received a walkthrough guide, to which he thought, that's right, I have a guide. The guide appeared. It was said that after finishing the gladiator mission, he would go back to the start of the 8th floor mission and start the trainer mission. Looking at the notification, the hero thought that going back in time, the tower is capable of this as well. Frowning, he added that, but how is this related to my current problem? The boy grinned. The thought arose that if he went back to the start of the mission, then Han would still be alive. Looking down, the protagonist thought that in that case. He grinned slightly, taking the glass in his hands. Ho-young said, okay. The manager looked at him in amazement. Looking straight ahead, the hero said, I agree. Sniffles grinned and replied, that is a different matter. A glow appeared around the hero. Notifications appeared that he had become an assassin. His life force had increased, and blade aura was applied to his sword mastery skill. After looking at the message, the protagonist thought that it was sword mastery, but the teacher had removed it. Ho-young looked in surprise, seeing there was no sword mastery. It was impossible to apply a blade aura, and alternative weapons and skills were given instead. The hero looked at the glow in amazement and wondered what it was. The man was running forward. The protagonist looked forward. The boy stretched his arms out in front of him and said that he was fine. Looking to the side, he asked what kind of speed. He hadn't even noticed. Grinning, the player asked how strong he had become, to which Ho-young replied that he had also achieved his goal, and then thought that he had decided to accept the challenge. Secretly, he hugged Ho-young. Juno's eyes widened and asked that he had even changed his clothes, to which the hero responded approvingly. Looking down, the protagonist asked how he was, to which the guy replied that he had a majestic aura. Hoyoung grinned and thought he was afraid to get a battle suit, like his teacher, but they provided a very decent suit. Moreover, such a useful effect. Looking away, he added that, however, looking at the players, the hero thought these were the only people who could survive. The manager grinned and said that it had finally become more spacious. The players shuddered in fear. Sniffles stretched out his hand and said, "The final mission will be more severe than all the previous ones. I wonder how many people will survive." He snapped his fingers sharply and added that they should flounder in agony until the very end. The eyes of the animals lit up brightly. They began to crawl out of the portal. The animals surrounded the players. A mission about destroying the Iron Lion appeared. Gritting his teeth, the man thought that the arena was a place called the Gladiators' Graveyard. So this is where the scene of the last mission would take place. A glow appeared around the beasts. A thought arose that each of these iron lions emanated the power that they felt from that mammoth. The four of them barely defeated it. The man closed his eyes, thinking that perhaps they would bury him here. The crowd exclaimed joyfully. Looking straight ahead, he added that, "But I, the swordsman Dave." The beasts suddenly rushed forward. The lion looked furiously. A man frowned and shouted loudly, thinking that he would not give up so easily. A blow flew at the beasts. A lion looked in amazement and exclaimed. The crowd froze in surprise. The manager opened his eyes wide. Looking at the weapon, the hero exclaimed, grinning. He said that it turned out to be the protagonist. He began to shoot and added that it was even nicer than he thought. Frowning, he laughed loudly. The man looked at him in bewilderment. The clock appeared. Notifications appeared that the gladiator status had been successfully updated. He could not return to the lobby. Return to the beginning of the mission. The hero appeared in the middle of the forest. It was said about the qualification renewal stage. Gritting his teeth, he thought, "This is the trainer's waiting room." I really returned. Looking at the notification, the protagonist thought that he should check his status first. His statistics appeared. Grinning, Hoyoung thought that, as expected, the killer's characteristics have disappeared. After Han's revival, the killer's place was filled again. He looked in surprise and exclaimed. His inventory appeared. The thought arose, why is everything here unchanged? Standing in the middle of the forest, the hero thought that without a sniper skill, everything was in vain. Okay, I will leave it for now. He looked in amazement. A blow flew at the man. It was said that it accidentally absorbs part of the enemy's abilities. A description of the telepathy skill appeared. The guy flew into the wall. The protagonist put his hand to his ear. The guy's eyes widened in surprise. Frowning, Hoyoung thought that he should warn Juno about Han in advance, since he was going through the gladiator mission alone. Kneeling, the guy raised his hands up. Closing his eyes, the hero thought that thanks to this message, Juno would certainly be able to survive. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist sighed, lowering his head. He said that he was calling Kangasu. The pet's head appeared. Its arms and legs appeared. A small kangaroo appeared among the glow. Hoang looked at it, grinning. The pet turned to him. Hugging it, the hero said that he missed it so much. He pressed the kangaroo to himself and added that, "Thank God you were safe." Closing his eyes, the kangaroo told him to move away. Looking at it, the man said that he was just a cutie. Closing his eyes, he asked that he did not understand how this little guy had survived so far, to which the protagonist thought, what an unpleasant guy. The man smiled broadly. The dogs gritted their teeth. Looking straight ahead, the player asked what he wanted to become his pet's prey. Hoyoung looked at him in amazement and thought, what? Putting his hand to his face. The man said that he was welcome to the 8th floor. He was the intermediate manager of the tower. The hero gritted his teeth, hearing that. By the way, I can't stand being ignored, so now you should listen. To which he thought, how dare he consider Kong's Sioux food? Crossing his arms, the manager said that he was sharing the contents of a description of the mission appeared. Looking at the screen, the protagonist heard that. By the way, if you do not die, even if the first level mission fails, you remain in the game, so you should not give up. To which he thought that there are only 4 participants, so the rules are relatively lenient. The man grinned and said, let the fight begin, standing in front of the beast. The man said, what is going on? It's as if fate has brought us together. Grinding his teeth, Kangaroo said he wouldn't allow it anymore. Frowning, the player asked what the transformation looked like. It was an unusual pet. He stuck out his tongue and added that it was even better. The man stretched his hand forward and shouted, let him enjoy the treat. The beast suddenly jumped up. Beams from the blows appeared. The hero parried the attack. The kangaroo swung before the blow. The beast opened its mouth wide. It was rapidly moving forward. Gritting his teeth, Kingasu said, not bad, to which the protagonist thought that significant speed and strength and unpredictability due to 2 heads. Frowning, he added not bad, standing behind the beast. The man shouted, "What are you doing? Let him press them harder." The thought arose that this was where the trainer's weakness was evident. The beast's eyes lit up. It was said that with proper training, it is possible to raise a pet that is not inferior to the combat class. He clenched his fists. A thought appeared that by focusing on the development of the pet, the combat power of the main owner inevitably remains below average. The man kept the pet on a chain. It was said that therefore, from the point of view of the pet forced to protect the owner, there are limitations to the combat range. Frowning, the hero thought that now it was clear why there were few trainers, and then said that he would show them. They stood in front of the beast. It was heard that this was not just a monster battle. Trees appeared. Loud sounds were heard. Raising his eyebrows, the man asked how this was possible, why the trainer was so good at wielding a sword. The beasts glaring at each other. Stretching his hand forward, the man shouted for Cerberus to tear them to pieces. Suddenly, the beasts jumped up. The hero and Kingasu looked at each other. The protagonist rushed forward sharply. The beasts looked around. They began to circle around him. Cerberus looked away. He exclaimed in bewilderment. The beasts looked away angrily. Suddenly, he clenched his teeth in rage. Hoyong frowned. Kongsu opened his eyes wide. They rushed forward after the command. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that before, he was only focused on his attack, so they were not in sync with Kingasu. But now he can feel it. Lightning flew around the pet. The thought appeared that Kingasu's strike, and his sword created an ideal battle path. A pet was kneeling. It was said that this mission would be a new opportunity for him. They quickly ran forward. The beasts looked in amazement. The thought appeared that he received the sword through the mission. The man exclaimed in fear. The hero's eyes lit up, and he thought that after this mission, Kongsu and he would become the best partners. There were messages about the renewal of the trainer's qualification was successful. Returning to the lobby. The players were standing in the lobby. Gritting his teeth, the guy turned. Standing in front of the hero, he asked what an assassin meant. The protagonist silently looked at him. The girl looked surprised. Joyful players appeared. Ho Young grinned and thought that it seems like everyone has renewed their qualifications. What a relief. The man looked away, hearing that they survived thanks to him. Wow, he has telepathic skills? He was so surprised. He thought that God was talking to him. Putting his hand to his chest, he shouted that he should wait. You had telepathy all the time. Why didn't you use it on me then? I was so scared doing a mission without you. Turning her head, the girl said that she was also a little offended, to which the hero replied that he would definitely use it on them. Next time, Seo Yun turned away. A thought appeared. Why is she upset? Putting his hands on his hips, the guy said that he just loves him more. The hero frowned. The guy grinned. A thought arose that this time, not everyone managed to return. Even more depressing is the fact that everyone is trying to hide their grief. The protagonist, looking forward, heard that, but standing in front of him, the guy asked, "Who are the killers?" Hoyong frowned. The girl looked surprised. Essel, looking forward, asked the killer, "What is it?" Frowning, the hero thought that now that he thinks about it, he understands how dangerous Han was, and his status is mentioned as the status of the killer. Even Seo Yun does not know that he knows about the killers. What should I do? Frowning, the protagonist thought that, let them wait, they will soon go up to the 9th floor. Looking to the side, he said that the killer. The girl looked at him in surprise, hearing that it was the one who controlled the difficulty of the tower's tasks. The thought appeared that perhaps this could be a chance. The loudspeaker announced that in an hour, they will be sent to the 9th floor. Let them continue training. The players fought each other. The protagonist swung his sword. Standing still, he thought that the technique of shadowless soul hunting was too complicated to let training slide. The protagonist looked away, frowning. The girl offered to talk. The thought appeared that she had swallowed the bait. Ho Young drank from a glass. It was said that when he himself was a murderer, he managed to find out important information about the Day of Blood. A vote related to the Day of Blood would be held on the 9th floor. If the majority of votes were positive, then the 10th floor would become the venue for this day. The girl pointed the gun. The thought appeared that after their areas merged, Seo Yan could not use the gun to its full extent, and there was a possibility she would want to make the 10th floor. A Day of Blood. No, she would definitely do it. Frowning, the hero thought that his goal was to use the card, hidden in his sleeve. The girl stood still. It was said that to make Seo Yun doubt her decision. Smirking, the protagonist asked what happened. She wanted to tell him who she was. Turning around, he added that Seo Yun was the killer. The girl looked at him in amazement and asked what he was talking about. Holding the gun in his hands, Hoyong said that there was no need to try to hide it so much. He pointed the gun forward and added that because he was also a killer, Seo Yun's eyes widened, thinking that he was a killer. It was clear where he got all these abilities from. She looked angrily. The hero threw the gun over his shoulder. Standing in front of him, the girl said that, "No, you are not a killer." To which he asked why. "Because I haven't killed enough?" Grinning, the protagonist added that. "Or should I blindly trust the eyes of killer?" To which Seo Yun thought, "He knows about the eyes of killer." Gritting her teeth, the girl added that he really was a killer. She frowned and said, "Okay, just agree that you are a killer." A gun appeared in the girl's hands. Pointing it at the hero, she asked how he knew that she was also a killer. Except for trying to count the number of her kills, there was no other way to find out who she was. Looking straight at him, the protagonist said that he saw everything. Cards appeared behind the girl. It was that her class, her characteristics, skills, and even the amount of gold. Seo Yun looked in amazement and asked again. Pointing the gun, she shouted, "Possess such a power?" Ho Young held the pistol. Standing firm, he stated that she had 350 points of mana. With that much, she could wield any kind of magic weapon. The girl was completely stunned, hearing that her endurance was currently at 51, and her strength had risen by 3, as had her agility. Staring at him, Seo Yun declared that he had said enough, holding a hand out to silence him. She confirmed that she understood. "Just stop." A smirk formed on our hero's face. Now that she believes he might also be a killer, she will not carelessly vote for the Day of Blood. The reason: a killer receives a heavy penalty if they slay another of their kind. Lowering her head, the girl said she had one final question. Smiling, our protagonist wondered, would she ask what choice he would make on the 9th floor? Or perhaps question why his kill count was so low? Staring at her, he confidently told her to ask whatever the question she might pose. She would receive an answer that served his goals. Standing before her, Ho Young said she could ask him anything. Gazing at him intently, the girl asked, "Are you the king of killers?" Our hero froze, bewildered, and wondered what she meant. He stood motionless. The players looked upward, hearing the announcement that their break was over. A brilliant light enveloped the 9th floor. The protagonist opened his eyes, startled. Glancing around, he realized this was the 9th floor. He asked where the others had vanished. Ho Young's eyes widened in shock and asked, "This is another individual mission." Suddenly, he whipped around in complete disbelief. A figure took a single step forward. Our hero trembled and said no. He stared in terror and gasped that it was impossible. It was her. The trial of the 9th floor was this. The woman stood before him and said, "You have grown so much." She grinned and then spoke his name. A notification declared the 9th floor, head of the dead. The protagonist stood before her, utterly speechless. He looked at her, stunned, and asked what was happening. His hand trembled, gripped by a primal fear. The woman grinned as he asked, "What is the director?" Children were playing on the school grounds. The schoolboys were running inside the office, frowning. A boy shouted that he must give it back now, to which our protagonist replied that he insisted that he had not taken a thing. The student slammed his fist on the table. Glaring angrily, he roared that he should not lie. There were witnesses. He had stolen his wallet. Turning around, the boy asked, "Is that right?" Lowering his head, the schoolboy nodded in agreement, to which he asked, "What did you see?" Ho Young closed his eyes, hearing he should return it now, and then thought that he truly did not steal his wallet. The hero sat up, hearing, "Just because you are a beggar, it does not mean you can steal other people's wallets." The thought arose that he still vividly remembered why he did this to him. Leaning on the table, the protagonist thought it was because he took first place during the midterms of the 2nd semester. Looking at the boy, he said that he was not a... Then what are you trying to prove? Idiot! Extending his hand forward, he added that orphan fools like him live on the taxes that the wealthy people, pay. Hoyong clenched his fist, hearing, "Is that not a beggar?" Closing his eyes, the boy said that yes, the orphanage where you live is also beggarly. The hero struck him hard across the face. The thought came that all fights between 10-year-old boys start with insulting one another's families. The protagonist swung his fist. It was said that he snapped when he heard what he said about the orphanage, about the people living within it. Then he thought it was fair. Kneeling, the director offered her apology, to which the woman asked, "And what do I get from your apology?" "Let him kneel in your church and not before me." Looking down, she said that if he was an orphan, he should behave like one. How dare he raise his hand against her precious son? Closing her eyes, the director said that she was asking for forgiveness. She really was incredibly sorry. It was her own fault. Standing behind the door, the hero heard that. "Yes, it is your fault, so you will also receive what you deserve." He opened his eyes wide. The protagonist peeked into the room, listening to her ask her to calm down. Did she really think that this was possible? She would break this brat no matter what. Ho Young cried. It was said that on that day, he realized one thing. Justice without power will only bring even greater injustice. The hero walked forward. The thought appeared that after this, he vowed to never stand out from the crowd again. The protagonist grew up. It was said that he passed by, even if he saw unfair treatment. Hoyoung walked in a crisp military uniform. The thought appeared that he had ceased to exist, completely blending into the gray masses. People walked all around him. The thought came that, because he did not possess enough strength to protect anyone, grave crosses appeared. The doors of the building opened. The description of the mission appeared. A horn appeared on the head of the beast. The hero looked at it, standing before the beast. He thought that, a raccoon. She was killed by a one-horned raccoon. The protagonist clenched his fist tightly. Gritting his teeth, he apologized to the director. Hoyoung began to cry, saying that she must forgive him for not protecting her. Walking down the street, the hero said she was hit because of him, to which the director turned to him. Looking away, she added, "How long will you call me director?" The protagonist lowered his head, hearing that he should call her mom. The woman smirked slightly. She embraced Hoyoung. Closing her eyes, the director said that everything was fine, really. Looking straight ahead, the hero heard that this is the job of parents. The ghost hugged the hero. He opened his eyes wide, hearing to protect their children, standing in the middle of the cemetery. The woman said that, "So what? You do not need to apologize." The protagonist silently looked at her. Memories appeared. It was her that, "You have grown so much. Just think." The guy rushed forward, looking straight ahead. Hoyoung heard that now, he also had the chance to protect others. Grinning, the woman said he was kinder and stronger than anyone she knew. Let him help others in need. Become a ray of light in this world. Lowering his head, the hero thought that he tried to be as inconspicuous as possible. However, now he is trying to follow the director's instructions, albeit after the end of the world. No matter how ironic it may sound, the eyes of the beast suddenly lit up. He raised his hand up and screamed. The woman looked away in fear. The protagonist grabbed him abruptly. The director looked at him in amazement. The beast looked angrily. The thought appeared that it was too easy for him to kill this one-horned raccoon. A notification appeared that he must kill the monsters that killed the dead and free their souls. Looking straight ahead, Hoyoung thought that she would probably disappear when it died. The woman smirked, looking at him. The hero looked surprised, hearing that he should not hesitate. Stretching his hand forward, the director asked that now he had someone to protect, right? Standing next to the hero, she added that he only needed to follow the path he had chosen for himself. The protagonist stood still. He silently looked forward. Hoyoung's eyes lit up. A weapon appeared in his hands. He threw the beast up and thought that he would climb the tower. Raising his head, the hero added he would destroy it and return to past world. The protagonist swung his sword sharply. He swung the weapon. A bright purple beam appeared. The beast was cut in half. The thought came that maybe this is his path. Looking straight ahead, Hoyoung thought, "You should rest in peace." A glow appeared around him, and he turned to his mother. A view of the square opened up. The monster rushed forward. The girl parried the blow and exclaimed. She slid along the ground. A glow appeared around her. The girl clenched her teeth tightly, holding the weapon in her hands. She thought, "No, I can't take it anymore." A view of the building opened up. Stretching out his hand forward, the guy said that she should take it. Yiziel, opening her eyes in surprise, asked what it was. Closing her eyes, the guy replied that he just felt sorry for her. She needs to study even during the holidays. It sucks. Shouldn't you take care of your body while you're torturing yourself with studying like this? Standing in front of him, the girl laughed and said that he was so weird, to which he asked why she was laughing. "This is not a joke." Yiziel grinned and said that she knew. Raising her eyebrows, she thanked him. The guy looked at her in amazement. Raising his hand, he said that, "Well, I have training. I'm leaving. Let him take it responsibly." To which the girl replied that, "Thank you. Have a good training." Suddenly, the guy turned around in amazement. The girl looked up in fear. She froze. She heard that she should be careful. The people looked away in amazement. There were medicines on the floor. Lying on the ground, the guy asked if she was okay, to which Yiziel responded approvingly. She looked away in surprise. The girl clenched her teeth tightly. He stood in front of the guy. A thought appeared that if not for her, he would not have lost his leg and could have become a national athlete. Standing still, Yisrael heard that it was all because of her, to which she thought that she would not have appeared in front of her in such a state. Lowering her head, the girl apologized. She looked down and then thought that she was telling the truth. The monster swung his club and screamed. Yisrael closed her eyes and thought that the truth was asking for forgiveness. Looking down, she added that he should pull himself together. A bright beam appeared. The hero suddenly stood in front of her. Turning around, he asked that she heard him. He did not know what connected her with the deceased, what her past was, but she had to do it, to which the girl thought that he was talking. Frowning, the protagonist shouted that he should finish off the orc. Help the dead calm down. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that, but, standing next to her, the guy shouted that it was her fault. It was all because of you. It was all you. It was you that I lost everything because of you. Frowning, the guy shouted that he died because of her, and she wanted to kill him again. To which the girl said that if he had not lost his leg, he would not have lost his life. Tears appeared in her eyes, and Yahello said that, but how could I take his life again? The hero clenched his teeth tightly. Frowning, he shouted her name. Fighting the orc, the protagonist said that he knew it was difficult. He probably meant a lot to her. But didn't she tell him? Smirking, the girl said that she would become stronger. Her eyes widened when she heard this phrase. The monster growled furiously. His eyes glowed red. The hero grabbed him by the head. Abruptly, he slammed him to the ground. The protagonist looked at the girl. Closing her eyes, Yahello said that she could. Looking straight at him, Hoyoung asked what he should think about it. He really said that he lost everything because of her. Frowning, he added that he should think about it. Could he do such a thing? Standing in front of him, the girl heard that the man who cherished her. Could he blame her for his misfortune and hate her for it? Yahello looked in amazement. She stood in front of the guy. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes. She looked in surprise, hearing that. Why do you look like you want to cry? Grinning, the guy said that it was not necessary. I'll buy you new dietary supplements. A glow appeared around her. A bright light appeared behind her. Closing her eyes, Yisrael thought that yes, that was the kind of person he was. He saved me, although he himself suffered. He always put others above himself. He is like the sun. The hero watched her silently. He grinned. A thought appeared that perhaps. The guy closed his eyes. It seemed that she saw him in him. The monster growled furiously. Suddenly, he rose sharply. A blow flew at him. The girl plunged her sword straight into the orc's head. The protagonist looked in amazement. He sighed and grinned. Lowering her head, the girl thought, "Thank you." The thought arose that this was goodbye. The trees bent from the wind. Rushing forward, Hoyoung thought the essence of this mission was not monsters, but acceptance, coming to terms with the loss of loved ones. Looking straight ahead, he added that they must come to terms with their death. So perhaps this is the hardest mission they have. A notification about the remaining time appeared. Frowning, the hero thought they only had 3 hours left. He was able to help Yahello because she was next to him, but he could not help everyone. Climbing the stairs, he added that all he could do was support them telepathically. A view of the church opened up. The thought arose that he believed that they could overcome difficulties. The girl stood near the altar. Looking to the side, she said that, as expected, here you are. The protagonist silently walked forward. Frowning, he asked why she was waiting. The altar appeared. It was said that whether the Day of Blood would take place on the 10th floor or not, everything would depend on the vote of the killers. On the altar hidden on the 9th floor, crystals appeared. An idea arose that in case of a positive vote, a red crystal should be placed on the altar. Otherwise, a blue one. Altars appeared. An idea arose that the number of killers is unknown to anyone. If the 10th floor is set aside for the Day of Blood, then several areas will unite into one. People attacked. It was said that, and when this happens, the killers will begin to hunt other players according to their role. A temple appeared. It was heard that the girl was standing near the altar. Looking to the side, she said that as expected. He is here. The hero walked straight. Frowning, he asked why she was waiting. Looking at the girl, the protagonist thought that in order to get at least one vote against, he must convince Seo-yun. She should also have loved ones, but it seems that she does not care. Frowning, he added that, perhaps, her emotions were dulled after receiving the status of a killer. Taking a step forward, Hoyoung said that they didn't have much time, so he suggested finishing the conversation in the lobby. He asked what made her think that he was the king of killers. Looking straight at her, Seo-yeon replied that if you think about it, he almost always makes the right decisions. The hero froze, hearing that it was as if he could see the future. The protagonist frowned and asked what he wanted to say, that she had begun to trust him. And then Fodat. She believed the authority of a great killer was unshakable. Clenching his fist, he added that he didn't know who the great killer was, but if she thought so, then let it be him. Crossing her arms, the girl said, yes. Asked, what? And what do you intend to do now? Do you want the 10th floor to become a Day of Blood? Looking at her, Hyo-young replied that he would say it straight. Standing in front of her, he added that he thought it was too early to hold a Day of Blood on the 10th floor, to which Seo-yun asked why. The hero raised his head and said that, whether we are killers or not, we also need to go up the tower. A hole in the ceiling appeared. It was heard that he did not know yet how many floors they had to go through, but he was sure there were still a lot of them. Standing still, the protagonist said that if they killed the players already on the 10th floor, how long would they, the killers, be able to hold out in the tower? The dog was brought to the cauldron. It was her that he knew how they say, when the rabbits die, the dog was boiled. Looking straight ahead, Ho-young said that those who lost their usefulness would be thrown out of the tower, which is why they should delay the Day of Blood for an indefinite period. The girl lowered her gaze. Looking at her, the hero thought that, although he had just come up with this to convince her, it did not seem so impossible, because even killers are just pawns in this game. The people's eyes lit up and the thought appeared that, but the problem was, even if he managed to convince her, the majority of the killers would vote for the Day of Blood, and they would not be able to do anything. A shiny crystal appeared. Clenching his fist, the protagonist thought that if this happened, it was possible that they would have to fight each other. The girl held the crystal in her hands. Standing in front of the hero, she said that she was beginning to think that everything that had happened up until today was written by fate. Stretching her hand forward, Seo Yun added that, as he knew, each killer was given some unique ability. Frowning, she said that. And so, suddenly, the girl crushed the crystal. She threw it on the altar. Seo Yun raised her hand up and said that she knew how to change everything. A glow appeared on the altar. Suddenly, it sharply intensified. The hero covered his face from the light. A notification appeared that hidden abilities were used. They moved to the canyon. A description of the mission appeared, that his wish would become the wish of all the killers. Looking at the notification, the protagonist said that if they pass the mission, they will be able to postpone the Day of Blood, regardless of the results of the vote. Looking at the girl, he thought, interestingly, she knew about hidden opportunities. It's true. It looks like the machinations of fate. Hyeon looked in amazement, hearing that this mission was initially a failure. Frowning, the girl said that they must find a wolf in 50 minutes. But how will they find it among these mountains? Looking to the side, the hero thought that she has topographic cretinism. They rushed forward. Closing her eyes, the girl shouted that he should stop. She wants to live. Frowning, the protagonist said that, let Kangasu jump. Looking straight ahead, the kangaroo said something. Sitting on the hero's back, Seo Yun asked again. The pet approached the edge. He jumped up abruptly over the abyss. They clenched their teeth in fear. The black blood wolf stood in front of them, holding a gun in her hands. The girl said that, well, they really found it, as expected from a great killer. Frowning, the protagonist thought that, but in any case, the beast screamed furiously. Ho-young, holding a gun in his hands, thought that, what an incredible tension. A guide to this monster appeared. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that toxic poison, since he does not have a perfect shield, he cannot use the same method as then. However, this time he is with Seo Yun. He can deal damage from a distance. Looking at the pet, he said that he and Kangasu will distract and she will attack him. At this time, pointing the gun, the girl said that she will do as he said. But let him not think that she will obey him from now on, just because he is a great killer. The protagonist grinned slightly. He and his pet rushed forward sharply. It seemed that this was enough. A glow appeared around the weapon. Ho-young used the technique of shadowless soul hunting. The kangaroo swung his hand. He struck with an uppercut. The bullets rushed forward. They flew at the beast. Smoke was coming from the monster's head. Looking at it, Ho-young thought that it worked. The beast clenched its teeth. The wolf, raising its head, growled. Turning around, the hero shouted that he was preparing poison. Suddenly, the beast attacked with poison. The ground began to melt. There were puddles of poison on the ground. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought that there was enough of it. They would die if they miscalculated a little. Suddenly, he looked in surprise. Ho-young jumped up sharply. The monster stretched out his hand in front of him. The hero flew into a rock. The girl rushed forward. She jumped off the ground sharply. Seo Yun pointed the gun and thought that her magic bullet skill worked better if she was closer to the target. Frowning, she said that it was time to die. The beast swung his hand suddenly. Kangsu struck him, grinning. He asked, what? And how do you like this? Suddenly, the pet looked surprised. The wolf suddenly grabbed him with its tail. Frowning, the hero shouted about recalling the pet. The beast looked away, looking straight ahead. Seo Yun said that her magic bullets did not work on this monster. She asked what to do now, to which the protagonist thought that, damn, he is strong, despite all our attacks. Gritting his teeth, he added that if he mastered the technique of shadowless soul hunting, he would be able to cut anything. But at this level, he would not be able to cut off even his leg. The beast raised his head up. An idea appeared. What to do now? Seo Yun shot at the beast's head. The enemy opened its mouth in rage. The girl dodged the attack. The monster swung its tail. The protagonist jumped back from the blow. He landed next to the enemy. The protagonist wondered that his vision was getting worse. Was it because of the poison he spat out? Did it hit his body after all? Hyeon tried to catch his breath and thought about the technique of shadowless soul hunting. Watching his girlfriend hold the gun, The guy thought about the bullets she fired. The protagonist looked at the beast and thought that all this was ineffective. Everything was much worse. They could not even pierce its skin. Gritting his teeth, he thought about what to do. The protagonist looked at the enemy's head. Looking in surprise, Ho-Young wondered if it was skin. The guy held a sword and asked if his ally could prepare for a large-scale attack. Frowning, Xiaoyan thought that he had something in mind. She looked at her serious friend, thinking that despite the fact that he was insanely tired, his eyes were full of determination. Pulling out her gun, the girl thought about what he was saying about a large-scale attack. The preparation takes a lot of time, so she can only use this skill once. During the fight, Seo Yun aimed upwards, deciding to just believe in him. The protagonist ran past the enemy, thinking that the reason why the shadowless soul hunting technique did not work is simple. The monster pierced the wall with its tail. The protagonist dodged the attacks, thinking that the reason was because it was trying to kill him with one blow. Grinning, he thought that given his condition, he would not be able to deal with one blow. Sparks enveloped the wolf. Ho-Young examined the opponent's head, thinking that if this was just his shell, the guy closed his eyes in alarm. Raising the bright sword, the protagonist thought that he had mastered the most powerful sword technique in the world. If he couldn't even cut his skin, the beast ran towards him furiously. The protagonist's eyes began to glow. The monster opened its mouth viciously. Seo Young swung his sword and asked how he would look his teacher in the eye. Seo Young closed her eyes tensely. She imagined a mana cartridge and thought about how the magic bullets she usually fired were shaped like a sphere. Remembering how Kelv had squirmed from the shot, she thought that, as a result, upon contact with the target, their power would decrease, and the penetration would not be high enough. The girl imagined several cartridges, and thought that, if she gave the magic bullets a shape similar to real ones, she would succeed. Seo-Yan opened her eyes in surprise, and realized that the penetration power would increase. Several times, the guy screamed. At the same time, the protagonist hit the monster on the head. A wound appeared on the beast. The bullet rushed towards the enemy's forehead. The cartridge began to glow. The mana accumulation was approaching the opponent. The bullet quickly flew forward. The projectile pierced the wolf's head. Seo-Yan aimed through the hole in the monster. She held the gun with a serious expression. A notification popped up that the girl had defeated the black blood wolf. The protagonist sighed heavily. Seo-Yan lowered the gun. The protagonist stood opposite his friend in the ravine. The guys looked at each other happily. The system reported that they had completed the mission. Their votes would represent the votes of all the killers. The votes were cast against declaring the 10th floor Day of Blood. Ho-Young climbed onto the monster's corpse. Taking out his sword, he asked his companion to wait. Stunned, Seo-Yan looked at him and asked what he was doing. The guy picked up the ball, and the guide said that if he managed to kill the black blood wolf, it was recommended to rip open its stomach and eat its essence. Holding out this sphere, he asked if she wanted to eat, to which she answered negatively. The protagonist smiled and thought that she had a very weak stomach. The protagonist brought the essence to his mouth. There was a crunch. His heart began to glow. Ho-Young looked at the flame in his hand, and notifications appeared that he had received immunity to 1,000 poisons. He has resistance to all poisons of the tower. Covering her mouth with her hand, Xiaoyan thought that she could not believe that he was now departing. Not only did he locate the wolf on that massive map, but he also understood all its abilities instantly. She wondered what other powers he possessed. The girl recalled his urgent warning about the poison and questioned if this was the ability she witnessed. Crossing his arms, our protagonist claimed it was the Great Killer's power. The girl placed a hand on her chin and said it was all expected from the Great Killer. Looking at his contemplative friend, the protagonist asked if she was all right. He stood on the corpse and stated that, since the 10th floor won't be a Day of Blood, it will be tougher to meet the required kill count. Ho-Young remembered a message from the tower. An assassin's duty is to lower the player count. Imagine as the girl extended her hand, thinking that for this sole purpose, every assassin is given a personal kill quota, and if they fail to meet it, a penalty is issued. He doesn't know the fine yet, but it must be something truly severe, because assassins are granted immense power. After sticking his sword in the ground, the boy thought about how she so readily agreed with his logic despite knowing about the penalties. Does this mean a great killer has vast authority? Seo Yun sadly looked down and said that she's alive, and whatever happens next will happen. The canyon began to dissolve, and the system announced all the dead have found peace. The 9th floor mission is now officially complete. Laughter echoed through the lobby. Covering his eyes with his hand, Cal said, "To think I was killed by a common kobold. Crazy." He shed tears even as he smiled. The man sat on the steps and called out to his boss. The protagonist looked at him, completely surprised. Looking at the somber Juno, the protagonist knew that in the head of the dead, though the monsters they fought were quite weak, many confronted their own families. He gazed at the sorrowful players, thinking that someone had to meet their lost loved ones. Someone saw fallen friends. Ho-young stood in the hall's center, thinking they all had to face the death of their loved ones and let them go one final time. One could say this floor was the most brutal trial yet. Young Woo swung his mighty hammer. Holding the weapon, he told everyone to have courage. Frowning, the guy said that they all must continue living. The protagonist looked at him, completely surprised. Juno summoned his sword and said that he was correct. They cannot just sit here. Swinging the blade, he declared that they were all alive. The protagonist was taken aback. Ho-young calmly thought that it was the truth. If anyone had rejected the mission, they would not have been able to return. The guy stood before his friends with a weapon, thinking that everyone left their sorrows behind and came back. Smiling, he thought that they were becoming stronger, as they all supported each other. The portal before the players began to shimmer. The guys turned around, hearing the system declared the 10th floor trial would start soon. The protagonist looked at the large gate, listening to the 10th floor trial being a dimensional test. The portal displayed a city and the tower. It was telling that all players were assigned to specific areas. The guy stood before the gate, listening to the 10th floor mission being in other dimensions. They will be sent to Murim. 3 large armies were seen in the portal, and the system was declaring there would be a war between the orthodox, unorthodox, and demonic factions in this world. They would be assigned to one of them. Standing next to the guys, Clark thought that in order to quickly pitch a tent, he needed to figure out the tilt of the fixed pin. The protagonist frowned, thinking that wasn't Murim, my master's homeland. Taking hold of his coat, he thought that if this world was like what he heard from his master. Ho-young pictured the old man behind the portal, smiling. The boy wondered if there was a chance they could meet again. The protagonist happily looked at his sword, thinking that he could only superficially learn the technique of shadowless soul hunting due to the lack of enough time. Grabbing the handle of the blade, he thought that he wanted to meet him again. The protagonist recalled the furious monster, thinking that then, perhaps he could refine the technique to a higher level, to the point where he could kill the wolf with one blow. The system said that they needed to choose a faction to join. The guy stood in front of the portal. Ho-young grinned, saying that he thought it was obvious who he wanted to join. The guy looked at the confident guys and told us that. After a short discussion, Juno and Clark joined the Orthodox faction. Looking at the serious team, the protagonist informed us that Kyle, Young-woo, and Lizzie are with the unorthodox faction. He stood behind the girls, telling us that he and Yizio would join the demonic cult, and Seo-yeon would also join them. The protagonist looked away. Kyle hugged his leg in tears and asked to take him with him. The plot moves us to the city, to the arena where the system reported that the mission had begun. It was necessary to live a certain amount of time within the faction assigned to them. Yizio stood in the crowd in surprise. Bright projectiles rushed down, and the tower said that the introduction of memories necessary for the current mission had begun. Ho-young looked at the flying streams of memories. Puzzle pieces appeared above the crowd. Smiling, the guy thought that this place was the divine cult of the heavenly demon master. The protagonist stood happily in the crowd, thinking that from today on, they were disciples of the heavenly demon divine cult. Would they be able to pass the test of the path of the heavenly demon? Turning around, Seo-yeon thought that there were martial artists mixed in with ordinary players. The protagonist frowned and thought that he could feel the power of their energies. Each of them was at least an advanced player. His pupil reflected the silhouette of a person, and he thought that among these people, there was a person who possessed energy that made him unattainable. The man stood in front of the crowd and said that they were glad to welcome them. He stood surrounded by mana and said that he was the main examiner of the path of the heavenly demon. Ho-young remembered the old man in the crowd, thinking that he was the main examiner of this test, and one of the 12 elders of the heavenly demon divine cult. Imagining him standing on the corpses, the boy thought about how he hadn't appeared on the battlefield for about 7 years, but his palm strike technique could still crush anyone. He was one of the strongest martial artists of the heavenly demon divine cult. The examiner stood before the boys and told them that, as they knew, the heavenly path included 5 trials. Those who reached the 3rd would become servants of the divine cult, so it was in their best interest to give it their all. Standing in front of the crowd, he said that the beginning of the heavenly demon path was weeding out trash. Raising his finger, the man said that it was time to begin. Acolyte number 1, go ahead. The girl confidently took out her sword. She flew back from the blow to her stomach. The stranger landed on the ground. He held out his hand and said that it was trash. He stood in the arena and called the next one. The protagonist watched as the man flew away, thinking that after the man became the main examiner of the heavenly demon path, the first test was to check the acolytes one by one. And after this test, the number of servants of the cult increased several times. Seo Yun crossed her arms and said that this was a pretty good idea. In any case, they will eventually return to the tower. The protagonist looked at the screen with the mission and answered that perhaps this will be one of the ways, since the mission of the 10th floor is only about survival. He smiled. Ho Young looked away at his surprised friend and asked if she wanted to go through it as a slave. Smiling, the girl replied that not in this life. The man appeared in front of the guys and said that they dared to talk during the sacred heavenly path, exuding dark mana. The man said that as he understood, this is a challenge. Clouds were gathering over the canopy. The examiner stood in the arena in front of the girl and asked her name. Frowning, he informed her that from now on, Seo Yun would forget this name. It no longer belonged to her. The protagonist watched them carefully, thinking that he assumed that she was another slave, but did not seem like she was ready to give up so easily. Looking at his confident friend, the protagonist thought about the fact she had never held a sword in her life. Would she be able to pass the first test? Seo Yan was taken aback, hearing that it was enough to stand there. The girl bared her teeth. She tore herself off the ground. Seo Yan swung the sword in front of the examiner, stopping the blade with her fingers. The man thought that she was not using any techniques, just waving the sword. He looked in surprise. A bullet flew into his forehead. The girl was holding a gun and a sword. The guys looked at her in shock. Ho Young was taken aback, thinking she was crazy. How could she explain a gun appearing out of nowhere in Europe? The guy watched his friend shoot, thinking that she was basically screaming, that she came from another world. The man grabbed her by the neck. Frowning, the examiner asked if that was the finger-snapping technique. Letting go of the girl, he said that it was not bad. The man walked away from her, across the arena, and announced that she passed. The dumbfounded protagonist stood in the crowd, thinking that it was understandable. He did not see the gun. Imagining Seo Yun aiming with her finger, he mused that the tower disguised it as if she was shooting energy, using her fingers. Touching his chest, the protagonist thought that this was a relief. It seemed that sometimes her recklessness played into their hands. Ho Young opened his eyes slightly. Hearing that, looking at his smile, his friend dared to suggest that he enjoyed watching her suffer. Seo Yun held her neck and said that she could laugh as much as she wanted. Smiling, she said that he was next. The guys stood in the arena in front of the examiner. The protagonist frowned. The protagonist imagined a huge man in front of him, thinking that when he stood in front of him, it felt like a mountain in front of him. He imagined animals and an insect, thinking that he was not as strong as the master. But for an end, it made no difference whether it was a tiger or a wolf in front of him. They were both stronger and how he should attack him. The man asked with a serious look if he was really there to make eyes at him. Ho Yang stood calmly, deciding that he would start with water attacks. The guy got off the ground. The man ran away from the attack. The protagonist swung his sword. The examiner deftly dodged the blows. The protagonist bared his teeth and wondered what was wrong with him, as if he was mocking him, showing that he would never be able to get to him with such techniques. It felt like he was hearing the master's voice. The man stood silently in the arena, gathering mana in his hand. He thought that it was not bad, but nothing outstanding. It was time to finish. Ho Young sighed heavily. He confidently extended the sword, thinking that this was a monster that could kill Xiao Yan. With the first attack, the water technique was useless from the very beginning. The protagonist stood in front of him, thinking that even if he was just an insignificant firefly, he was still the successor of the heavenly demon, and should not forget this while being here. Filling the sword with mana, the protagonist decided that he should show him. The man looked at him in surprise. Ho Young walked forward, frowning. He thought that just a little, but he would show him. The guy jumped above him. The protagonist swung his sword, thinking that he would show the spirit of the successor, of the heavenly demon. The man was taken aback, thinking that this was the technique. The protagonist was walking through the forest. Ho Young was looking ahead thoughtfully. He approached the examiner with his sword. The tip touched a hairpin. The guy untied his hair with a blow. The man extended the sword to the surprised opponent. The protagonist froze in front of him. He brought the weapon to his neck and said that he had passed. Walking under the trees, the protagonist thought that, although he had not managed to land a single blow, he was glad that he had passed the first test. Ho Young sadly raised his head, stopping in front of the house. He wondered why the man had called him at such a late hour. The elder crossed his arms and said that he had too little internal energy. The examiner sat at the table in front of the guy, telling him that it was because he had learned some unknown cultivation technique that was unknown even to the dogs living in the divine cult. Annoying. Frowning, The protagonist wondered if he was starting to get nervous. He failed it due to lack of internal energy. The protagonist looked at his stats, thinking that the magic power called internal energy here increased when he leveled up. However, he was only at level 8. He closed his eyes, thinking that the hell with the leveling penalty, which he thought gave him an undeniable advantage. This was why he was here. Ho-Young watched as the man touched his arms and asked what he was doing. The examiner removed his hand. Touching his chin, he reported that this was very strange. His blood vessels were not blocked, and his body had a constitution that was perfect for accumulating internal energy. He remembered the guy swinging his sword and thought that, if he was not mistaken, that sword technique existed, but it was impossible. He had not heard of the Almighty taking disciples. Looking at the confused protagonist, the examiner thought that, moreover, he would never take a person with such a small amount of internal energy as a disciple. The man looked at the surprised guy, thinking that maybe he really was a secret disciple of the Almighty. The elder imagined how the crowd of people joyfully raised their hands and shouted that the heavenly demon had descended. All the demons bowed before him. Imagining Ho-Young standing on the stage, he thought that the guy would become the heir of the heavenly demon, the leader of the cult of the heavenly demon, revered on 10,000 mountains. The examiner imagined how the protagonist frowned, grabbing the bridge of his nose. The man thought that the second stage of the path of the heavenly demon is a test, that a person with a small amount of internal energy will never be able to pass. In this case, he will become a slave. Although he can be a successor to the heavenly demon, no matter how stupid it sounds, he does not see any other option. Is it really necessary to use this? The protagonist put his hand to his head and said that he seemed tired, and it was time to leave. He opened a box, holding out a plant root. The examiner asked him to eat it. He held the box and said that it was 100-year-old ginseng. If he ate it, he would gain internal energy for 10 years to come. Standing in front of the guy, the examiner said that this was his gift to him because he was surprised by that sword technique. So he should not think anything unnecessary. The protagonist took the box in surprise. The man held him by the shoulders and said that from now on, it was necessary to follow his instructions and circulate energy inside his body. He filled the guy's back with mana. Ho-Young clasped his hands. There was a bright flash. The protagonist sat surrounded by energy. Closing his eyes, the protagonist listened to him say, "These were the basics of the art of shining life." Wondering if it was true, stretching his hands to his back, the man said that he must not lose concentration. He did not want a root to work in vain. Ho-Young sat on the floor in front of him, thinking that besides trusting him so much and giving him 100-year-old snow ginseng, that increased his energy. He was using the most advanced technique of his time, known only to members of the divine cult. Presenting the book, the boy thought that this was the shining life force of the sacred art, and he had no idea how he deserved such favor. He was filled with mana and thought that maybe it was really because he impressed him with his sword technique, or maybe it was just luck. The moon was shining above the house, and the protagonist thought that whatever the reason, this is what he learned during the mission at the academy, to seize any opportunity. The plot moves us to the divine cult of the heavenly demon. On the second day, lunch, where the sun was shining, the protagonist looked at the groups of guys in the arena and told us that the cadets who passed the first test were either training solo or resting before the second test began. Yiziel tied her hair and told her friends that she thought all the other players were disqualified. Ho-Young looked in surprise at the flying stone. There was an explosion behind him. The guys looked at him in fear. They were looking through a hole in the wall. Chase raised his leg and said that it got hotter because they were in a place where they shouldn't be. He grabbed his head and said that they were stupid outsiders. How dare he dodge his blow? The protagonist frowned. The protagonist looked at the greening opponent and thought that he was from the blood tribe. His origin and skill were much higher than theirs. He was one of the best cadets. What does he want from them? The boy put his hand to his head and said that he had no idea how such a loser joined the divine cult of the heavenly demon. Chase opened his eye in displeasure. Hearing that, it seemed like they had some chatty fools who wanted to die. Dusting off her sleeve, Xiaoyan asked if they were deaf. She put her hand to her neck, asking why they were asking so many questions. The veins on the boy's neck stood out. He smirked, putting his hand on her hip. Chase said that she had a big tongue. The girl raised her gun, putting the gun to his forehead. Xiaoyan asked if it would knock the crap out of his head. Grabbing his sword, the boy replied that he was also wondering which was faster, her finger-snapping technique or his sword. The protagonist raised his hand and asked to stop. The boys looked away from him, spreading his arms out to the sides. He said that he didn't think it was a good idea to cause trouble during the heavenly demon's journey. Frowning, the protagonist thought that they would lose if they fought him right now. However, they should wait for a better opportunity. Ho-young closed his eyes, listening to the guy say that he seemed to be a coward. They should show mercy. They would not pass the second trial anyway, and thought that for the remaining trials, he should either gain more energy through training or use all available means. The protagonist was taken aback, hearing that if you think about it, the girl was quite beautiful. Despite her long tongue, licking his lips, Chase said that he had decided everything. He touched his chin and said that when this trial was over, he would choose her as his slave. Seo-yan was taken aback, listening that she should be ready. Smirking, the guy said that taming beasts with a bad character was his forte. The protagonist looked at him seriously, raising his sword. He thought in anger that his opponent had gone crazy. The man walked up the steps. Standing in the arena, he ordered everyone to return to their seats. Chase walked through the crowd and said that they would see each other soon. The guys looked after him furiously. The sun illuminated the sky. The examiner stood in front of the guys and told them that this day would be one of the most important turning points in their lives. The novices who passed this test will be allowed to study the advanced techniques of the divine cult. Sweating, Ho-young thought that it had been hot before, but because of this fool, it had become simply unbearable. He was a good man. He held back. The time would come and teach him a lesson. Looking at the bottles, the guy thought that they had finally been given water. The protagonist drank calmly, thinking that he felt much better. They had never been told the essence of this test. The liquid was leaking into his body. There was an outbreak inside. The stunned protagonist held back his nausea. The elder stood in front of the crowd of patients, announcing that the second test had begun, and the goal was to cleanse themselves of the poison. They had just drunk using their energy. The man frowned. The examiner watched as the boy held his throat, thinking that he had helped him a little, but he was not sure if it would be enough. To pass this test, he had to prove himself. Of course, if he really was the successor of the Great One. The system reported that the immunity to 10,000 poisons had been activated. Ho-young was taken aback. Dragonflies were flying over the building. The elder stood in front of the boy, asking if he had really gotten rid of all the poison. The protagonist clasped his hands, announcing that he had prepared himself, in case there was something in the water. So it was easy for him to get rid of the poison. He recalled holding the flame in his hand, thinking that, after eating the essence of the black blood wolf on the 9th floor, he had obtained a body with immunity to 10,000 poisons. As he imagined himself filling up with energy, the protagonist thought that, while he was trying to comprehend the shining life force of the sacred art, he had not accumulated enough internal mana to get rid of such a strong poison. If not for the immunity, things might not have ended so well. Ho-young stood in front of the man and thought that he was glad to have passed the test. Without using any effort, the man looked at him in surprise, thinking that it was amazing. Even though he gave him 100-year-old ginseng in the sacred art of shining life, one must have the internal energy of a first-class warrior to neutralize the poison so quickly. How could he have collected so much energy in just 1 hour? The examiner grabbed his beard. He imagined a master in front of the building, looking at the bowing disciple. The man thought that it would be possible if his talent was chosen by the Almighty. Maybe he really was his disciple. The guy walked towards them. The protagonist looked away. Chase wiped his chin and said he was done. The elder laughed. The examiner stood in front of the boys and said that this year's cadets were impressive. I would not have thought that first and second place would cope with the poison so quickly. The boy frowned when he heard him congratulate them both on joining the divine cult and was looking forward to how they would do in the next test. He stepped forward and addressed the elder. Chase clasped his hands and asked if he could request another test. The boy frowned and said that he wanted to undergo the test with a double dose of poison. The stranger sat on the ground, wondering what kind of double dose this was. He was ready to die from this. The man frowned and asked how dare the cadet behave like this. The elder looked at him seriously and asked, "Why are you asking for such a thing?" The boy was sweating and replied that he felt like he had not reached his full potential and wanted to prove his abilities in more difficult conditions. Pointing his finger at the protagonist, he said that he would like to be with the one who got rid of the poison first. Chase grinned, thinking about how he was called the future of the blood tribe. He drank elixirs from a young age, accumulated internal energy with the exclusive cultivation technique of the blood tribe. The guy looked at a serious opponent, thinking that it turned out that this fool's internal energy was better than his. This was impossible. Imagining Ho-young's face cracking, Chase thought that he probably used some kind of trick, or was just lucky. Even he would have a hard time with a double portion. No matter what tricks he pulled, he was the future of the blood tribe. The cadet clenched his fist and decided that he was the future of the divine cult, and he would completely crush him. Closing his eyes, The man thought that a strong spirit was expected from high-ranking tribes, but he crossed the line and replied that this was not the case. The protagonist looked at him and interrupted him, saying that he agreed. Chase smirked as he said he wanted to make a small adjustment to the amount of poison, thinking he expected that double the amount was too much for him. The protagonist held up 3 fingers, frowning. He said he wanted it to be 3 times as much. The guys were taken aback. The elder looked at him in shock. The opponent was sweating in fear. The sun was shining over the building, and Ho-Young was announcing that he was done. Chase writhed in tension, wondering if he was done. The guy sat behind him, thinking that this was impossible. This was an accident. He bit his lip, wondering if a nobody like him was actually superior to him. How was that even possible? The guy writhed in anger, thinking that he didn't understand. Chase coughed up blood. He looked at him in fear. The guy looked after his opponent. The cadet collapsed, unconscious, smiling. The protagonist thought about how the unexpected extra round ended in his easy victory, thanks to his immunity to 10,000 poisons. Because Chase succumbed to the 3-fold dose of toxin, he was rushed to the infirmary where fate, fortunately, spared him. Observing Yiziel, her hand pressed against her head, he noted that the others had also completed their ordeal. Picturing the faces of the group, Ho-Young contemplated the fate of the surviving cadets. Would they rise as true warriors or fall into servitude? Dragonflies danced above the blood-soaked arena, and the narrative revealed to us the conclusion of the Heavenly Demon's second brutal trial. The scene shifts to the following day inside the cadets' quarters, where talk of a mysterious beast filled the tense air. One described its horns, saying it stood a head above a man, and it leaped like a rabbit. Its swiftness was so great, even agility skills couldn't track. With a hand stroking his chin, our hero pondered this creature, taller than any man. Leaping like rabbits, a sudden realization struck him. He overheard another cadet from the room declare that this strange, mythical beast was unbearably hideous. A cold sweat trickled down our hero's back, thinking he knew exactly who they spoke about. An image of a grinning Kong Su filled Ho-Young's mind. The hero recalled telling his companion in the woods to wander off, yet it had returned before dawn. Chase, lying in bed, demanded where this beast was last seen. He clutched the towel in his hands with pure fury. Sitting on the bed's edge, the cadet gave his answer. Last night, our hero watched, hidden behind the door. The group stood together in the darkened woods. One of them swore he saw it right there the day before. With a soft click, Chase opened a box, revealing flower. The system identified the item, a rare snowflower. Its name came from how its petals, once bloomed, resemble snowflakes and possess an otherworldly fragrance. It is a prized delicacy for all mystical creatures. Chase carefully planted the rare flower into the earth. He sneered that the others couldn't even dream of this. It's incredibly precious. A worried cadet raised his hands, asking if he was absolutely certain this plan would work. What will happen if we are caught doing this? He had heard it was an exceedingly expensive flower. Chase scowled, envisioning the mana within the beast. He mused on how the core essence of a mystical creature held an immense reservoir of pure, untainted energy, a power that most elixirs could never replicate. Chase was sweating, consumed by his ambition. If only he could absorb that incredible power, he could finally restore his sullied reputation as the mightiest of the Blood Tribe's younger generation. Chase faced his followers and declared that for now, they would lay in wait, silent, for the beast to appear. With a frown, our hero wondered, is this truly his plan? Meanwhile, our hero sat calmly with Kong Su. He remarked that it was a truly beautiful evening. Why don't we get in a little practice? Chase's group hid themselves amongst the bushes. Kong Su watched their pathetic ambush from afar. Ho-Young stood with grim purpose behind a large tree. He raised 2 fingers, then our hero pointed forward. Kong Su immediately darted towards the alluring flower. The creature curiously inspected the rare plant. Chase scowled, launching himself from his hiding spot. He soared above the beast, shouting, "It's finally here." With a cruel grin, Chase thanked it for its essence. His lackeys all smiled, sensing a swift victory. Kong Su snatched the flower in his teeth, as if to thank. Our hero watched the scene unfold with a knowing smirk. Just then, Ho-Young activated the pet recall skill. The small kangaroo vanished into light before their eyes. Chase's triumphant smile froze into one of utter shock. One of his men cried out, "Where did the beast go?" Far away, the protagonist gently stroked Kong Su. He wondered aloud how anyone could call him hideous. And then he added, "Kong Su, you are the most magnificent creature of all. You did an excellent job retrieving that rare snow flower." Our hero's boots touched down on solid ground. Ho-Young examined the precious plant. He mused, so this is a truly expensive elixir. The dark-haired hero then turned his gaze to his pet. He envisioned Kong Su with its mouth hanging open wide. Our hero offered the flower to Kong Su, telling him to eat. He explained that it would benefit his companion more. The loyal pet began to greedily devour the rare plant. Hoyoung wondered what had possessed his friend. Then, our hero recalled that taking elixirs of similar power would only diminish their effects on him. So feeding it to Kong Su was the correct choice. Our protagonist placed a hand upon his pet. He declared he would help it circulate the energy. This would ensure its full power would be absorbed. His palms began to glow with a brilliant white energy. He was channeling the shining life force, a sacred art. Hoyoung watched over his companion with growing concern. Veins bulged on the back of his strained palm. He realized the sheer, overwhelming amount of mana unleashed from the consumed snow flower. It was as if he had swallowed a century-old snow ginseng. A blinding light started to erupt from Kong Su's body. Our hero crouched, steadying himself with a hand on the ground. Streams of pure light spiraled around the small pet's head. Beads of sweat formed upon the protagonist's focused face. He thought to himself that at least things were stable. Just then, Kong Su opened its mouth and let out a roar. The hero thought, I've only ever heard tales of this. Rippling muscles suddenly appeared on Kong Su's arms. Thick veins bulged across its powerful new thighs. The transformed pet stood with its mighty fists clenched. Kong Su grinned with newfound power, staring straight ahead. Hoyoung realized with a shock that this was body reformation. Kong Su crouched, feeling the raw power surging from within. He then leaped, rocketing high into the night sky. As the transformation ended, our hero observed his pet. He wondered why the elixir had such a potent effect. He assumed that it must truly be a mythical creature. The protagonist then looked down with a sudden concern. Had its appearance changed along with its powerful new body? What had become of its adorable smaller form? Sweat dripped. His face paled as he imagined a mini, muscular kangaroo. He desperately thought, it cannot be. The transformed pet stared intently down at Hoyoung. He looked up and pleaded with it to shrink back down. The tiny animal began to fall from the sky above. Our hero reached out his arms, preparing to catch it. He looked down at the creature with a relieved smile. He thought to himself that nothing had changed. He gently prodded its soft stomach with his fingers, and he realized it had actually become a bit chubbier. The hero's face flushed as he recalled his brief panic. Kong Su happily sat upon his master's shoulder. Hoyoung remarked that it had somehow become even cuter, and in any case, he thought, he had lost nothing. Our hero looked ahead with confidence. He knew that he could not summon him during the path of the heavenly demon, but he eagerly awaited using its power in future battles. The protagonist turned to leave, but Kong Su stopped him. Sunlight gleamed off the Demon God Archives building. The instructor stood before the assembled young men. He declared that they were no longer mere cadets, but official warriors of the heavenly demon divine cult. The bandana-wearing mentor opened his mouth. He announced they would receive a special opportunity before they would face the cult's third great trial. The cadets all looked forward with expressions of hope. He pushed open the grand doors, explaining that for the next 4 days, they would be granted full access to the third floor of the Demon God Archives. Endless shelves of ancient texts filled the room. The cadets smiled, their eyes wide with excitement. They all surged forward. A voice declared they could study any martial art manuals on the third floor for the next 4 days. But they were strictly forbidden from making copies, and if any of them were caught doing so, they would be swiftly executed on the spot. The others swarmed past Hoyoung, shouting about finally learning the divine cult's martial arts. The master called them scum and ordered them to keep order. And our young hero considered how they had gained access to the third floor of the Demon God's archive. Right before the third trial, our protagonist touched his chin, thinking that, based on his memories, he knew the third floor contained only low-ranking manuals, techniques that even slaves were permitted to access. He pictured tomes with worn and tattered bindings. But then, our hero imagined a single crimson tome. He recalled that amongst them, there was a supreme art, a technique that even the cult leader studied. And the true essence of the heavenly demon, the divine cult's power, was found in an art of mobility. The two ideas pointed toward each other. Hoyoung thought about the simple fact that what he knew of the heavenly demon's third great trial meant this was the stage to fight a chosen opponent. The dark-haired hero couldn't help but smirk, thinking the fact they were given access to the third floor could only mean that the art of mobility would be the decisive factor in passing the third trial. Someone brushed harshly against the protagonist's shoulder. Chase looked at him with open hostility and asked if he was feeling relaxed, because he had passed the second trial first. He added, "You should enjoy this feeling while it lasts." Chase then turned his back completely on our protagonist, who thought, what an absolute fool. He's assuming that I will choose him as my opponent. Chase tilted his head forward with arrogance, but Hoyoung knew that regardless of his behavior, the other boy still possessed far greater energy than him. Our hero turned his gaze back to the bookcase, realizing that the art of mobility that he would learn for the third trial had just become even more important. A system notification materialized before him, stating the tomes on the third floor of the Demon God's archives would be assigned corresponding star ratings, and that the ratings had already been assigned. Symbols of light appeared beside each of the ancient tomes. Our protagonist placed a hand upon the bookcase, thinking, this is absolutely perfect. The guide system had just done all the work for him. The blonde was sitting not too far from the young man, who thought that she seemed far more motivated. After clearing the ninth floor, Hoyoung's pupils narrowed. A large stack of books was on the floor beside her. He realized that all the tomes the girl had chosen had very low ratings. He approached Yiziel and spoke to her, remarking that she was working incredibly hard. The blonde girl opened her mouth and replied that she must work hard to even have a chance to grow much stronger. The young girl turned around, looking over her back, as she added that she wanted to be able to help him and their team. Even more, the protagonist looked forward with focus, thinking about how her words were like a balm for the soul, and how he felt a sense of great peace. Realizing this was the nature of being a healer, the protagonist opened his mouth and spoke to her. He handed Yiziel a book and suggested that she read it, adding that he thought it would be a perfect fit for her. Hoyoung looked serious as he offered her the tome. He knew that this book, Moonwalk, was the highest rated movement art book in this section, and that, of course, if one looked hard enough, one could find even higher rated tomes, but it would be more useful than what she was reading. The girl took the ancient book and spoke its title aloud. The blonde hugged it tightly and said that, although she did not know the reason he recommended this book, his advice had never led her astray before, and so she thanked him. Hoyoung closed his eyes, smiling and telling her not to worry. Then he wondered if his simple excuse was not convincing. Someone was watching them from afar. The boy said that he would go and find his own books to read. Then Yiziel wished for him to find something suitable. Seo Hyun looked on with a burning, angry gaze. There were only low-rated books left on the dusty shelf. The protagonist was standing by another towering bookcase, wondering if all these tomes were penned by some mediocre author. Then he was approached. The protagonist looked away with intent when he recognized the girl. Seo Yun was standing directly in front of him when she asked him to give her one as well. Then he asked her, "What did you just say?" The dark-haired girl opened her mouth and repeated what she wanted. She closed her eyes when she asked him to choose a book for her, too. Hoyoung looked at her, completely and utterly shocked. 4 days later, the cadets stood before the grand arena. They were informed that the third great trial of the heavenly demon path was now finally set to begin. The bearded instructor opened his mouth wide. He declared that the rules were simple enough, and that they would just need to defeat their opponent. The arena was a series of tall, wooden spires. Well, he added that if they were to fall from the wooden pillars set in the arena, it would be considered a total defeat, and he advised them to use the mobility arts they had learned in the Demon God's archive. The boy stood before the treacherous pillars. The protagonist stared forward with grim focus, thinking that the type of mobility art they learned would be the deciding key factor in this trial. The protagonist looked away. The boy stepped in a puddle. He launched off his feet. Chase nimbly leaped onto a pillar. He drew his gleaming sword from its sheath. The boy pointed his sharp blade right at Hoyoung. Chase glared ahead as he ordered his foe to step aside. The protagonist looked ahead with unwavering concentration. Rain poured down upon the treacherous arena. The two opponents stood on pillars opposite each other. Chase held his sword with a steady grip. He said that his life before had been rather boring. He imagined himself walking down a long, lonely path. He added that everyone he had met in recent days, no matter how talented they were supposed to be, were far too weak. The boy glared ahead as he concluded that wherever he went, he only met pathetic fools who would lie at his feet. Chase held his blade out with a confident air. He said that he had thought that, by walking the path of a heavenly demon, he would also only be killing the time, and that after passing the trials and becoming the best, he would have slaves to relieve his boredom. The protagonist looked forward, watching him carefully. The opponent remembered standing behind the protagonist's face. He glared ahead. He swung his sharp blade, attacking Kong Su. The boy grimaced with hatred, looking ahead as he summed up that all of that became unimportant. When Hoyoung appeared, drops fell from the sky as the boy thanked him, explaining that he was now filled with a desire he'd never felt before. Several bolts of lightning flashed across the sky. Chase appeared in a flash behind the protagonist. He looked away, gritting his teeth in fury. The pillars were far below them. As the opponent exclaimed that he was filled with a desire to kill him, the very raindrops were sliced in half. Chase was suddenly right in front of Hoyoung. A fresh cut appeared on the young boy's chest. The protagonist placed a hand over his wounded chest, thinking about how his technique was so utterly perfect that it could cut even single drops of water, and how it was just a single attack. But he had felt its full, deadly power. An ominous aura enveloped the opponent, as the protagonist thought about how he could feel, just how immensely strong he was. Hoyoung's mouth fell open. A drop from his chin fell when he realized that despite this, it was clear that today he would make him fall. The guy imagined Chase licking his lips. Who asked? If he realized that taming beasts with a bad character was his forte. The protagonist's pupils narrowed with focus. They hung in the air, facing each other. The two young men crossed their swords several times. The protagonist glared at his sneering opponent. Chase smiled evilly when he asked, "Is this all you can do?" Adding that, just as he had thought, what he did in the second trial was nothing but a cheap trick. Their feet were now next to each other. When he added that he had something to tell him, the pillar in front of Hoyoung was suddenly empty. When his opponent declared that the art of mobility, that he learned from the archive of the demon god, was written by one of the 12 supreme ones, Chase appeared in front of the protagonist. When he finished speaking his piece, the pillar was empty again. Colorful animals rushed towards the protagonist as the opponent used the 4-god step technique. The boy looked ahead with unwavering concentration. Thinking about this specific skill, he imagined a bookcase with a tome of the very same name. When he realized that this particular book had 4 stars, Chase pointed his gleaming sword at Hoyoung, who thought that he was already talented and strong, thanks to his prestigious lineage. This was more like luck, and that the world was truly unfair. The boy rested his feet firmly on the pole. A powerful purple aura emanated from his body as he used the high-ranking shadowless step technique, and thought that on the other hand, he was glad that he was this powerful. The opponent looked at the protagonist in shock and asked again. There was a faint message written on the page of the book, as the protagonist began to think about the fact he had guessed this. As soon as he saw the familiar title, Shadowless Step, and the more that he read, the more confident that he became, that the one who wrote this very book was his own teacher. Chase put his hands out to his sides, as he wondered if he had found a decent mobility art, and in which dark corner he had dug it up in. Vincent was standing in front of the boy, as he said that it was a pity that he couldn't teach him sword techniques, because of his sacred oath to the Great Tower, and that he couldn't help him. Then he replied that he did not seem too sad. Hoyoung looked ahead with a confident smile, as he thought that he now understood why he had said that, and that the shadowless step was the shadowless, soul-hunting sword technique. He moved around the arena with great nimbleness, as he thought that this arena was definitely created by his teacher. The protagonist appeared at the side of his shocked opponent. He imagined Vincent in the ancient book, as he thought about the 24-round, wooden pillars that could be safely stepped on, and that it was drawn in the second part of the shadowless step manual. The protagonist definitely dodged Chase's desperate attacks. He called him a slippery little vine. A blade was waved in front of the young boy's face, as he thanked him for the backhanded compliment, explaining that the vine was an incredible slave that could eat up to 1,000 mosquito larvae in a day. Hoyoung was in front of his opponent, who asked him what he was saying. Chase approached the protagonist with fury, shouting loudly in anger. The protagonist was moving backwards under his opponent's pressure. The opponent looked forward with a furious gaze. Hoyoung's pupils narrowed as he realized that while he was advancing, the flow of his wild attacks was completely uneven. The youth dodged another one of Chase's attacks, thinking that the 4-warrior step was an art of agility that showed its true value on completely level ground, and that in this arena, he could only use 70% of the aforementioned abilities. Chase gritted his teeth as he was suddenly struck. He flew away from the protagonist, who wondered what it was for him. On the other hand, the protagonist quickly approached his opponent. Several new cuts appeared on Chase's chest, when Hoyoung exclaimed that this was practically his home. The opponent grimaced when he wondered if he had lost. He began to fall from the pillar, stretching his arms up when he thought about this being the ground. The clouds in the stormy sky dispersed. When Chase thought about how scary this technique was, the young man rested his foot on the slick pole. The protagonist touched his hair and mentally exhaled. Wondering if he had won, he looked towards the other boys. The protagonist was standing on the pole in front of them. When he assumed that he had finally succeeded, Seoyeon looked up at him with an intense stare, as she mentally called him a rather harsh name, and thought about him taking the absolute best book. The man bent his hand in front of him and exclaimed that Hoyoung had won the duel, and that the next one could now choose his opponent. Ted looked ahead with a face of admiration, realizing that in this very moment, he was witnessing the birth of the next Supreme. The protagonist bent a few fingers. Clouds were floating in the sky. The sun's rays illuminated the entire area. The protagonist stood with his back towards him. He imagined the other people fighting, thinking that the 10th floor could be a day of blood. The guy imagined Ted with a small, mysterious box. He remembered sitting with his hands folded in front of him. Hoyoung imagined a muscular and smiling Kangasu. He remembered using the shadowless step technique. The protagonist clenched his powerful fist, realizing that this floor was the place where he acquired a lot of new knowledge. Seoyeon was standing very close next to him as he thought about how she used her advantage of ranged attacks and also won her own battle easily. The protagonist imagined the girl attacking her own enemy. When he summarized that her main skill was the arc strike, Seoyeon crossed her arms over her chest, saying that the book Hoyoung chose for her was completely useless. When the guy realized that she had reached a much higher level, a girl was standing on the pole in front of him. When he realized that this time, it was Lee Seol's turn. The protagonist, looking ahead with a newfound interest, thought about how, although most of them were stronger than her, she was quick on the uptake, and given the moonwalk technique, she could defeat the vast majority of her opponents. The protagonist looked on, his face filled with fear. The blonde girl was lying on the ground, defeated. When he shouted her name, Hoyoung lifted her head. He gritted his teeth and looked away with fury. A guy was standing on the pole right next to them. The young man with a sword on his shoulder looked ahead. Chase took a single step forward when the protagonist explained that if anyone asked who the strongest cadet was among those who participated in the Sky Demon Path, it would be his opponent, who was the future of the Blood Tribe. The protagonist stood with his legs planted wide apart when he added that he, who had defeated Chase convincingly, was also considered one of the very strong cadets. Hoyoung looked away angrily when he summed up that. Most of the cadets remembered a completely different name. A young man stood on the pole in front of them. He was holding a long, sharp sword. When it was explained that he was the first son of the Blade Tribe, named Rick, the boys were sitting by Yeziel's bedside in the medical room of the Sky Demon, Divine Cult, when the protagonist thought about how she had gotten the most fearsome opponent of all. The protagonist and Seoyeon looked closely at their injured friend, who said his name. Then he asked if she was okay. The blonde looked away guiltily when she asked if she had lost, adding that it had happened, even with the special book he had recommended to her. The guy wrung out a wet cloth in his hands. He placed it gently on Yeziel's forehead when he replied that her opponent was simply too strong and that she shouldn't think about it yet and should focus on healing. Hoyoung was sitting next to his dear friend's bedside when he added that not too long ago, she was just an ordinary office worker, and that being on the same level with these people who were fighting for their very existence was also incredibly impressive. Then the girl laughed and said that she thought so. Seoyeon closed her eyes and told her not to be fooled, adding that he had taken the absolute best book for himself. Sweat appeared on the protagonist's concerned face when the blonde asked if it was really true, to which he replied that it was not what she might think, and that it was not that she was completely wrong. And the friend said that this meant that everything was really so, after which Seoyeon grinned triumphantly. The protagonist looked at Yeziel with a great concern, who said that he was usually very serious and stern, so it was cute to see him looking so confused. The girl covered her smiling face with her hand, as she added that everything was fine, and that she actually liked the moonwalk that he recommended. She propped her hand up on the bed, as she concluded that she couldn't always just rely on him. And then she asked her comrades to do their very best in all of the remaining challenges. The blonde girl looked forward with a newfound determination. Yeziel was sitting by the open window as she exclaimed that she would also do her best until they finally returned to the Great Tower. And Seoyeon agreed with her completely, saying that she was going to do that anyway. The group all looked in the very same direction. Hoyoung smiled to himself slightly, as he thought that this was very similar to her. The full moon illuminated the distant mountains, as he thought about how it would be nice to walk the path of the Sky Demon with her, but she would find a way to use her time very wisely, and that it was their job to pass the remaining trials with dignity. The boy remembered Rick standing very close next to them, asking if she was okay, explaining that he thought he hit her too hard. The protagonist looked ahead with a face of confusion, as he cursed in his mind and wondered what was going on with this boy. A flock of birds were seen in the sky, as it was explained that the third trial of the Sky Demon Path would end. The very next day, the sun illuminated the grounds, as it was explained that there had been 38 duels in total, and only half of the cadets now remained. The protagonist stood in front of Ted's large desk in his office. Hoyoung was handed a scroll as he thought about how, right after the third trial ended, the contents of the fourth stage were announced. Someone stabbed a man in the neck, as he explained that the fourth trial was murder. A brief description was given near the wanted portraits, when it was told that Among the requirements for passing the fourth stage was choosing a specific target from a list of names and carefully preparing for 2 long weeks, as well as the murder itself. A system window appeared in front of the protagonist, which said that the probability of a successful murder was calculated, using the information from the list and its statistics. Then he mentally repeated what was written. System windows with different percentage values appeared. When it was reported that the calculation was complete, the corresponding numbers appeared near the portraits. Then the protagonist thought about what detailed calculations. Hoyoung looked carefully in front of him when the examiner spoke. In front of Ted was a single box. When he said that the person who took first place in this test would receive a sacred object of the divine cult as a reward. They were opposite each other. When the protagonist repeated what was said, wondering that if this is called an object, then how impressive will be the real treasure. The bearded man looked ahead with a serious frown, thinking that the most important thing in the fourth trial was the target, which had to be chosen very wisely. He imagined someone opening the doors, thinking that if the target was too easy, he would pass, but would not learn anything new. The dark silhouette was pierced by many thorns. When Ted added that if he chose a target that was too difficult, then he could die, summing up that in order to survive and near him, one must be able to find a happy medium in everything. The protagonist held a parchment in his hands. When he thought about which opponent he should fight,